from the courtroom, barred and banned from the courtroom very early in the trial. She's been tweeting that Amber Heard is here waiting for a verdict. She has to wait for a verdict. So that's all we know as far as Amber Heard is concerned.
But no sightings of Amber Heard outside that courthouse. And Janet, let me ask you this.
And sometimes even dinner if the jurors are going late into the evening. That's not happening in this trial. The jurors are responsible for their own lunch. So I was told yesterday some of them were seen with lunch boxes. They're taken down to the cafeteria if they want to buy something. They're on their own. So the jurors will probably have lunch if they're still deliberating around noon.
Ok, ça y est, je suis en ligne. Bienvenue tout le monde. J'ai cru que j'y arriverais pas. J'ai loupé une petite minute. Rien de spécial. Il réexplique qu'aujourd'hui, on aura peut-être un délibéré, on aura peut-être un verdict. En tout cas, bienvenue sur cette chaîne. Si vous nous rejoignez, sachez que donc c'est le deuxième jour des délibérations et que donc hier on a attendu 8 heures. Mais on n'a pas eu de délibéré, donc aujourd'hui c'est le deuxième jour. Alors je dis le deuxième jour parce que vendredi ils ont délibéré que pendant 1 heure. Donc officiellement aujourd'hui c'est le deuxième jour des délibérations.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath?
Si vous nous rejoignez, n'hésitez pas à vous abonner, un petit pouce en bas de la vidéo, ça m'aide. Donc, comme je le disais, cette chaîne est dédiée à la traduction et on va dire que je commente aussi ce qui se passe à l'écran. Donc voilà, si ce concept vous plaît, n'hésitez pas, asseyez-vous et mettez-vous devant votre écran. Et je vais essayer de faire de mon mieux pour vous retranscrire tout ce qui se passe.
That's why I have a great panel of guests with me this morning. Trial attorney Jenny El-Kadi and criminal defense attorney Matt Topanic. It's great to have you both here. Jenny, I'll start with you. What do you glean from that question?
I think it means that the jury's doing a really good job at trying to figure out, okay, what statements are true. It's clear that they're actually like looking through all the evidence and saying, okay, you know, is it just the title? Is it these 3 main statements in question? I think it's a really good sign that they're trying to figure out, they're really taking all the evidence in, and they're trying to glean what is the truth statement, what is the statement that they're trying to focus on. So I think it's a good thing.
But Matt, do you see it as something a little bit deeper here, right? It was about the sexual violence headline. To anybody who's been following this trial, that could be the most problematic statement, and that was a question. They have to look at it as a statement or they look at the entirety of the article. It is that statement. That one could be the most problematic for Amber Heard. Do you think that they're looking at that carefully and saying, well, did Johnny Depp really sexually assault Amber Heard, if that's how they're defining sexual violence? The fact that they asked about that headline in particular, what does that tell you?
That tells me if you're Johnny Depp's team, that's a very good question for the jury to consider. As seen throughout the trial, a lot of statements were made by Amber Heard that Johnny Depp sexually assaulted her. But for her testimony, that really wasn't corroborated throughout the trial. That being said, the main content in the op-ed itself is talking about domestic violence, which has been somewhat corroborated much more than the sexual.
Alors pour rappel, hier on a eu une intervention de la juge sur la journée qui expliquait aux avocats que les jurés avaient demandé à avoir un éclaircissement sur l'un des points du formulaire de délibération. Et donc je vais vous rappeler les points du formulaire de délibération.
With the ACLU, talked about how the ACLU was instrumental in drafting this op-ed and the headline and how it is approved. And then you're going to hear Amber Heard actually deny having anything to do with the headline.
Donc ils vont avoir 3 feuilles. Donc une feuille par citation que Amber Heard elle a publiée dans sa tribune en 2018. Donc la première citation de Madame Heard, c'est « J'ai parlé contre la violence sexuelle et j'ai fait face à la colère de notre culture, cela doit changer ». Donc par rapport à cette citation, ils vont avoir 7 questions auxquelles ils doivent répondre. La première question, c'est « Est-ce que cette déclaration a été faite ou publiée par Madame Heard ?» Le deuxième point, « Est-ce que cette déclaration visait Monsieur Depp ? Oui ou non? Est-ce que cette déclaration est fausse? Oui ou non? Est-ce que cette déclaration avait-elle une implication diffamatoire à propos de M. Depp? Oui ou non? Est-ce que cette déclaration est une déclaration diffamatoire conçue et voulue par Madame Heard? Oui ou non? Est-ce que cette déclaration est une déclaration diffamatoire qui visait quelqu'un d'autre que M. Depp? Oui ou non? Et enfin, est-ce que cette déclaration a été faite avec une réelle méchanceté, dans le sens où est-ce que Mademoiselle Heard a fait cette déclaration en sachant qu'elle était fausse et avec un réel mépris pour la vérité? Et donc hier, en fait, on a eu, sur les 8 heures de rediff de la chaîne, on a eu une intervention, et donc les jurys ont demandé une précision concernant le point numéro 3 de la première feuille, c'est-à-dire le point c'est est-ce que cette déclaration est fausse? Donc les jurys, ils ont voulu savoir s'ils devaient prendre en compte l'entièreté de l'article ou simplement le gros titre, donc le gros titre qui est « J'ai parlé contre la violence sexuelle ». Amber Heard, j'ai parlé contre la violence sexuelle et j'ai fait face à la colère de notre culture. Cela doit changer. Donc voilà, c'était le point où les jurés avaient besoin d'un éclaircissement.
None to my knowledge. Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article? No. Okay. No, they're not. When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed? I think in this litigation is the first time I
Ok, voilà, je t'ai monté le son du procès. Ça va mieux, Infinity?
Okay, so she denies having anything to do with the title. It's going to be a separate question for the jury if she republished this article by tweeting about it. The problem is she alleged sexual assault. She alleged sexual violence in her case. So she's saying she had nothing to do with that title, but yet she's saying the same thing.
Yes, I think something that is really inconsistent with Amber's case in chief is the severe contradictory statements that you see throughout the entire trial. You never know what is it that she's trying to prove, because at some points, you know, they're trying to say, oh, well, it was verbal abuse. Oh, it was sexual abuse. Oh, it was, you know, domestic violence. It's never consistent, and that's the difficulty. And I think that's what the jury is struggling with as well. They're trying to figure out, okay, is she claiming sexual abuse? Is she claiming, you know, verbal abuse? What is it that she's claiming? They're getting confused by it.
Yeah, and that becomes the question, Matt. You know, really, when you're thinking about what the jury has to show here, the republication by Amber Heard, that is an essential issue for them. Her tweeting out the article with the title of it, and her providing a little commentary, you know, I wrote this article, is that going to constitute republication for defamation purposes? And just so, you know, we might be jumping, what am I talking about when I say republication? Because that is something that the jury has to find, right?
Republication is putting the knowledge up so the public can actually read it. By the act of her actually tweeting it, that in and itself constitutes republication. For me, for her to say that, oh, the first time I found out about it was in litigation, that just doesn't seem like it's
Oui, alerte, t'inquiète,
with the facts.
je vais vous informer. Donc là, en fait, ils sont en train de relayer l'info, de réexpliquer. Alors, c'est ce qu'ils ont fait hier. Hein. Hier, ils ont fait... il y a eu 8 heures de vidéo, mais en fait, ils demandent leur avis aux journalistes et qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent de ça. Il n'y a pas de nouvelles preuves ou de nouveaux faits qui se passent. Simplement, ils reparlent des 6 semaines de procès.
So I have a hard time thinking the jury's going to believe her claim on that one.
All right, well, let's talk more about this case as we are currently in verdict watch in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp defamation trial. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more.
Donc, première petite interlude, hein, première pause. Donc voilà, hier, ils ont fait ça toute la journée. Je sais pas si vous avez regardé hier le procès Infinity et Allaire. Rosemary, excuse-moi. Et donc hier, voilà, ils ont procédé exactement comme ça, c'est-à-dire qu'ils ont fait des petits passages, on va dire, de 5-10 minutes où ils relatent de nouveau le procès, où ils remettent certains instants les moments forts du procès. Ensuite, des petites pauses, ils revenaient. Et puis voilà, quoi. Dès qu'il y a de toute façon une actualité ou si on est en direct du tribunal, ils vont nous mettre tout de suite. Vous avez regardé le procès du début Vous avez regardé les 6 semaines du procès? Oui, 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 Rosemary, mais je m'en rappelais plus si tu m'avais répondu à cette question, si tu avais regardé les 6 semaines du procès. Ah voilà, les 3 dernières semaines. Ok. Donc évidemment, hein, je vous ai dit que donc cette chaîne, elle avait pour but de rediffuser les procès en direct ou des affaires criminelles ou enfin voilà, tout ce qui touche un petit peu aux tribunaux, aux affaires comme ça. Mais par contre, là, pour le procès de Johnny Depp et de Amber Heard, je vais pas vous traduire pendant 8 heures aujourd'hui tout ce qui se passe à la télé de l'Ocrime, parce qu'en fait, ils remettent tout le procès depuis le départ, donc je pense qu'on est à peu près tous au courant de ce qui s'est passé. Par contre, je peux vous commenter, je peux vous donner des informations que j'ai, ou voilà, au moment opportun, mais c'est vrai que traduire là pendant 8 heures tout ce qui va se dire, c'est peut-être pas forcément judicieux. Bon, à votre avis, on va avoir un verdict aujourd'hui ou pas? Donc là, il est 9 heures aux États-Unis et les jurés recommencent à se rentrer dans leur salle de délibération et donc doivent réétudier toutes les preuves. Ce que je disais, c'est que je pense qu'il va y avoir, je pense, c'est même quasi sûr, il va y avoir 2 verdicts en fait. Le premier verdict, c'est celui qui concerne Johnny Depp, puisque c'est lui le plaignant. Donc c'est... Ah, ça revient. Ça revient.
Welcome back, everybody. As we wait for a verdict in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, we're recapping some of the most pivotal and memorable.
Bon voilà, re-bienvenue tout le monde. Nous attendons toujours le verdict concernant le procès de Johnny Depp et de Amber Heard. Donc voilà, donc là ils vont nous refaire, ils refont un petit récap des moments forts du procès. Donc là ils vont parler de Isaac, l'ancien garde du corps de Johnny. Garde du corps et ami de Johnny.
What he had to say. This is Isaac Bruges talking a little bit more about his interactions with Amber Heard.
During your time living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you develop a relationship
donc voilà, donc ça, je vous l'avais déjà montré hier, je vous l'avais déjà traduit ce qu'il expliquait. Hein, que voilà, il était présent quasi tout le temps avec eux et que oui, il avait assisté à beaucoup de disputes entre eux. Et ensuite, l'avocate, elle va essayer de biaiser un petit peu son témoignage dans le sens où elle va laisser de lui faire venir où elle veut et elle va lui poser la question est-ce que vous avez déjà assisté à des... Est-ce que, à votre connaissance, Johnny Depp a déjà frappé Amber? Et il va dire en fait, moi, j'ai jamais été témoin de scènes comme ça, quoi. Donc, je peux pas vous répondre oui. J'ai jamais été témoin d'une scène où j'ai vu Johnny frapper Amber.
There's only one time I remember that she didn't offer because I walked in and she's in the kitchen at the counter and she's
et donc là on voit encore Amber écrire à longueur de temps elle écrit.
And I'm going, hey, is that something that can help me? And she looked at me and she goes, no. And I'm laughing and then she laughed after because she didn't realize she was making a joke. So yeah,
Mr.
I love
Did you notice any marks on her face when you were speaking with her?
No.
Did you see any bruises?
No.
Did you see any redness?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
Voilà, donc là elle demande est-ce que vous avez déjà su, est-ce que vous avez déjà vu des blessures?
Yeah.
And you had seen her not wearing makeup before?
Yeah, I've seen, like I said, with the face mask, doing a face mask, no makeup, hanging around the
il
waking
dit
up
qu'en
in the
fait,
morning.
il voyait Madame Hearst,
With
elle avait jamais eu de
makeup,
maquillage ou
glammed out to go out.
elle n'avait jamais eu de maquillage quand elle était chez elle. Donc voilà, il explique que elle se maquillait que pour sortir en fait. Mais quand ils étaient à la maison, elle se maquillait pas.
Well, yeah, after I said that, hey, what's going on? And he gave me the high sign to like, hey, follow him. We went into my apartment and had a conversation.
And what happened after you had that conversation with Mr. Drew?
We left the apartment and we go walking back towards Penthouse 1. And as I'm walking back, I say to Amber, as I'm walking up, he hit you? And she goes, yeah, he threw a phone at me and hit me. And I'm looking, because I had just seen her 2 feet away, and I'm going, where? And she puts her head out. She puts her face out like that for me to look at her, the right side of her face. And I'm looking, but at that point also, I'm looking, and I turn around, get on the other side. We're in the doorway. So I'm on this side with the light.
Je regarde, je suis toujours en direct. Moi, je regarde avec Locrime, la chaîne Locrime, hein, comme vous voyez là sur le petit logo sur votre écran. Et je regarde le chat en direct. Ah, les gens, ils en peuvent plus, ils attendent le verdict, ils sont à fond là. Et encore une fois, je vois beaucoup de messages de soutien pour Johnny Depp. De temps en temps, il y a des petits messages pour Amber avec des cœurs, mais Johnny Depp quand même reste prédominant dans le chat.
I don't see a cut, a bruise, swelling, redness. It's just Amber's face that she's going like this and showing me. So I'm not seeing anything. I back up and I'm making a joke. I make a joke going, well, I don't see anything, but maybe all the beauty from one side of your face to the other side of the face is outshining everything, so I can't see anything. And she's laughed and she's, you know, smiled. And I just looked at everybody and said, hey, it sounds nuts. And I went and I said, I gotta go. And I gave her a hug and kissed her on that side of the face. Kissed her on that side of the face. And then I left, said goodbye.
You know, as much as he says he fell in love with Amber, I think we all fell in love with you, Mr. Baruch. I really do. And the thing is, Jenny, you know, this is an interesting witness because we've seen so many people testify, like Johnny Depp's bodyguards. All right, you could say, you know, they're biased. Friends of Amber Heard, you know, it was too convenient, the things they saw. There was something about his testimony that I think just rang true to a lot of people, that when he said he didn't observe any injuries and got a pretty good look, and this is after the alleged cell phone incident in May of 2016, that there's something that felt real about that. What was your take?
I agree 100%. I mean, this witness was just by far one of my favorite witnesses. I mean, he was so genuine. He made you laugh, but you also believed him because, like you said, Jesse, there were so many witnesses that you could just clearly tell they were biased. I mean, you could tell they were Team Johnny, they were Team Amber. I mean, it was really, really hard. This witness, he just had such a charismatic characteristic to him that it was like you just fell in love with him and you believed what he had to say because he was genuine. So I think it was great that he testified.
Voilà, elle donne son avis par rapport au témoignage d'Isaac qu'elle a vu juste à l'instant à l'écran. Voilà, elle est persuadée que elle, son intime conviction, c'est voilà, que son témoignage est réel, que c'est un témoin fiable, que c'est un ami de Johnny. Donc, mais bon, c'est pas parce que c'est un ami de Johnny que il va pas donner un vrai témoignage. Et c'était quelqu'un qui était vraiment présent dans leur vie et qui était toujours là. Et pour elle, voilà, son témoignage, il est plausible, quoi. C'est quelqu'un aussi, elle dit que c'est quelqu'un de charismatique. Donc c'est quelqu'un qui impose le respect.
It depends. Obviously, in certain situations, bruising can show up later after this incident. So when Isaac actually saw this, he saw it immediately after the incident when it probably hadn't fully healed. What he was doing was giving great facts as to how he was inspecting, the light was coming in from the side. Remember this, in trials, facts win cases. What he was giving was great fact witness testimony, in addition to just being a likable witness. When you're that likable, the jury doesn't even care that you are Johnny Depp's friend and that you are by nature biased towards him. They believed everything he had to say about that incident. So the conclusion would likely be that those claim is not corroborated, that she could have just doctored the photographs because all those people didn't see the injuries she sustained, and they were believable versus Amber Heard, whose claims and testimony at times was a little unbelievable.
Well, I mean, we have to be clear about Isaac Brewer. It's not like he didn't have an opinion on this case. He got very emotional on the stand, and particularly when he was being questioned by Amber Heard's counsel. Take a look.
And for Johnny, you know, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get.
Bon alors là ouais c'est son témoignage, il est un petit peu ému on va dire, et il explique que c'est pas possible de quoi il est accusé, Johnny Depp. C'est pas possible que Amber Heard elle l'accuse de violence et d'abus sexuels comme ça. C'est pas possible, c'est Johnny Depp quoi. C'est une personne que je connais très bien, et je l'ai jamais vu faire de mal à qui que ce soit quoi.
And Mr. Baruch, if in fact she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp.
Et là, l'avocate a lui dit non, mais ne parlez pas ne vous étalez pas, parlez-nous des faits, s'il vous plaît. Parlez-nous des faits.
Then maybe it's time for him to take responsibility, don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Speculation, lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
He just went off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's...
You asked questions.
I didn't ask a question that launched that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay,
right, next question.
I'll ask this.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, you don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I'd never witnessed.
Donc là, voilà, c'est ce que je vous disais. Est-ce que vous avez déjà vu une scène de violence Et il a dit non, j'ai jamais été témoin d'une scène où Johnny frappe Amber.
I didn't ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic violence or abuse on Amber Heard. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I did not witness any physical violence.
But you have seen Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that is an important part there as well, Jenny. First of all, I think the Amber Heard side kind of had a little bit of difficulty wrangling him in a little bit. Maybe they wanted to let him go and show that he, I don't know, is biased, but I don't know if that's really where it comes from. He obviously believes that Amber Heard is making all this up, but there is an important point because he wasn't there behind closed doors for what happened, right? A lot of the witnesses weren't there behind closed doors, and they were just seeing the aftermath of what happened.
Correct. So, I mean, and that's one of the hardest parts with this case is that it's really hard to find somebody that corroborated the story of Amber Heard other than her sister. So it's really hard to figure out, okay, what happened behind closed doors? You have all of this circumstantial evidence surrounding the case that he could have been violent, but there's nothing that corroborates that evidence. And seeing him, you know, get emotional, I almost felt that he was in the relationship with them. So I still find that to be a very important piece of testimony that you could see he was genuinely hurt and honestly, like, shocked by these allegations that she would even go that far.
Matt Topanic, let me ask you this. How do you think the jury is going through all this? Because let's say, I mean, you have the mate 2016 incident, you have December 2015 headbutt, you have the Hicksville incident, you have Tokyo, you have the Boston airplane flight. Do they go through each one of these events, determine what happened, or do they say, hey, listen, there are audio tapes of him calling her names, that's abuse, that's it, we're done, we don't have to go through anything else? Or are they looking at each instance of physical abuse to say that is domestic abuse, and then also, of course, weighing the cavity search and the bottle sexual assault and whether that is sexual violence? How do you think they're going through all this?
I think they're going incident by incident, one by one. The thinking being is that even if they find one incident, that's all they need to find, one incident that they found to be, that actually happened, that they believe, that the evidence supports, then it's over. As to especially the domestic violence portion, because the allegations within the op-ed are about that he's a domestic abuser. If even one incident occurred and they find it, then that would be not found to be defamation. That being said, I think they're definitely going to look at the recordings. And the problem with the jury is, no matter when you ask a jury during jury selection, can you set aside your biases and do the evidence based on what you just see? They always say, yes, I can. The truth is they don't. All jurors always bring in their personal biases and their personal experiences into the jury room. So when they're listening to those audio recordings, definitely a few of them said, yeah, unfortunately, I'm ashamed to say I said that something similar like that to my significant other, but I never abused them. And that's what they're actually getting at. Was there physical abuse? Yes or no?
Great point to make, because I've spoken to a number of people about this case, particularly people outside the courtroom, and they say, listen, I yell at my wife or I yell at my husband. That's not abuse. Different, though. We're going to see what the jury comes back with and how they ultimately articulate whether or not there's emotional, psychological, verbal abuse outside of the physical, or maybe they're just focused on the physical. We'll wait and see. Let's take a break. When we come back, Stacey Delicat, live from Fairfax County, Virginia, is up next.
C'est l'heure de la pause. Ah bah on va pouvoir en boire des cafés pendant cette vidéo avec toutes les pauses qu'ils nous mettent. Allez, on est de nouveau ensemble.
Verdict watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial out in Fairfax County, Virginia. And speaking of Fairfax County, Virginia, it's time to go live there outside of the courthouse because our very own Stacey Delicat is with us with the very latest on what is happening outside. Good morning, Stacey. It's good to see you. Great reporting yesterday, your first day at the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. The scene looks a lot different than when Anjanette and I were there in the chaos.
On retrouve Stacey qui était là hier toute la journée dehors.
Good morning, Jesse. Yeah, it's definitely much calmer than it was in the previous weeks when the actual trial was going on. As you can probably see behind me, huge media presence remains. Sheriff's deputies set up barricades early this morning. This is, of course, in anticipation of the verdict. If things get a little crazy, if we find out the jury has reached a verdict, the announcement is made, and people start to congregate here at the courthouse. But for now, it's pretty quiet. We believe the jury was back behind closed doors starting right around 9 a.m. this morning to resume deliberations after getting through almost a total of 9 hours. Yesterday, we saw the Depp team of attorneys arriving just before 9 o'clock, making their way into the courtroom. We believe Amber's lawyers are probably inside as well. Not too many fans or supporters of either side out here today. Kind of a few looky-loos hanging out here and there, but for now the scene is pretty quiet as everyone just sort of settles in to wait and see what we get from the jury today.
Oh, I imagine if a verdict is announced, that scene will look a lot different with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard supporters. Now, my understanding, Stacey, is we had an interesting legal development yesterday. Apparently, Depp's side tried to move the court to do something. Can you walk us through what that was about?
Yeah, so Jesse, that's right. There were sort of two developments yesterday. One was the question the jury had, which we've spoken about, where they asked the judge to clarify whether they were to consider just the headline of the op-ed or its entirety when deciding whether a statement was false or not. And then later in the day, we found out that the Depp team had filed a motion asking the court to strike what they said was an inappropriate argument made by Amber Heard's team during the closings, in which her attorney basically said that their decision in this case would send a message to domestic abuse victims everywhere. The judge said, look, the jury already has the case. There's nothing I can do, so I'm going to have to deny the motion for now. So perhaps had they made that motion during the closings or right after, they would have had a better chance as opposed to waiting, you know, a full long weekend, you know, but waiting until after the deliberations had begun. So that was a development we saw here yesterday, and everyone is just sitting tight. We'll see whether the jury has more questions today. We know they have a thick packet of jury instructions to get through. We know there are a number of questions they have to consider. Yesterday, everyone was saying, well, if they're still hung up on question one, what does that mean in terms of how much more they have to get through? We just don't know. But obviously, Jesse, we're here keeping an eye on it all. Anjanette just went into the courtroom to see if anything's up in there, and we'll bring you an update at the top of the hour.
Well, if they only considered question one, you better get a fan. You better get a fan. You better get some lunch. We might be out there for quite some time, but we're reading the tea leaves as best as anyone else, so we'll see. Stacey, thank you so much. Yep. Great reporting, as always. So we're going to continue the discussion of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I want to go back to something interesting. There was an argument put forward by Johnny Depp's team that Amber Heard calculated a lot of what she did, that towards the end of the relationship, she made sure to go to get that TRO when Johnny Depp was away, that she faked her bruises, that she alerted the media that she was going to get this TRO and that they wanted to take pictures of her face, that this was all a calculated move. It supports Johnny Depp's argument that she is engaging in a hoax. I get the argument, but now let's move into the leaking of the video. There's this infamous video of Johnny Depp smashing a bunch of cabinets, and the allegation is that Amber Heard, as part of this calculated effort, leaked this video to TMZ. However, Amber Heard denies this. Let's start with Morgan Tremaine, who is a former TMZ employee.
Donc là, on va revoir le passage avec le journaliste de TMZ qui a reçu l'article. Et donc là, le but de l'interrogatoire, c'est de savoir qui lui avait envoyé cet article et comment il l'avait reçu et comment il avait écrit cet article. Là, c'est quand il a reçu une vidéo de Amber Heard où Johnny s'énerve dans des placards.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ, and they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited, as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence online.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
testify. I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and yes, that was my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that you have seen is complete.
Right, but the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know, I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ received.
I'm talking about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just focus on Mr. Tremaine.
You're asking me to repeat his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You edited out the portions.
That video did not come to me. Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
if I wanted to leak information, I could have done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because
I was living with a mountain of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
What a cross. All right, so Jenny, at the end of the day, did she leak the video to TMZ? What do you think the evidence supports here?
I think the evidence is very clear that she leaked the video. I mean, there's a couple things that we want to look at. The first being TMZ's testimony with the fact that, you know, if the source was verified, they can post it in 15 minutes. And the second being, if Amber took the video and the video that TMZ got was cut from the parts where Amber is being shown, who else could have cut it but Amber herself? And why would you cut it? For that reason. So I think it's pretty clear that Amber leaked it.
All right, well, we know where you stand, Jenny. It's curious to see what the jury will stand. By the way, little side note, Morgan Tremaine, I saw on social media yesterday, someone made an action figure of him. So that is what we're dealing with in this kind of trial. You're never going to see a case quite like this again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more. Okay, welcome back, everybody. As we cover the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial and currently in verdict watch, we'll keep a very careful eye on that courtroom feed if we get an update from the jury, either a question or a verdict. Let's still talk a little bit about what we were focusing on the last block, whether or not Amber Heard leaked the kitchen cabinet video of Johnny Depp literally smashing up his kitchen to TMZ. Amber Heard, as we just played for you, denied doing this. Allegation put forward by Johnny Depp's side as this was part of an orchestrated plot on her behalf to really, go get a TRO, make Johnny Depp look bad, go get this legal order when Johnny Depp was away. Really, trying to say that she created an elaborate hoax. This is the argument put forward by Johnny Depp's side. But with her denying,
il est en train d'expliquer que dans la dernière partie, avant la coupure pub, on a revu le passage où Amber Heard était interrogée par rapport à l'envoi de la vidéo à TMZ. Voilà, et donc là, il demande l'avis à...
She thinks helps her case, that this has happened enough to her that she puts this camera down on the table and starts filming because she knows the way this argument's going to go and wants to get whatever he says or does on tape. If you notice halfway through the video, she moves the camera so that it gets the angle of Johnny Depp so that he's on camera. Now,
mais pour lui, il est sûr que c'est elle qui l'a envoyé parce que c'est elle qui a bien mis la caméra, qui a fait en sorte de prendre les scènes, tout ça. Donc pour lui, il pense que c'est Amber qui a envoyé la vidéo.
About Johnny Depp, about domestic violence, about hitting her, breaking bottles, and overall acting a certain way and being intoxicated. She thinks this video proves that. The video to her proves, number one, you can tell Johnny Depp's intoxicated. Number two, he breaks a glass and a bottle on tape.
Donc c'est une vidéo quand même qui prouve que Johnny Depp a bien des addictions, où il boit, où il frappe dans les portes de placard, ou pour lui c'est une vraie preuve, quoi.
Maybe something happens after that. We are told this video was taken months before the alleged assault took place. Amber's, I think, hope, and she hasn't said she didn't put this tape out, but come on. You know, she taped it and she's the only one with the video.
And by the way, and her side, we should say, her side says there was no domestic violence here. This is, and we know that they are also saying that this was heavily edited, they say, and that's their position, but it is.
All right, Matt, let me ask you the number one question. Why was this not introduced into evidence? Or is this just, you know, someone's opinion about how it was leaked, you know? And you tell me.
Well, this is basically expert testimony. To be able to introduce this evidence, you would need an expert, Harvey, I am a lawyer, whatever his name is, testifying as like an AV expert, because the testimony itself is hearsay, not with an exception. So to introduce it, they would have to put one of the people on the stand from TMZ, get them administered and approved as an expert, and to give expert testimony. None of which I don't think in a court of law would somebody find a TMZ employee an expert in video editing for this type of case. So for me, but they did make interesting points. It's that the way it was edited, it could have only come from her. Cui bono, who benefits? What Camille Vasquez was trying to get across was that she's the one with the video. She was the one who benefited from it because it was the day before deposition in her divorce trial. A divorce where she had a prenup with Johnny Depp, where she would only receive a set amount. By leaking this, she created leverage.
Moi, je sais pas ce que vous pensez de cette histoire de vidéo, savoir si c'est elle ou pas, si vous avez une conviction là-dessus. Mais en tout cas, moi, ma conviction, c'est que le journaliste de TMZ, il a témoigné que d'habitude, ils mettent plusieurs heures à vérifier la source, voir s'il n'y a pas des droits d'auteur pour pouvoir diffuser les vidéos ou les... Salut Christelle, on est en train de parler de la vidéo que TMZ a reçue de l'iPad de Amber Heard. Et je disais, quelle est votre conviction à vous, enfin, quel est votre avis à vous concernant cette vidéo? Est-ce que c'est bien elle qui l'a envoyée ou pas? Et moi, ce qui me fait un peu tilt, c'est de me dire que le journaliste de TMZ, il a témoigné en disant que quand il recevait une information comme ça d'une quelconque source, il s'assurait d'acheter les droits d'auteur pour pouvoir exploiter la source, le média envoyé ou reçu. Et là, d'habitude, ils mettaient quand même plusieurs heures à vérifier que tout était légal, tout ça, et que quand ils ont reçu cette vidéo, ils l'ont validée en 15 minutes. Et moi, je trouve ça quand même assez hallucinant parce que comment ils auraient pu la valider en 15 minutes, sachant qu'ils ne connaissaient pas la source. Là, ils disent qu'en 15 minutes, ils ont su que c'était une source fiable. Ils ont réussi à acheter les droits d'auteur et ils ont pu diffuser cette vidéo. Donc, pour moi, en tout cas, de mon point de vue, ce serait bien Amber Heard qui aurait envoyé cette vidéo et qui serait fait payer les droits d'auteur, quoi, qui aurait reçu les droits d'auteur. C'est pour moi, c'est la seule explication logique qui fait qu'il l'ait validé en aussi peu de temps, cette vidéo.
Denied him instantly. So when you're thinking about this case and like, oh, we're not asking for $100 million. Well, that you're That's the whole basis of your countersuit. Johnny Depp is suing for $50 million. You just doubled it and made it $100 million. And then in closing at the end of a 6-week trial where I don't know how many thousands of dollars were spent on legal fees and a jury missed, I don't know, probably 6 weeks of work. So you can do the math on that. It's like, oh, by the way, just kidding. We weren't looking for $100 million. I think that is kind of one of the final nails in the coffin for Amber Heard's legal team with their credibility, in my opinion.
Jenny, real quick, 20 seconds or so. The video does show, though, Johnny Depp getting pretty aggressive. I mean, doesn't that hurt him?
I think it hurts him in the sense with regards to that he was drunk, but I mean, he didn't do anything to Amber. So I think that's where it doesn't hurt him. It's more, the jury, make the mental leap. If this is what he's doing, you know, and this is how he acts, what else is he doing behind closed doors? That's the argument put forward by Amber Heard's side. Let's take a quick break. Jenny, Matt are going to stay with me. We're going to break down more that's happening. And when we come back,
allez, refont un petit break, une petite pause. Ah là là, j'espère qu'on va vraiment avoir ce verdict aujourd'hui. Ça nous tient vraiment en haleine, là, cette histoire-là. Vraiment.
And welcome back to the Morning Docket, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. It is all about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial here on the network. We are waiting for a jury's verdict after they deliberated yesterday for about 7 hours, on Friday 2 hours. We're waiting for a development from the courtroom. Again, Johnny Depp has been suing Amber Heard for $50 million, claiming that she defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed piece. She has countersued him for $100 million, claiming that he defamed her through public statements from his attorney, Adam Waldman, claiming that her accusations were a hoax. We covered every second of this 6-week trial. And now it is time to go live to Fairfax County, Virginia, where our very own Anjanette Levy is live outside of that courthouse for the very latest. Anjanette, good to see you once again. What can you tell us about where we are?
Well, good morning to you, Jesse. You know, I'm out here with our crew. Stacey Delicat is here with me. We are keeping an eye on everything. I can tell you I was in the courthouse just a short time ago. I ran out here to do this live
Elle nous ressort la même chose qu'hier. Tout ce que je peux vous dire, je suis devant le palais de justice. Et c'est une belle journée, il fait beau. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Alors, elle disait que tout à l'heure qu'il n'y avait pas beaucoup de fans ou de personnes regroupées aujourd'hui. Il y en avait moins qu'hier.
Obviously, you know, we've seen this in big cases before. When a judge has a big case, it doesn't mean that their other cases on their docket go away. Sometimes they'll have another judge. Or a visiting judge come in and assist, or other judges will pick up the slack, but she's working on her other docket, and she's the chief judge, so she probably has a pretty full docket. So that's what's going on inside right now. We can tell you, and we told you earlier, that Johnny Depp was in the UK last night playing a concert at Royal Albert Hall with Jeff Beck. He was performing there. His ex-girlfriend and current friend, Kate Moss, who testified in this trial, was there as his special guest, as was Sharon Osbourne. We don't know if she was a special guest of Johnny Depp.
On va revenir sur le témoignage de Kate Moss, apparemment.
So that's the very latest from here at the Fairfax County Courthouse. I can tell you the media area that we talked about yesterday, the media area over here, full again of press, a lot of international press. The podium is set up yet again in case anything happens, and there are post-verdict press conferences. So that's where we stand right now. It's another hot day here in Fairfax County, Virginia, but at least we have some breeze today, Jesse. So, you know, the silver lining. You gotta look for the silver lining in every situation.
Always. Let me ask you this: any word on supporters of Johnny Depp or Amber Heard out there, and also any word on if Amber Heard is in Fairfax County, Virginia, awaiting for the verdict?
You know, I saw maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5, I'm trying to count in my head right now, Depp fans this morning that just getting the wristband, but they left. They got their wristband and they left. I'm assuming, you know, once something happens, if there's some movement, they will return to the courthouse. But right now it's more media than anybody else, and obviously attorneys entering the courthouse and what have you. But Amber Heard, as far as we know, and I'm still working to get a definitive confirmation on this, as I told you, Eve Barlow, her friend and supporter who was barred earlier in the trial from the courtroom for tweeting and passing along inaccurate information to Amber Heard's lawyers, she had tweeted that Amber Heard, she's been kind of not happy with Johnny Depp and tweeting stuff about how, oh, he's in the UK and she has to, you know, wait for this verdict. So it makes it sound like she's possibly here, but I'm trying to get some more definitive information on that question.
And Anjanette, just real quick before I let you go, they don't have to be there for the verdict.
No, they don't. Judge Ascarati said that a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
And Camille Vasquez had asked during a hearing, do they have to be here, and the parties? And she said, Judge Ascarati said no. Mm-hmm. And it's my understanding, you know, Johnny Depp didn't just fly off to the UK and say, I'm going to go play my guitar. Apparently these were previously scheduled engagements. So, you know, this is something that's a job. This is his part of his livelihood now and his career. You know, he's got this music career, the Hollywood Vampires, the Jeff Beck collaboration. So,
donc là, elle explique que donc il seront pas là pour le jugement et parce que donc en plus Johnny il s'est envolé en Grande-Bretagne juste après la fin des plaidoiries vendredi. Il a tenu un concert ce week-end et qu'elle pense pas qu'ils seront là. Pour le verdict.
Yeah, I think it kind of is in some ways.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Kate Moss, Johnny Depp. Hey, Anjanette, thank you so much. Really appreciate the reporting, and we'll check back in with you later. Thanks so much. So we're going to continue focusing a little bit more on the testimony in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. I want to go back to that May 2016 incident when Amber Heard says that Johnny Depp threw a cell phone at her face. We talked earlier about how Isaac Baruch, one of Johnny Depp's friends and also a friend of Amber Heard, didn't notice any bruises on her. Well, we also heard from Alejandro Romero, the front desk employee at that penthouse where Depp and Heard lived. He actually took his deposition in his own car, which is something I've never really seen before. But let's hear what he had to say.
This is the same incident.
Ah non, c'est pas tout de suite la pub.
Okay. And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. It says the question at line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath back at that time, 2 months after the incident?
Yes, I remember, because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't
donc là c'est le responsable du penthouse qu'on voit.
I probably will remember that, but I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on?
Ouais, non, mais c'est sûr qu'il vaut mieux qu'il soit pas là, hein. Ça c'est sûr, Christelle.
According to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day. Right? I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more.
Well, at least he's very honest about how he feels about this case and his role in it. I think there's a lot of people who have just had enough of it. But anyway, back here with trial attorney Jenny Alcati and criminal defense attorney Matt Topanic. You know, Jenny, there was also something we talked about how Isaac Baruch seemed very relatable. There seemed to be something kind of relatable about Alejandro Romero, that he didn't really want to be a part of this, but said, you know, if I saw bruising, I would have noticed it. I didn't notice it. Do you feel that this is a witness who has a dog in this fight and cannot be trusted?
I don't think that he can't be trusted. I think he can be trusted.
Là, je voulais vous mettre un petit récap de l'affaire en attendant, parce que là, il répète toujours les mêmes choses.
wasn't looking at
Je vais
her
vous mettre un
face,
petit
I wasn't
récap.
analyzing every detail. I wasn't looking and being like, you know what, today you have botched Botox. He's not, he was relatable. He was reasonable about it. So
Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence.
I said yes. I am.
Ça, c'est le fameux article dommageable pour Johnny. Et là, du coup, les jurés sont en train de délibérer sur le gros titre. Hein. Pas sur l'entièreté de l'article.
On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following. For the idiot cow, 3 exclamation points. Next text. Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry.
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and just heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
So Jenny, let's say the jury is thinking, you know, maybe these witnesses are biased, maybe they didn't really get a great look, maybe there was makeup. It really comes down to if they believe Amber Heard more than anything. When you look at her testimony, do you feel that there were moments where it really did seem very relatable and credible, and that she is telling the truth? Because usually when we see alleged domestic violence or sexual assault survivors testify, there is a certain credence that is given to that testimony, and it almost, you know, we say that it does seem true. How, you know, of course, obviously anyone is innocent until proven guilty. This is not a criminal case, but, you know, this case feels very different because a lot of people are going into it automatically not believing Amber Heard. So where do you stand on how beneficial
Moi, je pense pas que ça va le desservir, bien au contraire, parce qu'en fait, tout est dans le titre. C'est écrit Amber Heard, deux points. Je suis une femme, enfin j'ai parlé des violences sexuelles et j'ai fait face à la colère de notre culture. Ça doit changer. En fait, elle parle vraiment de violences sexuelles, donc je pense qu'ils vont dire que c'est diffamatoire. Puisqu'en fait, à aucun moment dans le procès, on a entendu Johnny s'excuser de violences sexuelles. Alors, est-ce que ça visait Johnny, l'article? Moi, je pense que oui. Je sais pas comment les jurés vont délibérer là-dessus. Je sais pas. Je sais pas comment ils en sont venus au fait de demander au juge un éclaircissement là-dessus.
That's a trauma response. That is something where, you can't get the words out. So for that testimony, I think there were portions of her testimony that were believable and they were trauma responses. She couldn't get the words out. But there were other portions of her testimony that I didn't believe. I couldn't really, I had a hard time understanding her with regards to, facts that happened because they weren't consistent.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to break down more of the testimony in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial as we wait for a verdict out in Fairfax County, Virginia. We'll be back.
Флорум – пробіотик від діареї, бо, по-перше, нейтралізує шкідливі бактерії.
Bruising, well, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away, so you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green.
Moi, j'ai des petits soucis de connexion. Alors, soit c'est moi, ou soit c'est la plateforme qui vraiment a trop de monde et c'est trop la galère. Mais on n'a rien loupé, hein. Là, elle est en train d'expliquer un petit peu. Elle parle de sa palette de maquillage.
Day 2, just I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples, and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like a 5-7 days in, becomes more of a yellow-green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course, but it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or, if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay. Overruled. They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
Okay. You always wear makeup?
It's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Okay.
Matt, as much as I love you, I am going to Jenny on this question. Jenny, is she telling the truth about makeup and these concealers and the tinted foundation and how you correct bruise? Because again, we actually have chatters who have been following this and saying, it's a kit that you use to actually create bruises, not to cover them up. So where do you stand on that?
So the kit that was used that she's showing, yes, that is what you use usually to, if there's redness, you use green to counteract that. That's the typical makeup trick. That's something that women use for blemishes. So what she was saying was in fact true. Something that I would have rather seen.
Non, Manu, toujours pas de verdict. On en est toujours nulle part. Ils nous ressortent toujours, ils font comme hier, en fait, ils nous remettent des passages du procès, des 6 semaines de procès, les moments forts, et puis ils demandent des avis à des journalistes, à des experts à côté, qu'est-ce qu'ils en pensent et qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent de cette preuve. Donc pour l'instant, rien de nouveau. Le jury est toujours en délibéré.
Wait a second. Celebrities get work done? What are you talking about? That's it, Jenny. I can't believe anything you're saying. All right, let's just move on. So I will tell you, though, the testimony of Melanie Iglesias, the Amber Heard's makeup artist, this was very powerful, in my opinion. Let's play what she had to say, because she said that she actually covered up bruises of Amber Heard before a James Corden appearance in 2015. Take a look.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse? Yes. And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I went back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup. She had injuries. She had too light, like, I don't know how, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly, so she had a discoloration here, under both eyes, and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo?
Alors non, je sais pas pourquoi ça prend autant de temps. Enfin, j'ai mon point de vue en fait, c'est que c'est ce que j'expliquais hier dans mon direct. C'est qu'en fait, ça fait 6 semaines qu'ils sont là, les jurés. Ça fait 6 semaines qu'ils n'ont jamais pu échanger, ils n'ont pas pu échanger une seule fois concernant le procès. Ils sont logés à l'hôtel, ils se déplacent avec un garde du corps pour aller manger au restaurant tout seul. Enfin, voilà, ils voient personne depuis 6 semaines. Et il y a eu quand même beaucoup de points qui ont été soulevés lors du procès. Il y a eu beaucoup de preuves, il y a eu beaucoup de contre-preuves. Voilà, c'était un gros procès. Donc je pense que là, il leur faut quand même du temps pour pouvoir délibérer et trouver un verdict, quoi. Alors oui, on est tous impatients hein, d'avoir le verdict. Ils ont commencé vendredi, je crois, 1 heure ou 2 après le procès. Et là, ils ont repris que hier matin, parce que lundi, c'était férié. Donc, ouais, là, je pense qu'ils sont encore en train de délibérer. Et le truc, c'est qu'en fait, ils ont déjà 3 feuilles du côté de Johnny Depp, c'est-à-dire que Johnny, il a 3 chefs d'accusation pour diffamation envers Amber Heard. Et sur ces 3 chefs d'accusation, il y a 7 questions auxquelles les jurys doivent répondre. Donc ça fait déjà 21 questions juste du côté de l'équipe de Johnny Depp. Ensuite, ils doivent évaluer le montant des dommages qu'il a subis. Et ensuite, on a aussi un deuxième verdict du côté de Amber Heard, puisque elle aussi a attaqué Johnny Depp, donc elle aussi, elle doit avoir un questionnaire avec plusieurs questions à remplir, tout ça. Donc ouais, ça doit pas être simple pour les jurés là. Et j'espère vraiment qu'on aura un verdict aujourd'hui, hein, moi aussi.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her, is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, you know, turn it on, that she, you know, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad,
ouais, c'est exactement ça. En fait, il faut qu'il y ait l'unanimité pour que le verdict soit rendu. Voilà. Alors, c'est pareil, j'expliquais hier, donc je vais vous réexpliquer. Donc, le jury, il est sélectionné parmi la population. Voilà, il faut remplir certains critères. Il ne faut pas avoir de casier judiciaire. Il ne faut pas avoir eu de jugement ou de condamnation au cours de des 2 dernières années, je crois, il me semble. Et du coup, donc, ils sont sélectionnés dans la population. Ensuite, ils sont soumis à un questionnaire. À l'issue de ce questionnaire, ils passent en audition avec les avocats, tout ça, et ils sont réquisitionnés ou ils sont sélectionnés. Suite à la sélection, ils sont logés à l'hôtel. Ils n'ont pas le droit de communiquer ni avec leur famille, ni avec leurs amis, ni avec les autres membres du jury. Ils n'ont pas le droit de parler de l'affaire ni à qui que ce soit autour d'eux. Et pendant le procès, voilà, ils ne peuvent pas échanger. Donc moi, je pense qu'ils ont quand même besoin de temps pour pouvoir étudier toutes les pièces du dossier, tous les témoignages, tous les enregistrements audio, tout ce qui s'est fait en fait. Donc voilà, hier ils sont plus sortis du silence, ils ont demandé au juge d'avoir un éclaircissement sur le point 3 du formulaire de délibération. Donc le point 3, c'était donc concernant la première allégation de Amber Heard dans le journal, dans l'article qu'elle avait paru en 2018. Donc sa première citation, c'était « J'ai parlé contre la violence sexuelle ». Alors c'est écrit Amber Heard, : j'ai parlé contre la violence sexuelle et j'ai fait face à la colère de notre culture, cela doit changer. Et au petit 3, donc, concernant cette allégation, c'est est-ce que cette déclaration est fausse, oui ou non? Et le jury a demandé à avoir une explication concernant est-ce que cette déclaration est fausse, est-ce qu'on parle de l'entièreté de l'article ou est-ce qu'on parle uniquement du gros titre. Donc voilà, donc, les avocats Camille et Benjamin, ils se sont fait une petite réunion en vitesse et ils ont statué sur le fait qu'on parlait que du titre. Il s'agissait du titre et pas de l'entièreté de l'article. J'espère que j'ai répondu à ta question, Manu. Ouais, de rien, Manu. Ouais, c'est sûr, ça va être long. Ça va être long. Mais j'espère quand même, je croise les doigts pour que ce soit aujourd'hui, j'aimerais bien. Donc je vous le redis, je ne retraduis pas tout, exactement tout là, hein, parce que c'est quand même 8 heures de diffusion sur la chaîne. Il reparle des gros moments clés du procès. Par contre, donc s'il y a quelque chose d'intéressant, je vous le retranscris, il n'y a pas de souci. Puis n'hésitez pas à me le dire hein, quand vous voulez que je traduise, je le ferai. Mais en tout cas, moi je regarde en continu toute la journée. Et croyez-moi que s'il y a un mouvement au tribunal, je serai aux premières loges pour vous l'annoncer. Donc pas de problème, je suis là, je suis présente, fidèle au poste. Alors la question 3, alors je vais vous relire les questions. Parce qu'on a eu accès qu'à la première page, nous, du formulaire du verdict. Donc les 7 questions concernant la première allégation, donc le gros titre, Amber Heard, : j'ai parlé contre la violence sexuelle et j'ai fait face à la colère de notre culture, cela doit changer. Les 7 premiers points sur lesquels les jurés doivent répondre, c'est Premier point, cette déclaration a été faite ou publiée par Madame Heard. Deuxième point, cette déclaration visait Monsieur Depp. Troisième point, cette déclaration est fausse. Quatrième point, cette déclaration avait-elle une implication diffamatoire à propos de Monsieur Depp? Point numéro 5, cette déclaration est une déclaration diffamatoire conçue et voulue par Madame Heard. 6, cette déclaration est une déclaration diffamatoire qui visait quelqu'un d'autre que Monsieur Depp. Numéro 7, est-ce que cette déclaration a été faite avec une réelle méchanceté, dans le sens où est-ce que Madame Heard a fait cette déclaration en sachant qu'elle était fausse avec un réel mépris pour la vérité? Donc voilà, à toutes ces questions, le jury doit répondre oui ou non. Et donc il y en a 21 comme ça. Il y a 7 questions pour les 3 gros chefs d'accusation de Monsieur Depp vers Amber Heard.
We now know Johnny Depp has been on stage in the UK, at least 3 more shows in the UK on the calendar this week. So it's likely.
Là, on voit Johnny en train de faire son concert ce week-end là en Grande-Bretagne. Ça a dû lui faire du bien, je pense.
The verdict here when it does come in. No word from his attorneys on this, but we'll wait and see. Of course, we talked about earlier some of the juicy news from last night that Kate Moss was spotted in the audience of the show, and according to the Daily Mail, was even backstage catching up with Depp. Of course, she giving some very high-profile testimony during the last week of this case last week. So, Jesse, that's the scene out here right now. We're waiting to see if we get any updates before the lunch hour. Yesterday, jurors broke for lunch just about 12:30.
And speaking of that, let's talk about the scheduling. Based on what happened yesterday, what can we expect in terms of the jury deliberating, their breaks, when they might go home, so we have a better understanding?
Yeah, so I just want to add one thing I forgot to mention, which is that Anjanette is inside talking to sources, and we have heard from sources that Amber's lawyers are saying she will be here when a verdict's read, that she is in the area. So we believe that she will come in when a verdict is reached. Now, as for the schedule, yesterday, as I said, they took a lunch break around 12:30. And remember, as Anjanette reported, we found out the judge isn't ordering lunch for anyone. These jurors are either bringing their own lunch or picking up some kind of box lunch. So they have a quick lunch break.
Ouais, Manu, ils doivent être tous d'accord. Alors, s'ils n'arrivent pas... Donc, je crois qu'il y a une personne qui relève les formulaires, je ne sais pas combien de fois par jour, par contre, je ne peux pas vous dire. Et tant qu'ils ne sont pas d'accord, en fait, la juge leur donne du temps pour délibérer. Je ne sais pas jusqu'à combien de temps elle peut leur donner, mais je sais qu'à un moment donné, dans la loi américaine, si le juré n'arrive pas à parvenir à un verdict, c'est le juge qui s'en charge.
Perhaps they'll continue on to get it wrapped up today, but again, Jesse, we just don't know.
Still shocking to me about the lunch and the dinner. You can't. All the money in Fairfax. Look at the size of that courthouse. They can't chip in for a tuna salad, some pasta salad.
You know, and
what are we doing here?
Interesting tidbit, as you know, they have a pretty nice cafeteria downstairs. They do. You know, couldn't they at least send up some sandwiches from the cafeteria? So I don't know what's going on with that.
That is the biggest injustice I have seen coming out of the trial as of late. But Stacey Delicat, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to catch up with Stacey and Anjanette.
Il y a quand même plus de la moitié là dans le chat qui disent qu'il n'y aura pas de verdict aujourd'hui.
In the courtroom and the courthouse, learning a little bit more information. But we want to continue on focusing a little bit more on the testimony that you might have missed. We go back to Johnny Depp taking the stand, and this was an important point because he addressed why he's doing this, why he wants to get the truth out in his opinion, but he was also cross-examined by Amber Heard's side too.
Pourquoi tu penses ça, Manu? Tu penses que la juge elle a une sympathie pour Johnny? Alors c'est ce que je disais aussi hier dans mon live. J'avais l'impression qu'elle avait des regards un peu plus tendres vers Johnny. Enfin après c'est que mon avis, hein, mais je dirais qu'elle. En tout cas cette juge elle est vachement douce. Je la trouve très très douce. Elle est pas dure cette juge quoi. Elle a l'air vachement ouverte, elle écoutait bien tout ce qui se passait. Moi, je la trouvais attendrissante, cette femme. Punaise, regardez comme elle le regarde quand il fait son témoignage, là. C'était un truc de fou, quoi. Ouais, ouais. De toute façon, Johnny Depp, il a l'opinion pour lui, hein, mais je pense aussi que l'attitude d'Amber Heard pendant les 6 semaines, enfin même pas que pendant les 6 semaines, parce que même tout ce qu'elle a fait avant tout ça, ça a joué contre elle aussi, je pense ça.
Carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
You testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Ouais, j'avais compris, Amber, Manu. Même compris. Merci de la précision.
This trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Ms. Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial, was she?
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered. Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is, but I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
Enfin, elle représente tous les mauvais côtés de la célébrité, oui et non, hein, parce que avant Aquaman, elle n'était pas célèbre, hein, cette femme. Donc, je sais pas ce qu'elle représente, mais ouais.
Yes, sir, I was.
En tout cas, pas quelqu'un d'agréable, quoi. Mais c'est difficile, en fait. Hein. Je pense que ça va être difficile aussi pour les jurés. Tout à l'heure, tu me disais pourquoi ça prend autant de temps, mais je pense que ça va être difficile pour eux de trancher et d'avoir un verdict sans prendre part, enfin, sans prendre parti. Ce que je disais, Johnny Depp, ça fait 40 ans qu'on le connaît, ça fait 40 ans qu'il est acteur, qu'on l'a connu dans tous les films de toujours, de Disney, enfin voilà, on a grandi avec Johnny Depp, c'est quelqu'un qui limite fait partie de notre famille, quoi. C'est quelqu'un qu'on voit dans les films et tout. Et Amber Heard, on la connaît pas. Franchement, avant qu'elle soit mariée à Johnny Depp, on connaissait pas du tout cette femme. Et encore, même pendant le mariage, on l'a pas beaucoup connue. Ce qui a fait qu'on la connaisse, c'est qu'elle a joué dans Aquaman. Mais à part ça, elle n'était pas ultra connue, quoi. Enfin, c'est mon point de vue. Hein. Je sais pas si vous la connaissiez, vous, avant, mais moi, en tout cas, j'en ai pas entendu parler. Hein.
So if they found it, the allegations to be true, or at the very least not untrue, then the same assertion can be made here.
Yeah, but you know what I'm also thinking about here, Jenny? I'm also thinking about this. It was a powerful point when Johnny Depp is the one who brought this lawsuit. He didn't have to bring this lawsuit. He didn't have to expose all of his dirty laundry and all of these embarrassing details, but he did. Why do, and this was a point that was made up in closing argument, the only reason you would do this, right, is if you are telling the truth and you think you can win and that she actually did defame you.
Ouais, on a eu d'ailleurs pendant le procès un témoignage de son assistante, de son ancienne assistante, qui avait dit qu'un jour elle a pété un câble, enfin, c'était souvent le cas, hein, qu'elle pétait souvent des câbles, qu'un jour elle lui a même craché au visage, elle lui a hurlé dessus, elle lui a craché au visage. C'est pas évident de traiter les gens comme ça. Hein.
You know, his kids won't be so angry with him anymore, or maybe, you know, the world won't see him as this horrible human being. It's just kind of, he wouldn't do it. No person would
Bah,
go through a
moi, franchement, je sais pas comment ils vont se relever tous les deux de ce scandale. Hein. Parce que Johnny Depp, quand même, sa réputation a été entachée hein, avec tout ça. Je sais pas si les studios vont de nouveau lui refaire confiance dans les films futurs. Et Amber Heard, elle va retomber dans les oublis, je pense, comme elle est venue, quoi. Parce que c'est pareil, si elle a un caractère aussi... je vais pas dire mauvais, mais aussi instable, ça va être compliqué quoi, pour elle de refaire carrière là-dedans, quoi, dans le cinéma. Hein. Elle va repartir aux oubliettes comme elle est venue, quoi. Ouais, c'est chaud, et je pense que les deux, ils vont perdre beaucoup. Hein. En tout cas, l'un des deux va perdre 50 millions, hein, ça c'est sûr. Je vous remets un petit résumé du procès là que Sud-Ouest il a mis sur YouTube. J'aimais bien ce petit résumé là. C'est les 5 moments forts de l'audience, enfin du procès. Salut Richard. Bon bah tu vois, hier t'es parti plus tôt, mais on n'a pas eu de verdict, hein. Donc on est de nouveau là aujourd'hui. Ouais, je suis un petit peu comme toi Manu, moi je crois à fond au karma et ouais, on verra. Mais en tout cas, pour l'instant, faut pas se prononcer parce que le jury ne l'a pas fait. Et s'il ne l'a pas encore fait, c'est que ça doit pas être si évident que ça quand même, hein, de se prononcer comme ça. Hein. Et franchement, moi j'arrête pas de le dire depuis le début, ça va être compliqué pour le jury de pas prendre parti. De comment ils vont réussir à trancher cette affaire sans prendre parti pour Johnny ou bah, forcément pour Johnny, parce que c'est lui qu'on connaît depuis plus longtemps. Parce que forcément c'est des gens qui doivent l'apprécier. Enfin voilà, on apprécie tous Johnny Depp. Enfin moi je l'ai jamais vu au cœur de gros scandales. Fin de la pause.
We go to some of the more crucial testimony in this case, and you have to say the audio recordings between Depp and Heard are probably some of the most damning pieces of evidence captured in real time at those moments. Gives us a glimpse into what was happening.
Imaginez, ce seriez vous l'un des jurés. Putain, mais ce serait pas trop compliqué, sérieux, de trancher une affaire comme ça sans prendre parti. On est quand même des humains, quoi. À la base, on a quand même. Et c'est ce que j'explique depuis le début. On a tous notre intime conviction. On a tous notre verdict intérieur, on va dire. Ah, ça doit être compliqué. Et ça doit être dur d'être impartial. Bon, alors moi je pense ça. Ouais, mais bon, regardez, il y a telle preuve. Ouais, mais bon, c'est Johnny, quoi. Ouais, mais bon, c'est Amber. Ah, ça doit être dur. Franchement, ça doit être trop dur. Il doit s'arracher la tête là en ce moment.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
Ouais, c'est dur là ce qu'elle dit dans cet enregistrement audio là. Vas-y, vas-y, va le dire au monde entier. Je m'appelle Jenny, je suis une victime de ma femme. Va le dire au monde entier. Ça c'est chaud quand même.
That, you know, I mean, how do you view that? One argument, of course, is that, go, Johnny, go tell the world that you're a victim, no one's going to believe you. And then the other way of saying it is, you abused me, you know, and who's really going to believe this? And so I'm curious.
Ouais, c'est sûr, Richard. Ouais, voilà, donc c'est pour ça c'est compliqué aussi pour nous de le voir dans une telle affaire, quoi. Parce qu'il a toujours protégé sa vie privée et ouais, c'est compliqué, quoi. Le premier scandale, c'est quand il a quitté Vanessa Paradis pour se mettre avec une petite jeune de 20 ans, 20 ans sa calette. Et deuxième affaire, bah, c'est cette fameuse femme qui lui fait la misère, quoi. Donc c'est chaud, hein. Sur 40 ans de carrière, quand même, c'est juste l'histoire d'une femme, quoi. Parce que franchement, même ces addictions de drogue ou d'alcool, enfin, moi perso, j'en avais jamais entendu parler, hein. Enfin, en tout cas pas dans les médias. Ou j'étais à 10 milieux de m'imaginer qu'il était toxico et alcoolique, quoi. Enfin, c'est des grands mots peut-être, mais moi en tout cas, j'avais jamais entendu parler d'affaires comme ça jusqu'à présent, quoi.
If the jury finds that they're both abusive, Johnny Depp does not win his lawsuit. However, Amber Heard's countersuit potentially may survive because she's countersuing him for the belief that his people set up a smear campaign against her. So if they find that to be true, then she could potentially win while also Johnny Depp would be losing. However, I think both sides have said things that are untrue. There's been conflicting evidence. I honestly think both sides lose.
It's a very strong possibility. And speaking of the counterclaims, Jenny, the argument in favor of Depp for the counterclaims is that his lawyer, Adam Waldman, was he actually acting as an agent? And two, he did his own due diligence, spoke with a number of people who didn't observe these injuries, and he put forth a good faith statements about Amber Heard in the sense that he legitimately believed she was making these allegations up. Now, of course, it's Johnny Depp who is that he's acting on his behalf. Johnny Depp knows the truth. How strong are those counterclaims for Amber Heard?
I don't think they're very strong, if I'm being quite honest. I mean, at the end of the day, if his attorney published those statements, if he published them on behalf of Johnny, then you have to prove that actual malice element, which is a lot higher of a standard. But if he published them because he wanted to just speak the truth and say, this is my opinion, and are truthful statements, Amber's not going to win her case. Just as Matt had said, if you can prove truth, it's an ultimate to the statement. If you can prove that the statement is a true statement, it's an ultimate defense to defamation.
Matt, we look at the verdict form, there are like 40, 42 questions this jury has to answer. Majority of them are whether or not it, by greater weight of the evidence, it meets the element of defamation, actual malice, the final element of defamation here, you have to prove by clear and convincing evidence, a higher standard. But then at the very end of their case, they have to decide damages. It's on that verdict form. They can decide compensatory or punitive damages for either side. Or both. And the question, of course, is that conversation on damages could in and of itself take hours for the jury to decide, right?
Yes, especially if they actually find in favor of one side or both sides, then they can figure out what is actually the monetary amount. If the jury's having a discussion over damages, a lengthy one, it's not because it's $1. It could be, all right, we're calculating how much money Johnny Depp would have made for Pirates 6, which he computed being $50 million, something of that nature. And Amber Heard, okay, how
non,
much,
mais Johnny Depp, c'est un... Moi, je trouve que c'est un mec charismatique qui a de la prestance quand même, tu vois. Et j'ai pas l'impression que ce soit le genre de mec à balancer des noms d'oiseaux, ou enfin, ça aussi vraiment, il en peut vraiment plus, mais c'est quelqu'un qui parle poétiquement en fait. Moi, quand je l'écoute là dans les procès, dans ses témoignages, il parle avec poésie. Et ouais, je pense que c'est quelqu'un de charismatique, mais qui sait parler, quoi.
So it's almost like two trials here for the jury to ultimately consider, and that's why it's going to take probably some time. Jenny Alcati, Matt Topanic, I really appreciate you spending the last 2 hours with me breaking down this case. Really do appreciate it. We're going to continue our analysis here on Long Crime. Stay with us. Anjanette Levy is up next from Fairfax County.
C'est l'heure de la petite pause de 4 minutes. Ouais, il est carrément posé, hein, c'est sûr. Hein. Mais je pense qu'il a aussi travaillé avec ses avocats hein, sur l'attitude à avoir, hein, je pense, hein, parce que ça compte aussi. Hein, de toute façon, tout compte hein, dans un procès. Hein, donc, surtout qu'aux États-Unis, c'est devant un jury. Donc, tout le monde scrute tout le monde. Ça doit quand même pas être facile. Hein. Et je pense aussi, c'est pour ça que le comportement de l'un et de l'autre va aussi beaucoup peser dans la balance, surtout que c'est le jury qui rend le verdict, c'est qu'ils auront été scrutés pendant les 6 semaines, les expressions qu'ils ont eues, s'ils ont exagéré ou pas, dans la manière de parler, mais dans la manière de s'exprimer aussi gestuellement. Et je pense que ça aussi, ça va vachement compter, quoi. Ça, on l'a pas en France, ça, hein, des procès comme ça, avec des jurys, en tout cas pas dans une affaire comme ça, quoi. Nous, en France, on veut juste impressionner le juge. C'est vraiment vers le juge que tout est dans les mains du juge, quoi. Que là, dans ce procès, c'est dans les mains de 7 personnes. 7 personnes complètement différentes, triées sur le volet. Ouais, on sait même. Enfin, 7 personnes qui peuvent avoir chacune une opinion différente sur Johnny Depp ou Amber Heard. Ça doit être vachement compliqué, quoi. Ouais, bon, bah, on a compris que dans le chat, il n'y a que des pros de Johnny Depp, en fait, là. Enfin, d'après ce que je lis, j'en vois pas beaucoup en faveur d'Amber. Hein. Non, t'inquiète, Manu, on comprend que tes convictions sont vraiment ancrées, quoi. Que t'es vraiment à fond dans ce que tu crois, là. Il n'y a pas de souci. C'est pour ça aussi que j'ai fait cette chaîne. Je trouve ça trop cool de pouvoir échanger comme ça en chat ensemble. Plutôt que d'être chacun devant son écran chez soi. Je trouve ça trop cool de pouvoir échanger. Là, en plus, on n'est pas très nombreux. Hein, et du coup, on a le temps de vraiment parler tous ensemble, quoi. Je trouve ça vraiment cool.
And welcome back to the Morning Docket, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us as we continue our coverage of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial out in Fairfax County, Virginia. We are eagerly awaiting a jury's verdict in this case. If we get any word that there is activity in that courtroom, we will bring it live to you here on the network. Again, Johnny Depp suing Amber Heard for $50 million, claiming that she defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed piece. Amber Heard countersuing him for $100 million, saying he defamed her through a orchestrated, systematic smear campaign alongside his attorney, Adam Waldman. We have so much to break down, and we have been doing that for the past 2 hours, breaking down some of the key testimony. But I want to go right now live.
Oui, Richard, t'as raison, au moins on se marche pas dessus. Et j'ai pas honte qu'on soit pas si nombreux, parce que je me dis, il y a un début à tout quand même.
And Angela, it is my understanding you have made a friend. What?
I have made a friend, and Jesse, if you had been here with me, you would have made a friend too. This is Alan Silman. Alan, thank you so much for stopping by the tent. We talked about this last night. We met at dinner. We won't say where. That's top secret. But we met at dinner and got to talking, and I made friends with your friends.
Ah, il y a le responsable de la chaîne Law and Crime.
But Alan, I thought it was cool that, obviously, thank you for stopping by the tent as you said you would. But you had a prediction last night. So give us your prediction, Alan. You practice in this courthouse. You're in front of Judge Ascarati. You practiced in Virginia for decades. What is your prediction on the verdict?
My prediction on the verdict is that Depp will prevail, and I predict the verdict probably Thursday, late morning.
Alors oui, en fait, c'est vraiment un procès hors norme, parce que Johnny, c'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure, c'est quelqu'un de chez nous, quoi. C'est un peu comme Jean-Pierre Pernaut qu'on voyait tous les jours aux infos, quoi. Johnny, c'est la personne, c'est un acteur qu'on a vu dans beaucoup de films, qu'on a regardé, qu'on a aimé, parce que c'est des films qui ont marché du tonnerre, quoi. Et c'est un peu notre Madeleine de Proust. Moi, perso, Johnny, c'est un acteur que je regarde depuis que je suis gamine. Et voilà, et ça nous fait de la peine de le voir dans cette tourmente, en fait. Donc c'est limite, ça nous prend au trip, quoi. Ah, merci, c'est gentil, Richard, c'est cool. Ah, n'hésitez pas à partager autour de vous, hein, c'est cool, ça m'aide. Et j'espère que je vais pouvoir retranscrire des gros procès qui arriveront prochainement, parce que je trouve ça trop cool de faire ça. Et ça me passionne, donc autant allier les deux.
I don't know how to describe them. Graphic, disturbing, shocking that were made in this case. Did you have any feeling on that when you listened possibly to what was being alleged?
I didn't hear or see that part of the testimony, so
yeah.
I didn't get an opinion.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
About this case?
Yeah. Nah. Okay, well, we are really, I'm so happy. I was so excited when I saw you come up to the tent. We actually extended the tent today. I think I'm going to put a picture on Twitter, but thanks for joining us out here in the heat and in the wind. At least we have a breeze today. So, Jesse, just to bring you up to speed, the jurors, I got some confirmation. We were kind of confused earlier. It appeared one of the jurors might be out in the hallway around 9:20 or so this morning, but that was a juror on another case who looked similar to one of the Depp Heard jurors. So they've been deliberating.
Ça fait 2 heures qu'on est là, hein. 2 heures qu'on regarde les... Donc il est 11 heures aux États-Unis. Ça va bientôt être la pause déjeuner là. Donc on aura bien une bonne heure de pause. On aura une bonne heure de pause là.
And this, that, and the other. So they're probably going through these page by page. I don't know how they're doing it, but, you know, jurors typically take their duty seriously, and they sat here for 6 weeks. So we're at hour 12 now.
Well, Anjanette, my understanding is outside of the legal case that we've been following, there's now a separate case against Johnny Depp by the ACLU, who's played a pivotal role in this case. Can you walk us through what the ACLU is asking Johnny Depp for right now?
I sure can. So the ACLU, so Johnny Depp, it's my understanding, had to basically go to court in order to get documents related to the whole op-ed and Amber Heard and the relationship and the ambassadorship and all of this stuff and the donations that she said she was going to make or had made to the ACLU, the $3.5 million. Well, now the ACLU and these documents, you know, they're not like brand new or anything, but they are seeking reimbursement as they are entitled to do under the state laws in New York for document production. It's $86,000 and change. So they've basically told Johnny Depp they want their money. So they have filed court documents saying they want the $86,000 and change for the document
Alors là, ils
production,
sont en
and
train
it doesn't
de,
sound like they're giving it up.
sont en train de parler des 7 millions de dollars que Amber Heard elle a reçus du divorce et que soi-disant elle devait les donner à des associations et que finalement les associations ils ont reçu que $250,000. Et par rapport à ça, Amber Heard elle a dit que parce qu'en fait Johnny il a intenté un procès et Camille Vasquez, l'avocate de Johnny, elle lui a dit mais attendez, vous avez intenté un procès mais ça fait 13 mois que vous avez l'argent, vous n'avez pas eu le temps en 13 mois de le donner? Oui mais j'avais l'intention de le faire, de le donner, mais c'est comme quand vous achetez une maison, vous donnez pas l'argent tout d'un coup. Ah, c'est encore décrédibilisé, quoi.
Pretty stark criticism on cross-examination. Take a look.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing?
Ouais, je suis comme toi, Manu, je regarde très souvent des chaînes de crimes. J'adore ça. Mais moi, c'est vraiment... Je voudrais vraiment me focaliser sur les procès en direct, traduire les procès comme là je fais aujourd'hui, et aussi il y a tout ce qui est audition, c'est des criminels et tout, des entretiens avec les criminels, ça aussi j'adore. Donc c'est très courant aux États-Unis de les mettre sous format télé, mais en France ça n'existe pas et j'aimerais vraiment le retranscrire en français en fait. Alors, il y a bien sûr, il y a des sous-titres, hein. Sous toutes les vidéos aux États-Unis, il y a des sous-titres. Mais je trouve que c'est pas pareil de lire des sous-titres tout seul chez soi et d'avoir quelqu'un qui commente en fait au micro. Je trouve ça plus intéressant de commenter et d'interagir directement avec le chat en fait. Alors Richard, après 18h, je vais game avec mes enfants. Tu vas faire quoi comme game, Richard? Des témoins. Manu, des témoins. Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire des témoins? Non, tu sais, il y a des interrogatoires, même avec des criminels, tu sais, des fois il y a des journalistes qui les interrogent pendant des heures, ou des enquêteurs. Il existe des entretiens comme ça, d'interrogatoires ou d'échanges avec des prisonniers. Des prisonniers condamnés à mort, ou tu vois.
I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge,
ouais, exactement ça, Manu. Exactement ça. Vraiment des entretiens, et même il y a des entretiens avec des tueurs qui sont dans le couloir de la mort, qui attendent leur mort, et voilà, il y a des trucs... ouais, il y a des choses, franchement, je pense qu'ils sont vraiment intéressantes à faire. En tout cas, si ça vous intéresse, j'espère que vous me suivrez. Et voilà, et pas que des entretiens avec des criminels ou quoi, hein. Il y a aussi des procès, hein, comme là avec Johnny Depp et Amber Heard, il y a des procès qui sont vraiment intéressants aussi. Hein. Ouais, j'allais le dire, Manu, la drama queen, j'allais le dire. Mais j'essaie de pas trop prendre parti, mais c'est difficile quand tu vois des trucs comme ça. Et en plus, sa coach dramatique, je sais plus comment elle s'appelle, Christine, ouais, je sais plus, elle disait, c'est un de ses points faibles dans le cinéma, c'est que quand il y a des scènes où elle doit pleurer, elle n'y arrive pas. Elle n'arrive pas à pleurer. Et là, elle essayait de pleurer, mais on voit très bien qu'elle ne pleurait pas, quoi. C'est chaud. Et c'est que le jury, il le voit, ça en direct. Donc ça aussi, ça va peser dans leur balance, dans le verdict. Ah, cool. Ah, mais t'as ramené tout le monde, Richard, là. Ah ouais, Infinity, ouais, donc Infinity, c'est toi, Fabien. C'est cool. En tout cas, merci à tous. Hein. Merci à tous d'être là, de me soutenir.
It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear my question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have seen
For a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again.
Okay, so I'm here with law and crime legal analyst Matthew Mangino and criminal defense attorney Karen Felicia Nance. It's great to have you both here. Karen, Camille Vasquez was put in a very interesting position because you have a woman who is testifying about some really horrific accounts. And it's a very personal story and very intimate details, and this is tough. And yet she is coming out and really grilling her and calling her a liar and that she's faking her injuries and that she was the monster and that she was the one who abused Johnny Depp. And it's a tricky dance, right?
Eh ouais, Infinity, c'était le premier à m'écrire dans le live. Number one. Manu, ce serait super intéressant. Parfois, dans les vidéos, ils n'expliquent pas toujours l'aboutissement parce qu'ils ne peuvent pas toujours... Ouais, voilà, en fait, c'est vraiment ça que je voudrais faire. Qu'est-ce qu'ils risquent? Vers quel cours ils vont passer? Ils vont être jugés? Est-ce qu'ils peuvent faire appel ou pas? Comment est sélectionné un jury? Enfin voilà, je voudrais rentrer un peu plus dans le détail des procédures. Je trouve que ce serait cool d'apporter des précisions là-dessus, en fait.
So I think that she was, Camille came across as very nice and believable before she started the questioning.
Ouais, j'essaie de rester neutre. Il faut rester neutre, en fait. Enfin, moi, en fait, là, j'ai créé cette chaîne. C'est pas pour prendre position. Il faut. Mais bien sûr, j'ai ma propre conviction, hein, comme tout le monde là. Hein, mais moi, je suis là pour décrypter. Je suis pas là pour juger, en fait. Il y a 7 jurés qui sont là pour le faire. Et moi, je crois quand même à la présomption d'innocence, quoi qu'il arrive. Tant qu'il n'y a pas de verdict, pour moi, elle reste innocente. Et si les jurés ils estiment que ces preuves sont suffisantes pour accabler Johnny Depp, c'est qu'ils ont fait leur travail et qu'ils ont estimé que c'était Amber Heard qui avait été lésée dans l'histoire, quoi. C'est pas toujours ce que nous on veut en fait, hein, la réponse. Hein.
I think we might have lost your signal there, so Karen, I'll throw to you on this. What do you think of that, Karen? Do you think that is a fair argument?
I thought it was very effective because when you look at it, you're looking at just Amber and Johnny. That's the jury would look at it that way. But I think that the way Camille phrased it is that you have to look at not only Johnny's testimony, which is what she said, you have to look at all of the people that testified.
Donc là, elle est en train d'expliquer que quand Camille Vasquez elle a interrogé Amber Heard, je sais pas si vous avez vu dans la vidéo un petit peu avant, elle arrêtait pas de répondre, mais quand elle répondait, Amber Heard, elle regardait le jury. Tout le temps, elle regardait le jury. Et Camille Vasquez, ça a un peu saoulé, et à un moment donné, elle dit Madame Heard, s'il vous plaît, arrêtez de regarder le jury, regardez-moi. Arrêtez de regarder le jury. Dès qu'elle répondait, elle regardait le jury. Non, je ne l'ai pas fait. Correct. Non, pas du tout. Mais à chaque fois, elle tournait sa tête vers le jury, comme si elle voulait les influencer ou les impressionner ou leur prouver qu'elle était vraiment sincère dans ses réponses. Et ça, l'avocate de Johnny, elle l'a vu et elle a un peu saoulé. C'est vrai, hein, comme disait Camille Vasquez, elle est rentrée dans ce tribunal pour tenir le plus grand rôle de sa vie. Il y a peut-être un peu de vrai là-dedans. Hein. Bah, en tout cas, c'est pour ce rôle-là qu'on se souviendra d'elle, hein, ça c'est sûr. Et quoi qu'il arrive, Amber Heard, on la connaîtra dans les annales pour avoir été la femme de Johnny Depp et pour avoir essayé de détruire sa réputation. C'est triste quand même. On la connaîtra pas pour ses talents d'actrice, quoi. Ouais, c'est vrai qu'il y a la présomption d'innocence, comme tu dis. C'est une personne qu'on connaît, du coup. Elle est très bonne, son avocate. Ah, mais c'est sûr. Ça, c'est sûr. Puis même Ben Shaw, hein, il est bon. Hein. Les deux sont très bons. Hein. Moi, pour moi, les avocats de Johnny Depp tiennent plus la route que les avocats de Amber Heard. Hein. Je sais pas si pour vous c'est pareil, mais les avocats d'Amber Heard, ils ont l'air toujours perdus, toujours à l'affût d'une info. Qu'alors les avocats de Johnny Depp, on a l'impression qu'ils ont toujours un coup d'avance.
All right, we're breaking down the testimony in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial as we eagerly anticipate a verdict out in Fairfax County, Virginia. And Jeanette Levy, Stacey Delicat are both there giving us updates on what is happening inside the courthouse and also outside the courthouse. I want to continue on with another important piece of testimony that we heard. When Amber Heard was on the stand, she actually made reference to Kate Moss and the allegation that Kate Moss was thrown down a flight of stairs by Johnny Depp. She alluded to this when she was recounting a moment when she allegedly was attacked by Johnny Depp on a flight of stairs and was actually trying to protect her sister from being thrown down. Let's take a listen to what Amber Heard had to say, and then from Kate Moss, who testified as well.
Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase and Johnny swings at her and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase and Johnny swings at her and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs and I swung at him.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you
énorme hein, le témoignage de Kate Moss quand même, hein. Énorme.
That the two of you took a vacation together
et ça, c'est encore un coup de Camille Vasquez. Parce qu'à la base, il ne pouvait pas en parler de Kate Moss et elle a dirigé son interrogatoire auprès de Amber Heard pour qu'elle parle d'elle. Et du coup, c'est grâce à ça qu'ils ont pu faire venir Kate Moss sur le procès. C'est un truc de fou, c'est énorme.
And there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you... And I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
Donc là, voilà, hein, elle explique.
During the course of your
Elle explique qu'il est tout de suite venu l'aider quand elle a glissé en sortant, parce qu'il y avait un orage, elle a glissé en sortant du bungalow, et Johnny il est venu l'aider et il lui a prodigué les soins dont elle avait besoin, quoi.
How significant was that testimony? Other than the fact that it's a big headline, Kate Moss is testifying in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. How significant was that in the overall case?
Well, you know, I think it was important to refute this idea that Johnny Depp pushed her down the stairs. But what I think it did is, you know, Amber Heard had talked about this rumor that everybody knew. I think she said in the early aughts, you know, that there was this rumor of him pushing Kate Moss down the steps. And by her testifying, she gave some legitimacy to the idea that sort of a rumor could flow from that. She did fall down the steps. She was injured in Jamaica, and it gives some plausibility that a rumor could spin off of her falling down the steps.
Et il a eu quand même des sacrées conquêtes, hein, Johnny Depp, hein. Kate Moss, quoi, l'une des plus belles femmes du monde.
Same rumor that had spread through you know, Hollywood or the you know, the elites actors and actresses in the early 2000s. So I think it adds some plausibility actually to Amber Heard's explanation that she had heard this, and just like anybody else, she was concerned about.
Et cette histoire-là d'Amber Heard qui dit que Johnny lui aurait avoué qu'il aurait poussé Kate Moss dans les escaliers, c'est pas un peu gros aussi comme histoire? Comment tu peux avouer à ta femme actuelle que tu as poussé ton ex dans les escaliers? Enfin, ça me paraît énorme quand même, hein.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Miss Heard about the staircase, or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Miss Heard took the story and
il dit Madame Heard a détourné cette histoire et elle a changé le contexte.
all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs. Yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Miss Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's
not
a rumor?
responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What would you like? What was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Miss Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly...
Ouais, il dit, je suis parti du bungalow juste 3 minutes avant elle et il pleuvait vraiment beaucoup et c'est quand elle est sortie qu'elle est tombée, quoi. Donc il se souvient avoir vu Kate sortir par la porte et avoir glissé sur la première marche et être tombé sur le coccyx par terre. Elle avait vraiment mal physiquement et j'ai appelé les médecins pour la soigner. Je me dis, tout le long de ce procès, quand même, il n'y a eu que des choses dans ce style-là qui se sont passées. C'est-à-dire que Amber Heard, elle a avancé des faits sans toujours étayer par des preuves, parce qu'elle n'avait pas toujours des preuves. notamment sur tout ce qui est les abus sexuels, parce que ça, elle n'a aucune preuve médicale des abus sexuels. Elle a toujours avancé des choses du genre il m'a agressé dans le dos, il m'a fait mal dans le dos, hop, lendemain, petite photo d'un gars là, elle a une robe dos nue, on voit rien dedans. À chaque fois, l'histoire de Kate Moss encore, elle s'est pas dit qu'à un moment donné, Kate Moss, elle allait témoigner et qu'elle allait témoigner contre elle, quoi. Enfin, ouais, je sais pas, ça me paraît tellement énorme tout ce qui s'est passé là sous ce procès.
What I think the testimony does by saying that yes, we were in Jamaica and she fell down the steps and I helped her up, it leads credence to the fact that maybe there was a rumor about Johnny Depp.
Hier, j'ai lu qu'il y a Angelina Jolie, c'est une très bonne amie de Johnny Depp qui l'avait déconseillé de sortir avec Amber Heard. C'est quand même ouf qu'il y ait des gens extérieurs qui lui disent fais attention à cette femme.
In some way it adds legitimacy to the fact that it could have just been something she heard, and when her sister had her back to the steps, that's what came to her mind. It's a strange sort of line of testimony.
Karen, do you think the jury is going through every one of these incidents that we've heard? The headbutt incident in 2015, the Australia incident with the finger, the May 2016 cell phone incident, the Tokyo incident, the Boston flight incident. Do you think they're going through each one of these and determining whether or not he abused Amber Heard?
Alors, pour résumer, en fait, je vous avais fait un petit truc chronologique. En 2009, donc, Johnny Depp et Amber Heard, ils se rencontrent sur le tournage du film Rome Express. Donc, à ce moment-là, ils étaient tous les deux en couple. Johnny Depp, il était avec Vanessa Paradis et Amber Heard, elle était avec Tasia Van Rie. C'est une femme. Elle était avec elle depuis 1 an, je crois. Cette fameuse femme avec qui il y avait eu d'ailleurs un incident, je sais plus, je crois que c'était en 2008. À l'aéroport où Amber Heard, elle l'aurait agressé, on va dire. Elle lui aurait tenu par le bras, elle l'aurait frappé, il y aurait eu des témoins. Il n'y a pas eu de suite, mais en tout cas, il y a eu des photos et des témoins de cette scène. Bref, ils se rencontrent donc sur ce tournage en 2009. En 2012, ils officialisent leur relation, puisqu'ils ont chacun quitté leur partenaire. Donc, ils officialisent leur relation. Et à l'époque, ça avait quand même déjà fait pas mal couler d'encre parce que Johnny Depp il venait de quitter Vanessa Paradis, il est resté avec elle de, je crois, 14 ans. Et puis Johnny, il avait 47 ans, Amber Heard, elle avait 24 ans. Donc voilà, ils avaient quand même 23 ans d'écart. Donc ça avait quand même déjà fait pas mal couler d'encre. C'est ce que je vous avais dit, il n'y a pas eu vraiment de gros... J'ai pas envie de dire scandale, mais il n'y a jamais eu vraiment de grosse une avec Johnny Depp et sa vie, en tout cas, privée, quoi. Donc là, en 2012, commence la relation donc avec Amber Heard. En 2015, donc ils se sont mariés. Alors je crois qu'ils se sont mariés sur l'île qu'il y a dans les Pirates des Caraïbes. Et donc ils se sont mariés en secret sur cette île, avec quelques amis, quelques proches. Et apparemment, bon, tout était bien, quoi. Hein, tout allait bien. Bon, il y a quand même eu, depuis le début, apparemment, il y a toujours eu un petit peu des petites tensions. Mais voilà, d'après ce qu'ils disent, ils ont eu une première année magnifique. Et, vous voyez, ils se marient... Alors, ils sortent ensemble en 2015. En 2012, pardon. 3 ans après, en 2015, ils se marient. Et même pas 1 an après leur mariage, Amber Heard, elle demande une ordonnance de restriction contre Johnny Depp. Même pas 1 an après le mariage, c'est un truc de fou, quoi. Donc voilà, donc elle demande une ordonnance de restriction et en fait elle explique que son mari il est agressif avec elle, quoi, qu'elle subit des violences. Je sais pas si vous saviez hein, ça, mais moi je trouve ça même pas 1 an après le mariage, quoi. Bref, et donc elle demande cette ordonnance en mai 2016. Et quelques semaines après, il y a une photo d'elle, là. Attendez, je vais vous la montrer. Je crois que je l'avais, la photo. La photo... Amber Heard dans People. Je crois que c'était People. Ou New York Post. Voilà, c'était ça, dans le People. Il y a cette photo-là qui commence donc à circuler sur les réseaux. Enfin, dans les médias. Donc ça, c'est quelques semaines après qu'elle ait déposé son ordonnance de restriction, quoi. Et ça, cette photo, C'est 1 an après leur mariage quand même, c'est un truc de fou. Et donc voilà, et donc du coup là on peut voir qu'elle a un bleu là au visage, là c'est écrit en gros à l'intérieur de leur mariage toxique, au cœur de leur mariage toxique. Un truc de fou quoi. Et là qu'est-ce qui est écrit en bas? Jalousie, bagarre et accusation de violence. Pourquoi ils ont divorcé après 15 mois? Ouais, donc voilà. Donc elle demande son ordonnance de restriction, elle fait publier cette photo, et en plus je crois que c'était le 27 mai 2015 si mes souvenirs sont bons, puisque c'est le jour du décès de la mort de Johnny. La mort, c'est le jour du décès de la mère de Johnny, je vais y arriver. Donc là, Johnny il prend un sacré coup au moral. Ouais, c'est elle la toxique, ouais. Et en fait, dans ses premiers témoignages, Amber Heard, elle explique aux policiers en fait que durant sa relation, elle a eu 3 grosses altercations en fait avec Johnny. Et ça, encore une fois, ça contredit tout ce qu'elle a dit dans les témoignages pendant le procès, parce que pendant le procès, elle a dit que depuis le début de sa relation, il y a eu je ne sais pas combien d'altercations, que c'est incalculable. Et au début de ses déclarations, elle disait qu'elle avait eu 3 altercations durant sa relation avec Johnny. Donc bon, c'est toujours pas très clair de toute façon. Et donc la première grosse altercation qu'elle a racontée, il s'agit donc du 21 et du 21-22 avril 2016. C'est quand, selon elle, selon ses dires, Johnny Depp, il lui aurait lancé un téléphone au visage, qu'il l'aurait prise par les cheveux, qu'il l'aurait frappé au visage très violemment. Et je crois qu'elle avait dit aussi dans sa déclaration qu'il y avait une de ses amies qui était avec elle, qui était présente dans la maison avec elle. Et quand on a eu le témoignage de cette fameuse amie, ben en fait cette amie elle a dit que non, elle n'était pas dans la maison, que Amber l'avait appelée pour qu'elle puisse calmer Johnny Depp en haut-parleur. Déjà encore, il y a des choses qui sont vraiment pas claires entre ce qu'elle dit, entre les preuves, entre les témoignages, c'est hallucinant. Et donc il y a Johnny qui a contredit donc cette histoire, et il avait dit que c'était Amber Heard qui avait pété un câble, et c'était suite à ça, rappelez-vous qu'il y avait eu l'histoire des excréments sur le lit, que Johnny Depp il a dit qu'il y avait eu des excréments sur son lit. Et au début Amber Heard elle disait que non, c'était pas elle, machin, c'était peut-être son chihuahua, tout ça. Mais apparemment la taille de ce qui avait été laissé sur le lit, ça correspondait pas à un chihuahua, et après expertise c'était bien des excréments humains. Et suite à ça, Amber Heard elle avait avoué qu'en fait elle avait juste voulu faire une blague à Johnny en chiant dans le lit quoi. Alors voilà, c'est quand même assez gros. C'est assez gros. Quand j'écoute juste ce qu'elle est en train de dire. Ah bon, elle reparle du concert de Johnny.
It was a surprise appearance on stage with him to begin with that began on Sunday night. As for Amber Heard, we are hearing from sources that she is in the area and will be here when the verdict is read.
Let's talk about that. Do we have a sense of when the verdict is announced, what that's going to look like? Will we get advance notice? Is the scene going to change? Walk us through what we can expect.
So, you know, what we've been told by the judge is when a verdict is reached, there will be an announcement made, and the judge will then have the verdict read at the top of the next hour. So what we interpret that to mean is, you know, it's 11:35-ish right now. Let's say a verdict is reached at 11:55, well then it would be read at 1 o'clock. Or if it was reached at 12:25, perhaps not until 2 o'clock. So that's sort of the understanding under which we're operating, and that's to give all of the players, you know, like Amber Heard, for example, time to get here.
Ah, il y a des gens comme ça qui savent bien mentir, hein. C'est un truc de fou, c'est leur vie. Hein. Là, ça me paraît tellement énorme tout ce qui s'est raconté. Et donc après, elle avait raconté cette première altercation. Après, il y avait une deuxième altercation qui remonte au 21 mai 2016, où elle avait pris des photos, de l'incident. Alors attendez, je crois que je les avais retrouvées, les photos Amber Heard. Incident du 21 mai. Ouais, c'est les fameuses photos qu'elle avait présentées au procès avec plusieurs couleurs différentes, avec des colorométries différentes. Donc là, c'est l'incident du 21 mai, donc où elle dit que il y a eu encore une altercation avec Johnny Depp, voilà, où il avait été violent, il avait frappé, il avait laissé des marques. Et je crois qu'il y avait, c'est l'histoire du Met Gala. Et le soir même, ils avaient été dans un gala. Et là, il n'y a aucune marque sur son visage, il n'y a rien qui paraît. Ça paraît gros, quoi. Là, on la voit en gros plan quand même. Hein, donc, ouais. Donc ça, et elle avait fait, donc voilà, elle avait eu pas mal de photos. Elle avait fait notamment une photo sur Instagram. Qu'elle avait supprimé d'ailleurs 24 heures après, où on voit son visage et elle n'a pas de bleu, quoi. Donc ça, c'était une autre altercation qu'elle a racontée. Et il y avait une troisième altercation aussi qu'elle a racontée dans ses premiers témoignages. C'est une altercation de décembre 2015, où elle témoigne que pendant cette dispute, Johnny Depp, il l'aurait frappé à plusieurs reprises, il lui aurait presque cassé le nez, il serait jeté sur son dos, et pareil, il lui aurait mis tout le poids de son corps sur son dos, il lui aurait fait des ecchymoses. Et pareil, elle avait fait... il y avait eu des photos, elles avaient été shootées aussi dans un gala ou dans une soirée, et elle avait une robe dos nu et il n'y avait rien, quoi. C'est cette fameuse dispute où elle dit qu'elle avait la lèvre ouverte, qu'elle avait le nez cassé, et que par contre, elle a vu aucun médecin, quoi. Aucun médecin, aucun dossier médical qui atteste ses dires, quoi. Donc c'est quand même troublant, quoi. C'est des témoignages quand même assez troublants. Ah, un petit bug. Ça y est, ça revient. Ah, je suis contente, on m'a pêché dans mon lit. Ah ouais.
Unpleasant situation, we would, do our best to deal with it with humor, as opposed to, it has to be spread on the world like peanut butter. For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard it's directly from Monty Python in the sketch about burning witches and then drowning the witches. This is a film that we'd all watched when we were 10.
Je cherchais la photo du gala avec sa robe dos nu, mais il n'y en a pas sur internet de la robe dos nu.
Abstract humor. That's what we were referring to in those texts.
This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship.
Bon, dans 20 minutes, c'est la pause déjeuner aux États-Unis pour nos jurés. Hein. Donc je pense qu'on n'aura pas de verdict avant 1 heure, 1 heure et demie là. Donc là, ils reviennent sur les preuves, c'est les SMS que Johnny l'a envoyé à son médecin, qu'il a envoyé à Isaac aussi. Voilà, c'est à Isaac. Ça, c'est les plaidoiries finales de l'avocate de Amber.
Ladies and gentlemen,
de
these
Ben
words
Rottenborn.
are a window into the
Rottenborn,
heart
excusez-moi, je le
and mind of
prononce mal.
America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp.
Il dit ça, c'est le
This is
vrai
the real
Johnny
Johnny
Depp.
Depp after
Voyez les
Miss Heard
messages qu'il
decided
envoie,
that she
ça c'est le vrai Johnny
couldn't
Depp.
take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. And she's going to get it.
C'est le message où il promet une humiliation mondiale. Il lui promet une vraie humiliation à Amber Heard.
He could be an angry, violent guy who, if he's writing these things, who knows what he's like behind the scenes. But the messages that were directed to Amber Heard, where he's calling her pretty insulting names, is that verbal abuse?
Mais franchement, c'est ce que je disais hier dans mon live aussi, c'est que ça m'étonnerait pas qu'Hollywood se serve de cette histoire pour faire un, je sais pas, pour faire une mini-série ou un truc, ou peut-être Netflix, je sais pas. Ça m'étonnerait même pas. C'est tellement énorme.
Well, if they were directed at Amber, if he was sending those, and there are some text messages, I believe, that were between Amber and Johnny, but the focus of the ones that we just saw in the clip are to his friends. And not that that excuses at all the content of those text messages. As he indicated, these were things that you said in private, right? But I think that he and his team had to weigh in moving forward with this case. They knew that these text messages would come out and the information that's contained in the audio. So I think that those things have to be separated. When Mr. Rottenborn says these are examples of verbal abuse, they have to be directed at Amber. And these, meaning he, Johnny Depp, sent those specific messages or threats or whatever to Amber. And that's not what we saw in this most recent clip. So I would make that distinction.
But Matt, you know, we talk about how he's fighting two battles here, the court of law and the court of public opinion. Those texts, those audio tapes, the video of him smashing the cabinet, if you're an executive at a major company, are you going to put Johnny Depp in your next franchise film after everything that came out during the course of this trial?
Well, that's a good question, and it's something that we talked about very early in this trial. You know, what's the end game here? You know, he's trying to rehabilitate his reputation, I guess, by all this. You know, his lawyers have argued that his reputation is tarnished. I don't know that this trial did much to rehabilitate that. In fact, it may have made
Voilà, cette
things
vidéo
worse.
aussi, c'était un truc de
You
fou.
know,
Hein.
we've seen intimate
Je sais pas
details
pourquoi
of
elle l'a
his
filmé comme ça. Moi, pour moi, elle a pris
lifestyle.
cette
You know,
vidéo,
he's
c'est
in a
pour pouvoir la
drunken
rediffuser
stupor.
derrière. Je sais
He's
pas pourquoi
you know,
on ferait une
abusing
vidéo comme
drugs.
ça.
He's
Elle le garde pas
very
en souvenir,
violent in
quoi.
the home. At least we
Alors,
see
d'un
on
côté, elle fait
video,
des vidéos
you know,
quand
with
Johnny
regard
s'énerve,
to,
et d'un
you know,
côté, quand elle
inanimate
est supposée
objects.
être violée par une
You know,
bouteille
so
de
where
whisky,
do
il n'y
we
a
draw the
aucun
line? We
certificat
hear about
médical.
this very
C'est un truc de dingue, quoi. Ça me paraît tellement
outrageous,
énorme.
you know,
Elle dit le
texting
soir
and
où
the
elle s'est fait
terms that he
violer par une
used.
bouteille, enfin par
I'm
Johnny
not
avec
sure what
une
you think
bouteille de
about
whisky,
a guy
qu'à
after
la
this,
fin de la
whether he
dispute,
wins
elle
or
est
loses
montée
this
et elle a
trial.
pris des cachets et elle s'est
You know,
endormie.
is
Mais
he the kind of guy
qu'elle
that you
saignait et
want to
tout, mais qu'elle n'a
employ
pas fait de
as an
certificat
actor
médical.
in a major
Ah, je sais
picture
pas, je trouve
in
ça
which
vraiment
you're
bizarre.
spending millions and millions of dollars? That's the fundamental question.
A good point. It's something we're all thinking about. And look, if you look at just the supporters outside the courthouse, you'd say absolutely. But there is a larger world outside of that courthouse and outside of the people following. But anyway, we're going to continue to break down this trial. A lot more to talk about. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back right after this.
Bon, c'est la pub. Petite pause de 4 minutes. Bon, bah, je pense qu'ils vont nous annoncer qu'il y a 1 heure de pause.
And welcome back, everybody. We're breaking down the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial as we eagerly anticipate a verdict out of Fairfax County, Virginia. We're keeping a very careful eye on what is happening there. Stacey Delicat and Jeanette Levy are in the ground on Fairfax, updating us on the very latest. As we close out the show, as we close out the hour right now, I wanted to play some really important audio. Audio tapes in this case played a crucial role, kind of give us a behind-the-scenes glimpse as what was happening with the couple behind closed doors. But this audio in particular, you have to ask, whose case did this hurt more? And you're also going to hear Amber Heard's response to it. Take a look.
It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in A, secret fake club, or B, I've had
a secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamps, validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated. Then it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout the years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because it doesn't matter. There is nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third-party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, the problem is, hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen, and if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I would never do that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call my phone in my head, and it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about.
Alors,
begging not to do this.
Là, l'avocate a dit, est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer le contexte de ce qu'on vient d'entendre? Et elle dit, je disais stop, Johnny, s'il te plaît, ne fais pas ça. Et je lui disais stop.
Something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Là, il y a une objection pour spéculation.
I was trying to point out how absurd.
Bah, ils étaient en train de se disputer. Et je lui disais, je suis désolée, je ne voulais pas.
To keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and
Sur un mensonge qu'elle aurait dit apparemment. Et Johnny dit, ouais, t'es une menteuse.
And I was begging him not to make me prove it. That there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries.
Il m'insultait. Il était violent. Il était drogué. Il avait des hallucinations en fait. Il pensait des choses qui étaient fausses. Pourquoi il s'infligeait autant de souffrance? Il est devenu fou.
Advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this.
Tu es fou, ne fais pas ça. Ouais, c'était au sujet d'une dispute, je pense. Ça devait être encore une altercation entre eux. Hein. Là, elle explique qu'elle essayait de le sauver, qu'elle essayait de le sauver de ses addictions, quoi. J'ai pas voulu tout ça. Voilà, elle a toujours voulu faire en sorte de sauver son mari, quoi.
You can question when did she know this was going to be for the world or not, but assuming it wasn't, she's telling Johnny Depp, why would she make all this up, basically? And she's saying that on the stand. Why would I make all this up? What do I have to gain? Why would I put myself through this? Don't make me go forward and try to prove what happened. That's an important piece, and maybe a compelling piece. What do you make of it?
Well, it's complicated, Jesse. The jurors have to wrap their head around why, someone who is making this pitch to their estranged partner would want.
Ils expliquent quoi. C'est compliqué de voir son partenaire s'autodétruire. On se demande toujours pourquoi il fait ça.
About this, unless you were doing it because you were recording it. Those are important questions that the jury has to answer. Is this information that they've had so much access to, is that normal? Is that the way that a relationship would unfold? That you document all these, bad things that have happened
il décrit,
during your relationship? I mean, we all have family
comme quoi elle a voulu, tout au long de sa relation, elle a essayé de sauver son mari, elle a essayé de sauver l'homme qu'elle aime. De voir son conjoint faire de mauvaises choses, c'est incroyable, quoi.
That dynamic in this case, this agreement that we're going to tape each other's conversations, is really something that the jury is going to have to wrap their head around.
Donc je pense qu'elle a fait ces enregistrements parce qu'elle avait peur pendant sa relation, elle avait peur et qu'elle avait besoin d'enregistrer ce qui se passait. Ou qu'on la croie et qu'on ne dise pas que ce soit une menteuse.
Would be that Johnny wouldn't remember anything that he did, and I get that. And this is a case, in a relationship unlike anything that we have really seen. Matthew Mangino, Karen, Felicia Nance, thank you both so much for coming on. Really great insight into this case as always. I am signing off. Linda Kenny Bodden is jumping in, but right now it is our live Q&A show with Stacey Delicat and the rest of our crew. We'll be back.
Petite pause. Allez, justice pour Johnny, c'est un truc de fou dans le chat. Je sais pas si je peux vous le montrer là. Si je décale. Regardez ça. Que des cœurs pour Johnny. Si, là, il y a un petit Amber. Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. Justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny. Amber avec une grosse crotte à côté. Ah, ça craint. Ah, c'est un truc de fou le chat là. Hein. Là, c'est quoi comme game, Richard, que tu vas faire avec tes enfants? À quoi tu joues? Eh ben, bon game! Fishing Planet.
Salut à tous! Coucou!
Bienvenue dans cette nouvelle vidéo. Alors, c'est la deuxième vidéo de présentation de notre mannequin.
Salut à tous! Coucou!
Bienvenue dans cette nouvelle vidéo. Alors, c'est la deuxième vidéo de présentation de notre mannequin. Si vous n'avez pas vu la première vidéo de la présentation intérieure, je vous invite à aller la voir juste ici. Et aujourd'hui, c'est Nico qui va travailler, qui va vous présenter l'extérieur de chaman.
Allez, suivez-moi, je vous emmène.
Haha, bon anniversaire alors.
Good afternoon and welcome to For the Record. I'm Stacey Delicat and you are watching Law and Crime. I'm coming to you live outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. We are in day 3 of verdict watch in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. For the next 2 hours, we are going to be taking all of your questions, anything you want to know about the trial, anything you want to know about the jury deliberations,
Non, c'est mon fils que vous avez entendu.
Send us a tweet, go on our Facebook page, go on Twitch, go on our YouTube, leave your question there. We will try to get to it. We have an all-star panel of guests that are going to be joining me today to talk through it. But first, for those of you who are maybe just tuning in, and I bet that's pretty few of you, most of you I know have been following this trial every step of the way. We're just going to give you a quick refresher. Johnny Depp, of course, suing his former spouse Amber Heard for $50 million over her 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post in which she declared she was the victim of sexual and domestic abuse. Depp claims he was the real victim of abuse and that her op-ed cost him his career and millions of dollars and acting roles. Heard is countersuing Depp for $100 million, though, claiming that one of Depp's attorneys acting as his agent initiated a smear campaign against her, calling her allegations a hoax. It has all been playing out here for the last 6 weeks with high-profile celebrities and Hollywood executives testifying, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard themselves taking the stands multiple times. And now, of course, we are in verdict watch. We are about halfway through the 12th hour of jury deliberations. And here outside the courthouse, of course, I'm joined by Anjanette Levy, who's been here for all of it, the whole ride. Anjanette, so it's 12:01 on the dot.
Right.
We're expecting the jurors are going to go to lunch pretty soon today.
That's right. Just about noon each day, or at least yesterday and today, and I was told this would happen today. The bailiff, the master deputy, will see whether or not they want to go to lunch at noon. That's a knock on the door. You know, you can't disturb the deliberations. They are responsible for bringing their own lunch. They're responsible for their own lunch. The court, the county is not paying to bring lunch into them. So they either bring their own or go to the cafeteria to eat. They have a really great cafeteria here. Also, we know that lunch was delivered for Johnny Depp's lawyers. So they will be eating lunch as well as all of us humans do. And maybe Stacey and I will get to eat lunch later, too.
Not quite yet, after the lunch show.
We're going to have a late lunch.
So, I mean, how would you compare today to even yesterday? I mean, obviously, we've been saying it's super hot down here in Fairfax, super humid, ton of media outside. I saw, you know, one Johnny Depp fan outside front earlier today with a big sign, but otherwise it's been pretty quiet out here.
Yeah, it's been really quiet. And, you know, all the media, all of us media types, we have tents. A lot of us do. A lot of us don't. But there's a you know, big crowd of media set up for press conferences post-verdict, should those happen. And everybody's all set up, and it's just a waiting game. This is what we do. It's like the Army, you know, hurry up and wait.
Right. And so everyone has been asking, certainly a lot of the fans in the area want to know, are Johnny Depp and Amber Heard going to be here when the verdict is read? And we have been telling you guys, we even have some video to show you. Johnny Depp was on stage yet again last night, the third night in a row, performing in the UK at the Royal Albert Hall last night for the second night in a row with Jeff Beck. The first performance was a surprise, I think, on Sunday night when he popped up there, and then he performed with Beck again on Monday night, and we weren't sure, is he going to come back? And lo and behold, he was on stage again for a third night last night. A bunch of people in the audience took videos. Certainly a well-reviewed show from those who were there. We also found out that Kate Moss showed up at the concert.
She did, as a special invited guest of Johnny Depp. Of course, they dated in the 90s, from about 94 to 97, remained friendly. She had told, I believe it was Vanity Fair back in 2012, that after they broke up, like it was years of tears, I think is something she said to that effect, that she had just cried and cried, and that he took care of her. And so she was a prominent figure. She ended up being a prominent figure in this trial because, of course, Amber Heard on the stand, you'll remember that moment, she said at the March 23rd, 2015 incident in the penthouse at the top of the stairs, she said all she could think, she clocked Johnny Depp, she punched him because all she could think about was Kate Moss in the stairs. That opened the door for us to hear from Kate Moss about this alleged rumor that Johnny Depp threw her down some stairs. Well, guess what? Kate Moss got on the stand and said that was not true. She slipped and fell, and Johnny Depp took care of her. And she was at the concert last night as his invited guest. They remained friends.
Yeah, I mean, the Daily Mail reporting she was backstage, schmoozing it up with him. They got some good photos of her leaving the theater last night. Let's talk about Amber, because you're hearing she is in the area and she will be here when the verdict is read.
I mean, where in the area, I don't know. But I've heard at least 3 times today, this morning, that yes, indeed, she will be here. We were getting kind of that word. Nobody would say it officially over the weekend, at least not to me. But we were seeing one of her friends who's played prominently in this trial, kind of in the background though, was tweeting that she's here waiting for a verdict. And
alors, ça finit normalement à heure française vers 23h, 23h minuit. Enfin, c'est la journée des délibérations qui finit à cette heure-ci, mais si on a de la chance, on devrait avoir un verdict un peu plus tôt, quoi, dans l'après-midi. À suivre.
And that's at least, if you fly a private jet, I think at least a 6, if not a 7-hour flight.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible he could be back by now, but Jeff Beck does have
Salut Jennifer. Non, toujours pas de verdict, on attend. Là, on approche de la pause déjeuner, donc je pense qu'il va y avoir un break d'1 heure là. Donc t'as le temps.
So now I want to bring in our other guests who are with us this hour. Of course, we have our very own Linda Kenny-Bodden sitting in the studio in New York, inside where it's cool and air conditioned. Hey, Linda. And I have Janina Atamian, a trial attorney, also with us right now. And so we're going to go to some of your questions, because there are a lot of good questions out there today. One that I think is kind of relevant as we get further and further into these deliberations,
tout à l'heure, Manu.
and we wonder,
J'espère que tu seras avec nous pour le verdict final.
There's a question from the UK. Dick Dastardly66 wrote me on Twitter, what happens if the jury is hung? Will there be a retrial, or does the judge take a majority decision? Linda, why don't you take that one?
Okay, so in Virginia, you have to have, let's start off with the 7 people who vote unanimously for a verdict. For instance, if the vote is 7-6
Janine, can you hear
or
me?
7-5, obviously you do not have a verdict. Usually in a civil case, unless Virginia is different, if they can't agree at all, that's it. No one carries the burden of proof. But we'll have to find out from Gene Rossi when he comes on whether Virginia in civil situations is different. But every case I've been in a civil case, you don't carry a burden of proof. A hung jury means no redo. It's not like a criminal matter.
Okay, good answer, Linda. So next question, I guess.
Yeah, let's go to the next question. I have Randy Hargs on Facebook says, why didn't Elon Musk, James Franco, and Jason Momoa take the stand on
Ouais,
the
nous aussi,
case?
Jennifer, on espère que ce sera pour
Know
aujourd'hui.
that
Hein.
others who had relationships with Depp in the past, including Ellen Barkin, right? And of course, Kate Moss testified. We know Kate Moss testified because of the abuse allegations, you know, that Amber had made regarding her and Johnny. But how come none of Amber's exes took the stand? Janine, do you want to take that one?
Sure. So really, it's really kind of a jurisdictional issue. They could have voluntarily taken the stand if they wanted to. And I will say this, Elon Musk tweeted a couple days ago regarding this, and he said it's a shame because the two of them at their best are unbelievable. So he kind of had support for both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. He wasn't at the trial, and that may have been a choice on her attorneys, or it may have been, like I said, a jurisdictional issue because, again, the trial's being held in Virginia, and so they would have to be able to, you know, subpoena him and have him actually appear, and that's a subject to actually happen.
Okay, Janine, thank you.
We have so many more good questions coming in, but we want to take a break to recap some other pivotal moments in this trial, and of course, some of the most compelling
Bon, ils nous refont
testimonies.
encore
Certainly the
un
testimony that's
récap.
gotten
Hein.
some of the most attention has been the testimony from Johnny Depp himself. Let's listen to some of his testimony on the stand.
Moi, je vais essayer de vous trouver un petit récap du procès complet là.
Did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what were those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading in reading one of these type of some magazine, or the article where Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write Pirates. Sorry.
What, to your understanding, is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point?
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than
Moment fort du procès.
And jumping on our all-star panel
Vous inquiétez pas, je continue à regarder quand même le direct de le crime.
Let me bring you in and ask your thoughts on how much.
Him stop hitting me. Nothing.
I've never struck Miss Heard.
From other witnesses. And you're going to hear who he really is in his own words. In the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to...
Now, why are you here? I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
And what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you?
I've never struck a woman in my life. One day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. I didn't deserve that.
All right.
after receiving kind of a roundhouse punch, just nailed me on the cheekbone. She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence. Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would.
He rips my underwear off, and then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke.
You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or two, yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through destructive behavior?
Yes.
And what about mushrooms?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much.
How often would Miss Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always.
This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir, that is a lot of marijuana.
You found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They've always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent. That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Ms. Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested.
I thought he was the love of my life. And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful.
Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking, correct?
Sir, if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I have ever abused in my life is myself.
I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. You know, the police were called several times, but I tried to do everything. I even threatened to leave him, you know, and tried to leave him, and nothing was working.
Mr. Depp, how are you feeling?
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said yes, I am.
Welcome back to For the Record. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy. We are live outside the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia, where we are on day 3 of verdict watch. Deliberations have been going since about 9 this morning. We expect jurors to be taking their lunch break right about now. Anjanette, we've been talking about Johnny Depp, his performances in the UK the last 3 nights. There's some reporting out there that he is going to stay on for the remainder of the show dates with Jeff Beck.
Yeah, and it says some people keep sending this. Well, one person on Twitter keeps sending this to me. It's from Glasgow Live, I believe is what it is, and it says a PR rep of Depp's has confirmed he will stay. However, we're not getting that. So it may be a Jeff Beck person. We're going to look into that a little more, but there are shows scheduled through the 7th. I think there's no show tonight. There is a show tomorrow night, and then shows through Tuesday the 7th.
So the reason I brought that up again was that one of the questions that we have gotten from viewers, and again, thank you for all of these questions that have been coming in, is does it look bad for Johnny that he's not in the country for the verdict, but Amber is? And there's been a lot of chatter about this on Twitter. I know I've gotten a lot of people tweeting me when I retweeted articles about him on stage last night. So, Linda, what do you think? Does it look bad that Johnny Depp may not be here when the verdict's read because he may be performing overseas?
He is not supposed to be paying attention to the news media, us, so therefore they may not know that he is not in the country, and they may not know any of that. So I don't think for the jury it matters, and quite frankly, that's the only people we care about right now.
Right, and once they were to find out, they would have their verdict anyway, right? So, I mean, I guess it's all in the court of public opinion, as they say, and what onlookers think about whether he's here or not. I mean, Anjanette, any feelings on that? The judge said they didn't have to be present, right?
The judge said that, and it's my understanding that these were previously scheduled engagements, these concerts, even though his name is not on there on the website with Jeff Beck. This is what I'm told, that these have been scheduled for some time. It's a work obligation. But, you know, this is his case. He brought it. So, you know, I don't know. I would think if, you know, it was my case, I'd want to be here.
Right.
But, you know, I also have never brought a lawsuit. I've never been in that position. I don't have 2 big careers in Hollywood and music, so I just don't know.
You know, on the other hand, you know, he was here for the testimony, he was here for the rebuttal, he was here, you know, for sort of the most important parts, and obviously their news travels in an instant now, so he'll be notified whenever something happens. And that goes to another question we got from then Ariel said, does the jury know that Johnny Depp went to the UK? No, to Linda's point. I mean, they're not supposed to be monitoring any of the news coverage. We don't know for sure if they are or not, but they're certainly not supposed to be keeping tabs on him, so they shouldn't know. Here's another question, and this one comes from Michelle Helton from Facebook, and she says, in the state of Virginia, does the jury have a time limit in making a decision, or can deliberations linger on for countless days? Neil Rockheim, you want to take that one?
Sure. So there's no time limit on deliberations.
Misheard in frustration and
judges who at times want juries to move quickly. They want people to go fast, but there are no time limits on deliberations whatsoever. It can go as fast or as slow or as long as they want. The jury could come back immediately. They could take weeks. Entirely up to them.
I mean, I'm just wondering, quick poll of everyone on here, because this is the question everyone wants to know. I should have even asked this for the beginning. Now that we're, you know, 12 and a half hours or more into this on day 3, I want to say quickly, everyone just give a one-word answer. When do you think at this point we might hear something? Linda?
Today, later on today.
Today? Okay, Janine?
Same, later on today.
My mother
Neil?
beat him to death.
Today.
Anjanette.
I don't know, because I was influenced by this gentleman who was stopped by our tent earlier, Alan Silman. He's an attorney here in Virginia. I met him last night. He had this. He said to me Thursday 11 a.m. That's what he said to me.
As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life.
Mr. Depp.
Yes.
Were you aware that as of October 25th,
nailed me on the cheekbone?
How often would Miss Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah.
approximately $13.5 million, that Mr. Depp had to pay those liabilities in its entirety. So at that point, she was demanding $14,250,000 of consideration, and then it got worse. The next demand was that all of this consideration be paid to her free of taxation. And counselor, for him to pay $14,250,000 to Miss Heard, that would require him to earn approximately $30 million.
This is so far beyond the scope, so far beyond his foundation of what was discussed.
All right, I'll sustain that last answer. All right.
I misspoke. That's Ed White, Depp's business manager, who you heard testifying there about the divorce and about the money that was at stake in this divorce. And so does this refute claims from Amber Heard and her team that this wasn't about the money? What do you think, Linda?
Oh, I think that this jury knows that this is all about the money. As a matter of fact, I was surprised, quite frankly, that one of the themes the Depp team didn't exploit in closings was that after he had the business meeting and she learned that perhaps that he was running out of money, that's when this whole thing escalated. This would be the Depp team arguing, and therefore she then had a motive to divorce him and make up these claims. Remember, there was that letter that was sent by her attorney seeking all sorts of support for her and her friends, and when they denied that, that's when she sought the restraining order.
Let's go to another clip now.
Ouais, c'est sûr que c'est long, hein, c'est sûr, on attend tous le verdict. Hein.
Money at stake.
Any role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial
Ouais, le son de ce monsieur, il est pas top du top là. Hein. Je pense qu'il parlait avec une webcam ou quelque chose comme ça.
Okay, so again, I'm sorry, a few technical difficulties out here. I know I said that was going to be Ed White. It was Joel Mandel, Depp's former business manager. So, you know, we're talking about Johnny Depp and his financial situation in all of this. How important is it for the jury to understand his financial situation in this trial? Janine, what do you think?
Well, I think it goes back to what Linda was saying, because, you know, we find out that, you know, possibly this business manager that we just saw testify, you know, had maybe embezzled from him. They ended up settling their lawsuit. But again, the money seems to be running out. She wants support for her and her friends. And then all of a sudden she has this TRO and she has these allegations. And was that actual or was it leverage? And, you know, she said repeatedly on the stand, I was financially independent. It was a source of strife in our relationship. But she didn't seem financially independent when, you know, her friends and family were living in, you know, penthouse 1 or penthouse 5 or whatever. And so it kind of goes to that initial allegation, which is not, you know, the subject of this, but it adds to it. So I think it's important to know that, you know, he was running out of money and she had, you know, a prenup agreement and, you know, this was maybe a way to get more money.
Yeah, Absolutely. Well, I want to step away from the clips and go to one more question, which is really more of a procedural question about the jury, because a lot of questions are still coming in even as we go through this clips. Everyone wants to know what's going on now. And Jacqueline Edwards asks on Facebook, I have a question. 7 jurors for this kind of trial seems very small. Is this normal? And do you think a bigger jury would potentially harm the outcome in this case? Of course, remember, this is a civil case versus a criminal trial. This is very different from so many of the trials, murder cases and so forth that we cover on Law and Crime. Linda, how do you answer that question about the 7 jurors? It is a small jury pool, right?
Well, yes, but civil cases, we're all used to criminal cases, right? Civil cases, the amount of jurors on a civil case are set by the state and the court rules of that state. For instance, in New Jersey, where I practice a lot, you have 6 jurors on a civil case, and to get a verdict in your favor, only 5 of the 6 have to agree on the verdict. You get one that you can lose. Virginia has it that there are 7 jurors on a civil case and all have to agree. So in fact, it makes it more difficult to get a verdict in a civil case, even with the 7 jurors. So each state is different. You never have 12 in a civil case from what I've seen, except in federal court, which is an exception.
And obviously, the more jurors you have, I would think the harder it is to get any kind of consensus, right? The more cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. So, all right, great answer on that one, Linda. Thank you. We're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we're going to have much more live here from Fairfax, Virginia. This is Law and Crime. Welcome back to For the Record, live from Fairfax, Virginia. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy. We are taking your most pressing questions about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial and the verdict watch, which we are continuing here into day 3. One thing I want to quickly mention is there were a few little developments yesterday. One was a question from the jury regarding whether they were to consider the headline of her op-ed, Amber's op-ed, or the entirety of the op-ed. We're going to talk about that a little later. But late in the day, we found out more about a motion filed by Depp's defense team. They had filed a motion asking the court to strike what they said was an inappropriate argument by Heard's team during the closings, an argument made by Heard's attorney that the jury's decision in this case would send a message to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. Depp's team had said it improperly invites the jury to focus on a larger social issue, but the judge said, look, the jury already has the case, so there's not much I can do. So she denied the motion. But this leads into our next viewer question, which I want to bring up, which one of our viewers wrote to us and said, Jordan Morris, by the way, from YouTube, thank you. Do you think this case will be used as a case study on domestic violence? Obviously, there's so much we could say about this. There have been so many people opining about this. I know there are a lot of high-profile people penning their own op-eds about this. So let's go to our guest. Janine, what do you think? Are people going to talk about this case in the greater context of domestic violence cases?
I absolutely think that people are going to talk about this with regard to domestic violence, and we've seen a ton of different articles and, why is the internet turning on Amber Heard? We've seen a lot of things like that. But the other thing, and this is what I think is important, is it also kind of shines a light on the fact that men can also be victims of domestic violence. We heard the tapes of Amber, saying, I didn't punch you, I hit you, and go tell a jury, go tell a judge that you're a domestic violence victim and you're a man, and see if they believe you. So I think that that's also going to be a new conversation, because ordinarily, you've got this preconceived notion that it's always the female that is the victim. And here we're seeing a lot of evidence that that may not have been the case in this particular situation.
Both sides, with a lot of people saying, hey, all of this backlash that Amber's facing, certainly all of the threats and negative messages from fans of Depp's could have a chilling effect on other domestic violence survivors from coming forward. But do you agree with that, Neil?
I actually don't. I think that this case is going to be, this is one of those standalone cases. And I think that there's a lot of talk about domestic violence and sexual violence, but really this case it's unique. It stands alone because we're watching two celebrities, what is in essence a trial. It's like People Magazine or Entertainment Weekly, and we're just watching it all play out. I think this trial is really more about whether or not people who are celebrities, how they live their life, whether they're capable of lying, whether they're capable of telling the truth, and to what degree people are going to, and how they convey themselves. So yes, it's about domestic violence. To me, the worst allegation in this whole case, the very worst thing that I heard was this allegation about a sexual assault with a bottle. It was the worst thing. So one could make the argument it's about sexual violence or sexual assault. And I think part of this case, ultimately, that jury instruction that the judge, the jury question that the judge answered, where she said that headline is the statement, I think that is a very, very favorable ruling for the Depp team, because that headline, it conveys rather directly that Johnny Depp sexually assaulted Amber Heard. And that's what this case is about. Did she lie about these things?
Yeah, interesting. And I do agree with you that I think this is sort of a one-off case because these are celebrities and there is so much in this story. There are so many details that, are just so out of the realm of reality for normal people that are not in Hollywood and not celebrities. This actually leads into a clip that we want to replay now, because a big part of the testimony obviously is this question of whether or not Amber Heard sustained real and physical injuries, as she said she did. During one of the domestic dispute calls that police received back in 2016, 2 police officers actually showed up at the couple's apartment, their penthouse, and they said that they didn't observe any physical injuries. Let's listen to Officer Tyler Haddon, who was one of the officers, along with Officer Melissa Sins. Both of them responded to the penthouse that 2016 night.
During your investigation, you had other reasons to believe what was true.
That it was a verbal dispute.
And what did you have during your investigation that created in your mind evidence that it was only a verbal dispute?
After discussing the investigation with my partner at the scene, the Ms. Heard refused any medical treatment and had no visible injuries. There was no sign of struggle, and the victim, or correction, the witness that was there that I spoke with was uncooperative as well.
Anything else?
At this time, that's all.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on Ms. Heard? And there was not a response.
I did not observe any injuries on Ms. Heard.
Okay. Did you observe any swelling on Ms. Heard's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
I did not.
So the officers who responded that night said they didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard. Clearly, this is testimony that helps Johnny Depp's side, right, Linda?
It's kind of important, Stacey, to understand that if the jury is looking for independent corroboration, right, who better to go to than two sets of police officers who came to that apartment? And also you have the SeaTac incident on the Depp people presented on rebuttal, the airport security or police officer, former police officer who saw Amber Heard being aggressive. So that I think that those independent witnesses may be very important when the jury says, okay, who here is telling the truth? And what don't we have? We don't have independent witnesses about the alleged terrible assaults that Neil mentioned, the assault with the bottle, supposedly she was bleeding and never sought medical attention. So I think when the jury deliberates, those things will become more important.
Right. I mean, absolutely. It's her word there. Here we have the officer showing up. But there is a friend of Amber's, who did say that he noticed injuries. Let's listen to the testimony from Joshua Drew.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
And are you sitting here today? Can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side?
Correct.
So Amber's friend Joshua Drew testifying that he does remember seeing some bruises. This after the officer said they didn't notice any injuries. How do these two testimonies play against one another, Janine?
So again, we need to see some corroborating evidence from Amber about her injuries because there's a lot of controversy as to whether her pictures are doctored or what's exactly going on, whether she's telling the truth, whether she's lying. But going back to the officer's statements, it would be great for Amber Heard if they testified that they had seen something, she was an uncooperative witness, something along those lines. But remember, every juror brings to that jury box their own personal experiences. And we all just got off the Gabby Pepito case. And, the police had seen her the night before she went missing, and they didn't think anything was wrong. So it's not definitive that nothing was wrong just because they say that they didn't see anything. And, she did have her sister, she had her makeup artist, she had this friend of hers testify. But again, there's really kind of an issue because with all the pictures, the tons of pictures that she has taken and videos that she's taken of Johnny Depp, pictures of the mirrors, you would think she would have more, to show, and she doesn't.
A good question, actually, from Twitch, from Nabia Ziz, who said Amber happened to mention in one of her testimonies she always wears makeup when she goes out, and she talked about having like a color reel of makeup to describe bruises, to disguise bruises, I should say. Why did she not wear makeup when she went to get her TRO, with coincidentally the paparazzi appearing the same day as well? So the question is, did she say in her testimony, Anjanette, why didn't she wear makeup that day to the court?
I believe she said she forgot. It was like the only day she forgot, and she said the following day, and this was on the rebuttal cross-examination by Camille Vasquez, Camille said, well, you had the bruise on the TRO day, right? Yes. And then she put up a picture of she and Rocky Pennington the next day, in which they had their arms around each other, they were laughing, there was no bruise. And Camille said, but you didn't have the bruise that day, and she said, well, I was wearing makeup. So she's claimed this is part of her daytime routine, the morning routine. She always puts it on in the bathroom in the morning and all of this. But the one day she goes with a bruise to the courthouse to request the TRO, she says she forgot to put on the makeup.
And I mean, look, it makes sense that it almost makes sense why she wouldn't. She's going to court for a restraining order. Look what happened to me, here's the bruise. So, whether or not she in fact tipped off TMZ, as Depp's team alleges she did, and as others have insinuated, it is regardless, but, she's a celebrity, and LA, the paparazzi are everywhere. She's going to ask for a restraining order, and she's going to show off the bruise.
I do think it's important to point out, though, that I think that if you want to avoid paparazzi, you can. But a lot of times I think that when we see stuff on TMZ, I think sometimes publicists and stuff like that do tip people off. So their client will be photographed and will get some publicity. So I think these things do, it's kind of like a love-hate relationship with the paparazzi.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. Listen, we have to take another quick break, but when we come back, many more good questions from our viewers coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to For the Record. We are live here in Fairfax, Virginia, day 3 of Verdict Watch. It is our lunch show, and it is lunchtime for the jurors. They're taking their 30-minute lunch break just about the same time they did yesterday, and we are taking all of your questions. And so I think, Anjanette, here's a good question about the jurors, because I know you were here for jury selection, you know, and you know about the composition of the jury. Yeah. Mike Lane on Facebook says, jury selection, what did each side look for in a juror? Do you think they tried to find people that didn't know Depp? Is that even possible? Because Depp is just like, right, a figure in pop culture, at least for anyone born, you know, before 1995. I don't know, you know?
I don't know. I mean, I'll just tell you, I don't want to date myself here, but when I was a kid, okay, my mom loved 21 Jump Street and would say, I grew up in Cincinnati, so Mom would always say, well, you know, this Johnny Depp, and she would make a remark about Johnny Depp and say, he's from Kentucky. So, okay, fine. So, that tells you, you know, how long I was a kid and I knew who Johnny Depp was. But I can tell you, I've not ever seen, now don't hate on me, I'm a busy lady, I work in news.
That's the thing, I also know Johnny Depp, like Edward Scissorhands, you know? I know like the 90s movies, not like the newer stuff.
So my grandma took me to see Edward Scissorhands in the theater, we saw that. And I saw Donnie Brasco in the theater, but anyway, I haven't seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, I'm gonna put that out there. That said, I wasn't in the courtroom. It was very crazy for jury selection, so getting in was not easy, and you couldn't get into the overflow, and it was not fun. I think we were only allowed in the overflow that day, and I couldn't get in. I do know for a fact they asked, I was told they asked, do you know who Johnny Depp is? And Johnny Depp put his, or all the jurors said yes, or whatever. They all said, yeah, we know who he is. They said, do you know who Amber Heard is? And I think like a couple, I was told, raised their hands. So obviously he's far more well known than she is, because he's been around a lot longer and he's had these very successful film roles. So he's known around the world. So I do know that the jury was made up of, and you have to keep in mind too, this is not top of mind. They might know who Johnny Depp is, but this whole case was not top of mind, I don't think, for these jurors in Fairfax County, okay? You know, they're probably not following this.
Right, I mean, this Hollywood drama all of a sudden is plopped down here.
Right, so they're probably not doing that, but I do know that there was one gentleman, he appears to be in his late 50s or 60s, he's one of the jurors, and there's another guy, it looks like he's in his 30s, a woman, African-American woman who appears to be 40s or 50s, Asian woman that appears to be 20s or 30s, and then I think 3 younger Asian men, like in their 20s. So obviously both sides, they did whatever they did, and they struck some jurors, and this is what they ended up with. So they thought, I'm assuming both sides thought that this panel could be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's who they decided on. So that's some good background there and explanation. Here's an interesting question that comes from YouTube. The Makeup Mova asks, does anyone think the time limits the judge set hurt either side? Seems like both sides left out great points in their closing arguments, right? The judge clearly said both sides have 2 hours for closing arguments, and in fact, when it came to the rebuttals, Amber's side only had like 6 minutes or something, right? Whereas Johnny's team had longer. Linda, did this time limit, you think, hurt either side?
Well, we're used as lawyers to have time limits in closings. That's not unheard of. So, no, I don't think the closings. I don't know about the presentation of the case. It was the first time I've experienced seeing time limits in a state civil case. Quite frankly, I grew to like it as the time went on, because, you know, people couldn't grandstand and play. You know, they had to get their points in. But in terms of a closing, the closings, if you looked at them, they were all pretty much pre-written. And usually when you start a case, you start with your closing and then you figure out how you're going to try your case. So I do not think that the time limits on closing hurt either side. Perhaps the Amber Heard team didn't use their rebuttal time wisely, but I thought that was probably one of the best moments in the trial for Rottenborn, was his close, his 7-minute rebuttal time. He was succinct, he was short, and he made points.
Yeah, I mean, and also to your point about the judge keeping time limits for the rest, it's always good for the media and the viewers. We know what's coming up. We knew that closings were going to be on Friday. But to your point about Rottenborn, Marita Hoy Grindenhaug from Norway asked, Rottenborn came across as a really rude man and Bredehoff just attacked witnesses. Is that normal for attorneys, or is there a kind of polite way to be in court in the U.S.? What did you think of the demeanor of the attorneys, Neil?
Interesting question. I thought that at times some of the lawyers interrupted some of the witnesses. I think it was a very different case than we've seen, where lawyers have to constantly sort of tiptoe around or be very careful how they approach witnesses. I have yet to see in a case that I have watched or tried where lawyers cut off the witness in the middle of an answer and actually didn't have the judge say something like, let the witness finish. That's very unusual to me. I haven't seen that. So I think the way a lawyer treats a witness, I think at some point, quite candidly, you have to feel like you have permission to do it. And I think at some point in this case, the lawyers that were cutting off witnesses, like I thought Camille must have felt like she had permission to do it.
Wait, Neil, now I have to cut you off like the attorneys were cutting off the witnesses because we're at our break. Neil Rockheim, thank you so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with much more here on the Lunch Hour, live from Fairfax, Virginia, in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Stay with us.
Salut Bouzy, ben je sais pas. Là c'est la pause déjeuner, c'est la petite pause d'1 heure et ils reviennent juste après.
got to be a better way.
Welcome back to For the Record on Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat, coming at you live from Fairfax, Virginia, outside the county courthouse, where we are now in day 3 of verdict watch. I'm hearing the jury is just getting back to deliberations after a brief lunch break. They're basically in hour 13 now of deliberations, after deliberating for about 2 hours Friday, then about 7.5 yesterday, and 3 and change this morning. These are my rough calculations here. Still anyone's guess when we are going to hear something. Of course, for those who may just be tuning in, this is in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation case, in which Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard for $50 million, claiming an op-ed she wrote in the Washington Post back in 2018, declaring herself the victim of domestic violence, of sexual violence, and the headline ruined his career. Depp says he is the victim. This cost him everything. Heard countersuing for $100 million, claiming that Depp and his attorney Adam Waldman, acting on Depp's behalf, initiated a smear campaign against her, calling her allegations a hoax. It is all played out here. We have been here for every step in the way, for every witness, high profile and otherwise, who has taken the stand in this case. Today we are recapping more of the pivotal testimony, but we're also taking your questions live from Twitch, from Twitter, from Facebook, from YouTube, so keep sending those great questions. With me here live outside the courthouse this hour is none other than law and crime legal analyst Gene Rossi in the flesh. Gene, thanks for coming back.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
So, Gene, you've been here with Jesse and Anjanette periodically.
Yes.
Did things look a little different to you outside the courthouse today?
When they're deliberating and there's no questions to the judge or anything like that, it always looks a little different. It's always the calm before the storm. It's always it's like waiting for a hurricane, and the hurricane's probably going to be the verdict, which I think is going to shock a lot of people. But it is a little different. It's quiet. There are no legions of Johnny Depp fans or not so many Amber Heard fans, so it's a little different here today.
Yeah, I mean, we know for the many, many weeks of this trial, Jesse and Jeanette, I mean, they were getting in line while it was still dark out to get wristbands to get in the court. Right. Today, you know, I showed up 8:30. They still had plenty of wristbands because we're not seeing the same kind of crowd of spectators.
Right. Well, the enthusiasm sort of died down a little bit. You know, when you're waiting for a verdict, it's like watching paint dry, and that's being very kind. But this deliberation period may last, I think, another 2 days, 3 days. I was just looking at the jury instructions. There are a lot of things the jury has to ponder. There are 3 statements on each side, and there are elements they have to go through. It could take till Thursday or Friday for a verdict or even a question.
That's interesting, Gene, because that was going to be my next question to you. I've been polling everyone today. Linda Kenny Bod, who's in our studio, is going to be joining us in a second, thinks Thursday. 2 of our other guests, today. 2 of our other guests think today. Today's Wednesday. So we had 3 people saying today. And Jeanette is seeming to think tomorrow morning, and you're thinking it could be a while.
I think it could be Friday, and here's why. We're not done with questions. I can't imagine you go through a 6-week trial and you only have 1 or 2 questions. I think we're going to get a couple, 2 or 3 more questions. That causes a little more time for them to deliver. I'm sorry. It's not only hot, we're getting a little anxious here. But
the anticipation.
I think Friday's doable, but you know what? Tassiography is reading tea leaves, okay, in trying to predict how long a jury will deliberate. I mean, it's like putting money on horses at the Kentucky Derby. You know, 80 to 1. Somebody won, 80 to 1 odds. You don't know how long or short a jury will deliberate. My longest was after a 5-week trial. It almost killed me. The jury deliberated 7 full business days. I can still feel the pain.
Wow. Okay, so here's a question that comes from a Twitch user, Sean Stoll. He says, does the jury have any limitations on what they can do once the trial is over? Can they sell their notes? Can they write books and reveal details about deliberations?
Okay, who asked that, Twitch?
This is Sean on Twitch.
Yeah, Sean, that's a fantastic question. At the state level in Virginia, once the jury is done, they can run their mouths, they can be called by the attorneys for each side, they can do whatever they want. They can't keep their notes. My understanding is they have a spiral notebook, that notebook is taken by the bailiff, and then those notes are destroyed, unless the court orders otherwise. But at the state level in Virginia, they can do whatever they want. They can write a book. They can go on Law and Crime Network. They can be called by any of the attorneys. At the federal level, it's a little different. It depends on the jurisdiction.
Right. Okay. So once the case is over, if you're watching and your friend or family members are on the jury, have them call us. Once it's all over, we'd love to speak with them live on Law and Crime. All right. Let's go back to some more pivotal testimony from the case. And of course, we know that the testimony from Depp and Heard themselves has been some of the most compelling, certainly, of this trial. Let's now go to a clip from when Johnny Depp was under direct examination. Here is what he said. He lost as a result of the allegations against him.
I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is going to just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
So let me bring in the rest of our panel that we have with us this hour. In addition to Jean, who's with me out here in Fairfax, we have Linda Kenny-Bodden, our Law and Crime Network host, with us in studio, and Janine Atamian, trial attorney, is still with us as well. Janine, this testimony about what Johnny Depp has lost, we've talked about this a little bit, but you know, how compelling did you find it to be?
I think it was absolutely compelling. Again, like, he has that one phrase that he used where he said, "I've lost nothing short than everything." And I really kind of was moved by that. I think if I were on the jury, I would be moved by that. Again, the way he actually testifies with this low voice, it's a slow voice. He comes across as sincere, he comes across as endearing, and, you know, he comes across as broken.
Yeah, Linda, do you agree?
Yeah, I actually do agree. I thought he was a much better witness than I thought he was going to be initially. I think the phrasing in terms of also when he started out, the jury has to be thinking that he said he was doing this for his children so that they could know the truth. So I do think that he came across, in my opinion, if I were his attorney, I would be very happy with his testimony.
So let's butt this up against some testimony from Amber when she was on the stand, and she talked about all of the threats she's received during this trial.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
So, look, Amber Depp, clearly emotional in that clip. If you heard this out of context, you would really feel for this woman, right, Jean? I mean, this has not been easy on her. She's had threats. She's been living with this for years. I mean, how do you think the jury will find that sympathetic?
Well, here's my comment about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I agree with Janine and Linda Kenny-Bodden, who are in air conditioning, by the way. Yeah. We're in 98-degree heat. Okay, so
more humidity.
Forget you. Okay, but the thing about Amber Heard, it's something that I remember Spencer Tracy saying about acting. The key to acting is don't let them know you're acting. And when Amber Heard was on the stand, there were moments when I felt that it was genuine, the tears were genuine, but there were moments during her testimony where I think she kind of left her body and became an actress, and looking at the jury too much, it kind of unsettled me a little bit at times. And I can tell you this, in my own family, my two sons are big Johnny Depp fans, and they thought Johnny Depp hit a home run with the bases loaded. And Amber Heard, maybe a Texas single.
I like that analogy. Let's go now to another viewer question. This one comes from Robarth Melted Cheese Home Studio, quite a username on YouTube. We sort of chatted about this, but I think it's a question a lot of people continue to have. If the jury cannot make a decision or choice on who is right, will there be another question? What happens then? He's writing in from the Netherlands. Linda, what happens if the jury can't make a decision?
Yes, and I'm so glad Jean's here, because that's usually determined by state law. And in the states that I practice, in a civil case, unlike a criminal case, if the jury cannot make a decision because they have votes, and let's say they're 4-3, whichever way they're going to be, then no one has carried the burden of proof, and that's it. There's no redos, no do-overs except for appeals. But Jean can tell me if the Virginia rules, civil rules, allow a redo.
What's going to happen here if they can't make a decision?
Well, if you have a hung jury, I think you can retry the case. It's just like a criminal. I had a couple of civil cases. We had hung juries. First off, hung juries are miserable.
I know. I'm going to put this down. You know, it's like
retrying a case is like putting on a wet bathing suit. It's awful, and I've done several, unfortunately. But I think in Virginia you could do a But folks, we are not going to have a hung jury. We are going to have a verdict.
Okay. Well, you know, and also, can you just imagine? You know, first of all, 6 weeks to do this trial over the expense on both sides. I mean, what do you think their legal fees must be? I mean, these are, you know, high-profile Hollywood attorneys, big teams of attorneys.
I'm speculating. I think Johnny Depp's team, I'm speculating, maybe 25 to 30 million.
Wow.
I'm guessing on that. I'm guessing.
It's good to be one of his attorneys.
Yeah.
Someone asks, are the jury allowed to see a playback of the witnesses giving testimony, or do they have to rely solely on the transcript? That's George Marshall from Facebook. Do you know the answer to that, Jean?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Anyone want to chime in? You know, is it typical? Obviously, we have video. We're replaying the video all day long. You know, this video, though, is a pool video that belongs to the media. Linda, can the jurors queue up the video?
The judge wouldn't even allow the video to be shown in closing arguments. Many judges, even though, because why? We, Law and Crime Network, although we should be, are not the formal record. And some judges are purists, as Judge Ascarati is. You can see that from her evidence ruling. They do not allow videos to be shown. Other judges I've been in cases will allow the video of the TV to be shown in closings. They can ask for a readback, but I think she said she wasn't inclined to give a readback, and she certainly didn't tell them about it. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, good answer. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, much more live out here from hot and humid Fairfax, Virginia. We'll be right back. Welcome back to For the Record here on Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat, joined by our very own Gene Rossi, live outside the Fairfax, Virginia courthouse, where jury deliberations have once again resumed in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. This after jurors took a brief lunch break. I want to get back to some of the great questions that have been coming in, and one question comes in from Miss Marissa Ia on YouTube. I don't know if this has been asked before. It has been. But why is the trial set in Fairfax, Virginia, and not in California, where these stars live, where some of the drama happened? We know this was sort of an international story with them. But why are we here near your hometown of Fairfax, Virginia, Gene? Remind everyone.
Because there's a server that's owned by the Washington Post, and there were online distributions of this article, and it's in Fairfax County, Virginia. Also, there's a printing operation for the Washington Post in Fairfax County, Virginia. But most important, Virginia has a very favorable defamation statute that Johnny Depp is trying to take advantage of. And it's not the greatest for the plaintiff, but it's a little better. Plus, the cases move a little faster in Fairfax County than in other jurisdictions, believe it or not.
Wow. Well, as we talked about before, we know the judge in this case had set some firm time deadlines. Yes. This is when the openings, this is when the closings, this is how long you will have, although that may just be her style, right? Here's another question, and Anjanette Levy is with us, too. She's restationed a little closer to the front of the courthouse now. Hey, Anjanette. We have a question from Winnie on YouTube who says, have there been any questions from the jury today, or anyone? Has that, have we heard anything?
We have heard no questions today. We would have heard about that had there been a question. Judge Ascarati, when there was the question yesterday, she brought the parties into the courtroom, put it on the record. We aired it here, right here live on Law and Crime. So I think this is such a high-profile case that should there be another question, sometimes they'll handle those in chambers. They'll just, huddle and deal with it. But I think because of the high-profile nature of this case, and we saw it in the Kyle Rittenhouse case as well, that all questions were put on the record, a transcript was taken, and then it was broadcast, obviously, to the public.
Okay, yes, I agree with you. I expect we will get some kind of word. We'll hear something. Again, when the question was brought up yesterday, at that time, the judge also addressed a motion that Johnny Depp's team had filed asking for some testimony, basically to be dismissed. The judge said, you know what, case is already with the jury. So I think, any developments we will find out about. And right now it has just been quiet as they deliberate behind the closed doors. Let's talk about some other crucial testimony in the case. Johnny Depp's team called an expert psychologist, Dr. Curry, to testify in regards to Amber Heard's mental health. Here is what the doctor found.
Work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Heard's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses, borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing, and along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
So there's been a lot of criticism about this diagnosis. Linda, what was your take on Dr. Curry's testimony?
Well, initially I was not happy with the Depp team not calling somebody who is not a board-certified psychologist, although I've been advised by a number of people that in psychology it's not considered as important as it is in medical doctors, where they're MDs treating diagnosis. But I think the jury is going to look at Amber Heard and see for themselves, do they agree with Dr. Curry or disagree with Dr. Curry? Do they agree with Dawn Hughes, Dr. Dawn Hughes, or disagree with him? So they're going to take whatever the psychologist has to offer to them, and they're going to observe Amber Heard or have observed Amber Heard, and they're going to make their own conclusion based on their observations of her, whether Dr. Curry is credible.
Well, you mentioned Dr. Dawn Hughes, and she's the forensic psychologist that was called by Amber Heard's team, who presented a different view. Let's listen to that.
At the end of that process, considering all the data,
Did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
And what was the other main opinion that you had?
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Heard demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects, or the exacerbation of trauma, from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically, and it was my determination that they did.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder.
So, Janine Atamian, how do jurors sort of reconcile the 2 different testimonies from these 2 different doctors?
Well, you have to remember that these are expert witnesses that are being paid to put on the testimony that they're putting on for their side. So always there's a bias there that can be inferred. But I thought with Amber's doctor, she came across as much more disorganized than Depp's doctor. She was missing notes. And then on rebuttal, Depp's doctor, talked about how they were clearing evidence of like faking the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. So I think that they did a good job at kind of knocking down her testimony. But going back to Depp's doctor's testimony, one of the things that's important in this particular case, like she says that she's got borderline personality disorder, she's got histrionic personality disorder. She talks about how she can't help herself from lying. She's, desperate for attention and approval. And that to me goes to malice, because one of the things is it's got to be that you knew it was false, or a substantial disregard for the truth. But then when she's testifying, Amber, she's talking about my truth. I'm allowed to tell my story. So maybe this is what she actually believes because she has these disorders. And I thought that was kind of an interesting, way to look at this. I mean, could that maybe help her that they had their expert come up and say that she suffers from these disorders and these qualities?
So, go ahead, Jean.
Is it Janine?
Yes.
Janine, you hit the nail on the head. I was just reading the jury instructions, and for actual malice, it's a subjective test. And the reason you hit this on the head is Amber Heard may have all these maladies that they talk about, PTSD, histrionics, and all that. But if she subjectively thinks that she was abused, either physically, sexually, psychologically, or by jealousy in other ways, she wins. Even if she may be exaggerating, but if she subjectively believes she was a victim, there's no actual malice.
That's a very good point, and I'm glad you made that clarification. It's important to remind our viewers that the actual malice is a big part of what the jury has to decide upon. Not just were these statements defamatory, but were they made with actual malice. Following up about the psychologist, a YouTube user asks, the Stephen Lynn 85 asks, why didn't the court use a neutral psychologist for the case? Well, is there such thing, first of all, as a neutral witness? But I mean, is this because, both sides have to present their own experts? Like, could there have been anyone that would have been more neutral, Gene?
Please correct me, folks. There's no such thing as a neutral expert when it's called by one side or the other. The only neutral expert is if a judge appoints somebody for an incompetence hearing or some other purpose. But whenever any side calls an expert, they obviously will pay them. They obviously will vet them. And you're not going to call an expert that's going to rule against you. So you're never going to get an independent, unbiased, non-sympathetic expert, period.
And I mean, these experts are usually paid, so that you know, it's not supposed to, but it you know, you're paid by one side.
Right, right.
So you know, now it's 1:30 here in Virginia, almost 1:30. You know, we're almost halfway through the day of deliberations, and Getmo Gaming, Jen Lowe asks, do you think a longer deliberation is worse for Johnny's side? Linda, what's your feeling on that? I mean, as this goes on longer, is it better for one side, worse for another?
No, I don't think we're at that point yet with 12 hours of deliberations, maybe by Friday, possibly. But we're, you know, the first day they were just picking a four-person, maybe getting organized. Yesterday they came back, they were trying to figure out what they had to do, you know, where were the issues, how do they understand it. Today they're deliberating really, and they may be voting. We haven't heard from them. They may be taking straw votes and seeing where there's some confusion. So I don't think it hurts or helps right now at this point. And Jean, I would say it just really quickly with regard to that issue that you brought up. Remember here, though, the actual malice is not like having to do with a newspaper. It's her, and she has to know what the truth is. She has to know whether she's assaulted with the bottle. She has to know these things. So if it's false, Johnny Depp wins. I don't think we have that, you know, she's so damaged that she can't know what the truth is.
I respectfully disagree.
That's why we have lawyers.
All right, and with that, we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back with much more live here from the courthouse in Fairfax, Virginia. You're watching Law and Crime.
Ça y est, il y a du nouveau, il y a le verdict. Ça y est. Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Breaking news here in Fairfax, Virginia. The jury has reached a verdict in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. We will hear that verdict at 3 o'clock. The judge has announced, of course, we are going to bring it to you live here.
Alors, à 3h, elle dit que ce sera à 3h. Donc, le verdict a été rédigé et il sera lu à 15h, donc heure des États-Unis. Oh, je suis trop contente.
Let's go over to Anjanette, who's right outside the courthouse now. Anjanette, what are you hearing?
You know, Stacey, just in the last few minutes during
Purée,
that commercial
ça y est.
break, I got word from a reliable source that the verdict
Je
had
suis
been
excitée, là.
reached. We had been telling you since last Friday that Judge Ascarati said there would be an hour's notice for that verdict, okay? So it is right now, let's look, 1:32 on my Apple Watch, 1:32, and she said it would be an hour from the top of the hour. So it's 1:32, so we go to 2 o'clock, we go up to that hour at 3 o'clock, and that is when the verdict will be read in this case. It's just about 13 and a half hours, 13 hours of deliberation or so. So the jury has reached a verdict. We do not have a hung jury. Gene Rossi was saying we would get a verdict. I think some people thought there was a possibility of a hung jury, but there were a lot of legal experts I spoke with, and even an attorney earlier today.
Hier, c'est ce que je disais, une fois que le jury a un verdict unanime, il le donne à la juge 2 heures avant d'être lu. Donc là, ils ont dû rentrer de leur pause déjeuner à 13h, ils ont dû le donner tout de suite au juge, et du coup, elle le lit à 15h. Oh là là! On aura notre dénouement aujourd'hui, les copains! Trop bien! Donc dans 1h30, c'est le verdict. Elle dit tout le monde est en train de prendre position devant le tribunal.
We know the Depp team is inside. We know some members of the Heard team are inside. As we've been reporting, we have heard from sources.
Ouais, Jennifer, c'est 21h en France, ouais.
So perhaps she is on his way now. Gene, how do you think things are going to change out here in the next hour and a half as we get ready for the verdict?
Well, you're going to see more cars and cameras. I'll tell you that right now. Before it was the opposite. I got to say, it's going to be total chaos. I'm just thinking, what was the jury going through? And actually, 13 hours is a decent amount of time. I did think it would be Friday, but I'm wrong. But I was right about the verdict coming and no hung jury. I really, if I had to bet money, this is good for Johnny Depp. But we'll see.
Linda, your hot take on that? Is this good for Johnny Depp? 13 hours into the game here?
I think so. I think it's one of two things. Either good for Johnny Depp, or they just said we're throwing our hands up in the air. Neither of you win.
Est-ce que vous pensez que ça sent bon pour Johnny? Oui, oui, je pense que ça sent bon pour Johnny, Liz.
Yeah, let's talk about Johnny Depp for a second, because we've also been opining, is he going to stay in the UK? And
Trop bien.
Is he going to be back? I'm going to take a guess and say he's probably not going to be here, and that's okay. The judge said the defendants didn't have to be present for this, but my guess is he was on stage last night once again with Jeff Beck at the Royal Albert Hall. We know Jeff Beck has more shows coming up. I saw a bunch of stuff on Twitter, some paparazzi photos of him leaving a hotel today, with the time difference, with the time travel, even with the private jet. I'm going to guess he's not going to be here, but we just don't know for sure. And Jeanette, do you want to weigh in?
You know, in my heart of hearts,
c'est finalement rapide car ils avaient le droit à 6 semaines. Tout le monde doit être comme toi. En tout cas, moi je le sais. Ouais, je suis trop excitée là, je suis trop contente. Ouais, donc en fait ils ont remis moins de 40 heures quoi pour trouver un délibéré. C'est cool. Enfin, moins de 2 jours. Je sais pas pourquoi j'ai moins de 40 heures, mais 8 heures hier, 2 heures vendredi et 3 heures ce matin. Donc ouais, ils auront mis 13 heures. Ouais, oui, Christelle, c'est 21 heures.
Obviously, he wouldn't know when the verdict was going to happen, but he could theoretically take a jet here, get here in between 6 and 7 hours, be here for a verdict, and then get back on it and get back to the UK for the Thursday night show with Jeff Beck, which is scheduled. So
Yeah.
To our knowledge, we have no clue if Johnny Depp is coming, so...
Yeah, I mean, the verdict could have come yesterday, and he's like, I'm staying for the show. So, I mean, yeah, we don't know for sure.
Exactly.
I'm sure there are going to be some fans starting
Oh
to
là là, c'est quoi votre pronostic alors?
maybe he's back to catch a glimpse.
Johnny
But,
ou
we
Amber?
talked about this earlier, and let me
Finesse.
bring it back, Linda and Janine. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter if he's here, because who is it going to look bad for? The jury's already made their decision.
Et après, le deuxième... Ouais, grave, faut aller manger là. On a 1h30 pour aller manger. Et après, on a le verdict. Moi, je reste devant l'écran. De toute façon, je mange devant l'écran, je bois devant l'écran, je dors devant l'écran. Je fais tout devant l'écran pour rien louper.
Except for the jurors. That's what will happen if he wins. Even if no one wins, he may do that.
That's interesting. You know, if there's a private party for the jurors, I hope someone tips us off. We at least get some photos from inside or something. I'd like to know, you know, what they're serving. Is it going to be a Pirates of the Caribbean theme, or is it going to be an alpaca theme, right? I mean, who knows at this point?
Scissor hands.
Are the alpacas going to be back outside here today? So many questions. Janine, you too had predicted today would be a verdict.
Bon appétit tout le monde.
This is good for Depp's team.
I think it's going to be good for Johnny Depp's team, but I just wanted to go back and say, even though the jury has made their decision and they didn't know that Depp wasn't actually here to hear the verdict, and even though the judge said that neither party had to be here for the verdict, this was also tried, you know, in the court of public opinion. He had stands every day, and I kind of feel like I'm with Anjanette, it's a bad look not to show up for the verdict. You told us that this was so important to you, that your life was destroyed. I feel like he should have been here for the verdict.
Yeah, well, you know, court of public opinion, as we said, certainly a lot of his fans online supporting him, saying, look, he's off doing his passion, playing music, he has every right to play.
Ouais, donc là, ils sont en train d'expliquer que le jury savent très bien que Johnny a l'opinion publique et ça a peut-être pesé dans la balance pour le verdict.
Some other questions from our viewers right now. This question almost isn't relevant anymore because we have a verdict, but for those who don't know, who are not legal experts like all of our experts are, Amy Roche asks, what's a hung jury, Gene?
Oh, my goodness. A hung jury usually applies to criminal cases, and in a criminal case, there are 12 jurors. You do unanimous for guilty or not guilty. Hung is when you have 11-1, 10-2. I've had 6-6. I've had several hung juries. It means they can't decide even after a long period of deliberation, and you have to declare a mistrial and try it again in a criminal context.
Okay, and obviously that didn't happen here, and if they had been hung, the judge could have said to them, go back and keep talking it over, but, you know, I think it's interesting because really from watching various media outlets, from talking to various, to many of our guests, a lot of people sort of thought it would be today, halfway through the week after the holiday weekend, although no one has any crystal ball and is reading tea leaves. You know, we keep using these same phrases, but for anyone who may be tuning in right now, I just want to restate again that just about a little more than 10 minutes ago, we did hear that the jury has reached a verdict. The judge says it will be read at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. All along, she has said that would be the plan. If the jury reached a verdict, she would then have it read at the top of the following hour, and that's to give all of the key players time to get here, and that potentially includes Amber Heard. Do you expect Amber Heard will be here?
I think she may be here, and here's why. Right now, regardless of the verdict, Johnny Depp has won. If he gets a verdict, great. If he doesn't, he's won. When he got that crowd yelling and screaming for him in London on the 2 nights, that said it all. But if Amber Heard comes here, and if she wins, great. But if she loses, she will show something that he didn't show. And I agree with everybody else. It's a bad look for Johnny Depp to be in London, but it's an insult. It's an insult to the taxpayers of Fairfax County and the jurors and the court staff who put up with this for 6 weeks. It really is bad.
You know, that's a good point. And here's another question. We've talked about this over the last few days. What are the possible iterations of a verdict? Because there were multiple questions that need to be answered, multiple statements from each side. Is there any chance that the jury finds neither side defamed the other?
Yes, because it's clear and convincing, and they could conclude that Depp did not meet his burden, clear and convincing, on the 3 false statements alleged, and she didn't either. Also, they could find that one of the 3 for each side was defamatory, and then you get the damages. You could see de minimis damages awarded to one or both sides just as a statement that, you know what, you came here, you took up our time for 5 weeks, you both have bad reputations, I'm going to give you a de minimis amount. That's possible.
Janine, do you see any scenario in which, you know, jurors found that basically found against both sides, neither one defamed the other?
I don't think that that's going to be the case here. I really do think it's going to go for Johnny Depp. I think that's what we're going to end up seeing. I mean, it's possible, but I just don't think it's likely.
Yeah, you know, another question has to do with the judgment, right? The jury had to consider how much money to award either side. Yeah. And these are huge numbers, 50 million, 100 million. We know in Amber Heard's attorney's closing arguments, yes. Elaine Bredehoff said, look, we put $100 million because that's 2 times what Depp is asking for. We don't expect that, you know, but do you think that whoever the jury has found in favor, there'll be a real significant number here? I mean, these are celebrities, as we've talked about. They've certainly run up real huge legal bills, and certainly most would argue Johnny Depp, you know, has a much greater net worth probably, you know, than Amber Heard, who's a newer celebrity. But you think we're going to see any real significant monetary judgments, Gene?
I think it's a 50-50 chance. I think one comment in closing, and I hate to be a Monday morning quarterback, when the attorney for Heard said, we put in $100 million, but we really don't want that amount. Okay, you put up an expert to try and prove your damages, and now you're telling me that you asked for $100 million, but you really didn't want that. That wasn't a good look. But for Johnny Depp, I think his expert and the data he presented to the jury, if they find that the defamation, the defamatory statement caused that amount, I think he could get that. It's possible. And when I say possible, it doesn't mean it's highly likely or likely. It's possible.
Anything is possible, you know, right? And it's interesting because Jesse agreed with you on that point that Bredehoff shouldn't said we don't really want $100 million. No. But on the other hand, you know, people are accusing Amber of being money hungry and just out for money and all of this. Janine, what do you think? What kind of money could we see awarded here, if any?
Well, I think that you could also see a really significant amount above and beyond, because remember, in this case, the jury can award punitive damages. And I go back to, if Depp is the prevailer here, I go back to that tape of Amber laughing at him and taunting him, and the tape of her saying, you know, go to a court, go to a jury, see if they believe you. And, you know, this jury may decide that they want to give punitive damages.
Again, just what we will find out when the verdict is read is the judge will ask the foreperson how they decided on each count, and then you know, and what damages should be awarded. So that will all come out in due time, just about 3 o'clock. I want to go back to Antoinette for a minute. She's standing a little closer to the courthouse than we are right now. What are you seeing in terms of activity? As I mentioned, I know the media has certainly stood up to attention. Everyone's getting ready. What's going on at the front of the courthouse now, Antoinette?
Well, Stacey, I'm kind of over here closer to the media action, as you would. You know, we call this Studio B over here, Tent B. When I kind of started saying to you guys, verdict at 3 p.m., verdict at 3 p.m., everybody started looking at me like I was had lost my mind. But they, I think, kind of realized I might know what I'm talking about. But anyway, and I say that very politely. They just were like, what? But everybody's gathering over there now. I forgot to tweet this video earlier today, but you know, we've got the setup. This is what we do, right? When big cases happen, we get a podium set up. We wait for everybody to come out to do the post-verdict press conferences. This is what we do. So we hurry up and we wait, and that's what we've been doing. So everybody who was hurrying up and waiting hurried up and sprang into their positions. So everybody's ready to go. They're going to wait. And I just want to let you know, Stacey, Jean, all our viewers out there, I just got word from a source close to Johnny Depp, due to previously scheduled work commitments made before the trial, Mr. Depp will not physically be present for today's 3 p.m. verdict and will be watching from the United Kingdom. So, of course, he has a lot to gain here. He has, I think, just a little bit to lose. Because Jean has said, and I think we've been saying for a couple of weeks now, he's won in the court of public opinion. So he will be watching live from the United Kingdom.
All right, Anjanette, that's a big development, so thank you for confirming that, because obviously we've been opining and speculating back and forth on this. Is it possible he hopped a jet? But as you just heard Anjanette Levy report from a source close to the Depp team, due to a previous commitment he has over there, presumably to play in these shows with Jeff Beck, he will not be here when the verdict is read. He is going to be watching it from the UK. We'll see if we get any kind of reaction from him. I don't know. Anything is possible in this kind of crazy trial we have seen unfold in the last 6 weeks. I want to go down to another viewer question. We were just talking about the monetary damages and what's potentially at stake here. And Cameron Rogers on YouTube, this is a question from the UK. What happens if the person who loses the case doesn't have the money they're being sued for? So let's say the jury finds in favor of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. They say you owe him $50 million. She doesn't have $50 million. What happens then, Gene?
I worked for the Department of Justice doing civil tax cases, and here's what happens. You get a money judgment, and that money judgment haunts you for the rest of your life. Whatever property she gets in the future, they can file liens, they can get garnishments. It's going to follow either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard for the rest of their life, that money judgment, until it's satisfied.
It doesn't seem like that would be, a good thing. And, there's been so much speculation. Will either of the careers rebound? Whoever loses, is their career over? I mean, really, it's more of a question for like a PR person or an image consultant. I mean, we don't, we can't really say for sure. But I think, to your point, many people have said that Johnny Depp has won in the court of public opinion, that this is going to probably be pretty good for his career, whether he lost the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie or not. Let's go to another question. And by the way, I just want to remind our viewers, because this question was from the UK, so many of our questions are coming from Norway, from all over, so many international viewers watching this coverage live, so much international interest that, remember, all of this media behind us, Long Crime's here, of course, all of the American networks are here, the local news is here, but a lot of these cameras that are lined up outside and have been here the whole trial are from all over the world. There are multiple crews from the UK, there are crews from Germany. I mean, there has been so much interest. Everyone has descended because, of course, the verdict is arguably, the biggest part of the trial. So that's part of the reason it's so crowded, is that there are so many people from all over the world that have gathered here to watch this all unfold and see how it all ends. I'm going to take another question now. Stand by. Okay, again, we did answer this one. Several people watch. Will we watch the verdict reading live from inside the courtroom? And yes, we will at 3 o'clock. As soon as everyone is back in that courtroom, the judge will be back inside. The lawyers will be back inside. She will call the jury inside. She will call on the jury foreperson, and then she will say, how did you find on this count, on this count, on this count, and what are the damages? Linda, are you back with us now in the studio? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought, you know what? I got so many texts and tweets coming in here. I was just going to see what Linda thought about, the monetary rewards here at this point. So here we are, 1:50. We got about an hour and 10 minutes. And Jeanette, if you're still with us over there, having been here, for the duration of the trial, seeing all of the fans, all of the onlookers who came on, already I can see a few people coming up just taking pictures of us here. Are you expecting that we're going to see a lot of spectators start packing the outside of the courthouse?
It's quite possible, but you have to keep in mind, Stacey, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer people's tweets as I'm talking to you about where they can watch the verdict. Of course, you can watch it, and if you're watching right now, on our YouTube channel live, just go to YouTube and look for the Law and Crime Network. Millions of people have been watching from around the world throughout the trial. But I think that you will see some local Johnny Depp fans appearing here. Many of them left. Many of them left last Friday. I spoke with several of them. I met a woman who came here for the entire 6 weeks from Portugal. Imagine that. I met another woman who named Sharon from the UK, very lovely. We had just the best conversation, and she had told me she was, I think, in California on holiday, as she said, and she extended it so she could come to the trial here in Virginia, and so I think she did so for 2 weeks, and she was going to go back to the UK. So I think a lot of these people have already left. they're gone, and so they'll just have to watch online because there were so many people who traveled here, not only from other countries but from other states, and there were people actually that we met who really made almost day trips out of this. I met a woman who flew in from Chicago for the day just because she wanted to go around the back of the courthouse and yell at Johnny Depp, to show support. When I say yell, cheer, hoot and holler, whatever. So that we had a lot of that. We had people coming up from Florida, North Carolina, West Virginia. I think I met somebody also from California at one point. So there were people who flocked to this area. There was actually this one woman and her daughter. They came from Georgia. I interviewed them one morning. I was standing back there with them. And when Johnny Depp's vehicle came in, it was interesting to me. She had brought something, I think a doll of sorts, that she had made for him. And she came from Dalton, Georgia. And she ran up to the vehicle and she handed, I believe, the doll to him. And then she came back and she literally was in tears. And I interviewed her, and she said she just felt a bond with him and a closeness. And she said they shared some things, or she felt they shared some shared experiences. And I think I know what she meant. She didn't go into a lot of detail, but I can only imagine just based on her reaction. So it meant a lot to her to be able to give him that doll.
Yeah, well, listen, you see amazing things, and I'm not going to say that this is the same at all as the Michael Jackson molestation trial, but I remember being a lot younger and watching on TV all the fans out there showing up with all kinds of stuff from every day. This has not been on the same scale as that nearly, but you have seen a lot of fans showing up with gifts, with cards, with all kinds of things. Anjanette, thank you for your reporting. We know you need to get resituated. You're going to be heading inside the courtroom. You're going to be there to get all the reaction as soon as the verdict is read, so we're going to let you go and get ready for that. Someone did ask if TMZ is here. My guess is yes. TMZ is everywhere. They've got photographers everywhere. But you know what? Watch us. Here's another good question. And this comes from a user on Twitch, okay? They said, since the jury wasn't sequestered, was there any effort to shield them from all the fans and signs outside the courthouse to prevent that swaying their deliberations? Gene?
I'm troubled that when some of the jurors or all the jurors left each day, they would see the legions of Johnny Depp fans and conclude that there weren't a lot of Amber Heard fans. I hope that didn't affect their deliberations. I hope it did not. But they did probably see that because they're human beings. They had to drive through or walk through it all. And if they walked through it, they probably heard and saw the signs. I really hope it didn't affect their verdict in deliberations.
I mean, Janine, do you have a feeling on that?
Ouais, je sais pas, Games, salut Games. Ouais, ils ont vraiment buté sur une question et je pense que après avoir eu l'éclaircissement concernant cette question hier qu'ils ont demandé aux juges et aux avocats, ils ont pu continuer leur délibéré, quoi.
Really terrible signs towards Amber Heard, some really vicious things on them. I'm hoping, that this jury, what we hope for every jury, took their job very seriously and was not swayed by any of that. Just listened to what the evidence was, the testimony was, and made their decisions based on that and not the circus that was outside.
Yeah, well, let's certainly hope so. Yeah. So again, reminding all of our viewers here, we've got about an hour and 5 minutes now until the jury is read. We're certainly seeing more cars kind of pull into the parking lot. A few more people show up. Media remains ready to go outside for anything that's going to happen. Here's a question from YouTube. Can the jury award more than the $50 million asked by Johnny? I mean...
Absolutely. That's just the floor. It's not the ceiling. They could go crazy. Absolutely. As I say, I'm not joking. It's a possibility that Amber could get more than $100 million. I doubt it. Or Johnny could get more than $50 million. I don't think it's going to be either amount for either side. That's just a guess.
Linda Kenny Bodden's back with us in the studio. Linda, here's another question for you from Cora's at her corner on YouTube. If Amber loses the case, can she face charges of perjury? There's been a lot of talk on the internet about this. Is that a possibility?
I've answered that, Stacey, a number of times. In civil cases, it's really hard. Prosecutors really do not like to charge people for perjury. I would say to you the only exception would be this. If there's direct evidence that she intentionally falsified evidence that could go into court, then they may take a look if, like, for instance, the judge referred her or something like that. But generally in civil cases, they tend to look away. And that, quite frankly, is why you heard the question from Mr. Rottenborn to the expert for Johnny Depp. Do you have any information, any evidence that Amber Heard intentionally doctored any photographs? And he said no.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You know, I highly doubt we're going to see anything, you know, after this against Amber either. You know, there's. You know, this is a case that has sort of taken the internet by storm, and not just the platforms we're used to, you know, dealing with on trials like Twitter, but this has been huge on TikTok all over. I mean, people chiming in, giving their takes on this trial. We've been talking about what potential award money is at stake or isn't at stake here. One question from Play Live Repeat on YouTube. What if Johnny doesn't want the money from Amber? Can he deny the awarded amount? I feel like Johnny just wants to clear his name and expose the true Amber Heard. Janine, let me give you that question. Could Johnny Depp say, I don't want the money?
Well, I don't think that that's going to happen. Johnny Depp's not going to say that he doesn't want the money. But again, Amber Heard doesn't have the ability to pay it. So, yes, he went for this large judgment. And really what his deep down concern was to get his story out. You know, he made a comment, you know, something that I've been holding on my back for all these years. I finally get to tell my story. So ultimately, if he is vindicated here, that's a reward enough for him. And again, I don't think she's going to be able to pay it. So then he's going to have to get a money judgment. He's going to have to perfect it. He'd have to lien different properties. I don't think he gets paid, but I do think that he will be awarded a very large judgment.
All right, Janina Tavian, trial attorney, thanks so much for your input on this. Jean, thanks for bearing the heat and humidity out here with me. Before we go, I want to answer, you know, I want to give the viewers a recap of everything that's going on out here. In just about an hour, at 3 o'clock, the verdict in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case will be read live. Of course, as soon as we have a picture from the courtroom, we are going to be bringing that to you. And Jeanette is on her way inside to get set up. In addition, sources have told us Amber Heard will be here when the verdict is read. However, Jeanette has confirmed Johnny Depp is not going to be there. According to sources, according to members of his publicity team, he had prior commitments in the UK. He will be watching the verdict come in from the UK. We know he has been performing for the last 3 nights alongside Jeff Beck. There are more concerts coming up. He will not be back here to hear the verdict read. He will be watching from the UK. Again, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, the verdict to be read live here in Fairfax, Virginia. You won't want to miss a second of it. We have camera crews spread out here. We are on top of everything. We will be bringing you interviews live as they happen after the verdict is read, so stick with us. You won't want to miss a thing. I'm going to throw it back inside to the air-conditioned studio where Linda Kenny Bodden is going to steer you for the next few minutes while we get set up on the ground here to bring you everything you need to know as soon as that verdict is read. Linda.
Thank you, Stacey, and for taking one for the team, so to speak, sitting out there in front of that courthouse with Jean in the last 2 days in that heat and you're just fabulous and bringing to our viewers all of what is happening behind you. Thank you so very much. All right, as you know, we have a verdict in the case of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Recall that he is suing her for $50 million and she is suing him for $100 million. He says that he was called a person who was a sexual abuser, sexually violent to her. A number of statements made in an op-ed from the Washington Post op-ed that she had printed in December 2018. And it finally came to trial. And you, our viewers, have been watching our trial for the last as many weeks, both in testimony. So let me just tell you that we do have some clips we want to play to you. And then we'll come back to answer more of your questions and have our expert commentators discuss what's happening on the ground as Stacey and Jeanette actually set up for that verdict. So let me tell you, you know, the ACLU was the one who helped Amber Heard. As a matter of fact, the testimony was they essentially wrote that op-ed piece, and she may have changed some things. She put her imprimatur on it. She actually retweeted the headline that she said she didn't write on her account, her social media accounts, with some more commentary. And they are now seeking over $80,000 from Johnny Depp because they say they had to do redactions on the documents he needed for his trial. So at trial, we heard a deposition testimony. It was Terrence Doherty. He was the general counsel of the ACLU. Let's listen to what he told the jury, and then we'll chat.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful. True?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
Well, so Janina Tanium, let's talk to you about some of the questions from our viewers, and they're always great. So Liana Dace from YouTube, okay, she said, do you think Johnny Depp will go live from his location so that we would be able to see him during the reading of the verdict? As we know, we had a statement from his team that he will be watching the verdict from over where he is across the pond. So what do you think about him going live?
Well, I hope he's not going to go live. I think that would make it kind of a circus. He's going to be viewing it from the UK. We know that. But again, he's not in the courtroom, and there's no reason for him to be, I don't know if she means like a Facebook Live or Instagram Live or one of those things. But to me, that would be, not in good taste.
And Janine, you are my expert, and you and I know that we have agreed a lot on this case. So let me have you answer the next question. That's Beth Ann Allen from YouTube. She said, what would happen if either side wanted to appeal the verdict? Does it happen straight away? Is there a different jury if it gets reversed? Does it go to a different state? Basically, what happens? Can you explain the process?
Well, first of all, you're going to have grounds to appeal. And so assuming one side or the other has, whoever decides to do this, if they've got grounds to appeal, they'll have a period of time in which they've got to file the appeal. And then really, it's going to go to another judge to see if there is an issue with how this judge ruled in certain things. You know what I mean? And I don't really, off the top of my head, unless you can think of, Linda, I really can't think of much that was appealable. I mean, I think this judge was a really good judge. She was really on point. I think the sidebars were distracting to us, but other than that, I think, she did a really good job with her rulings.
And then we have another question from Mariana on YouTube. What time is the verdict? And I will answer that for you, Mariana. The verdict will be announced at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Stay right here on this network, on this channel, and we will bring it to you live. Okay, So why don't we watch a little bit of Amber Heard under cross-examination? And let me tell you, it's Terrence Doherty, a little more of Terrence Doherty under cross-examination. We just saw him testify on his direct, but on cross, he was questioned about the payments and the pledges that Amber Heard made to the ACLU, which is the American Civil Liberties Union. Let me play that for you now.
This includes an email from Mr. Romero to Jonathan Moresco, and then Mr. Moresco to Mr. Romero with a copy to Mike Weir. And it says here, "Hi Anthony, if you get a chance on Sunday, can you please check in with Amber on her next pledge payment? She has a balance of $2.55 million on her $350,000 10-year pledge. Below is a summary of her other payments." Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so this has the $500,000 and the $350,000 and the $100,000 on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was September 28, 2018. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 15. It's base stamp 2595, and I'm going to make it larger. And if I can show you, we have an email from Mr. Romero saying, "Is there anything I can do to help facilitate the pledge payment of $350,000?" And it's dated November 27, 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And then Amber comes back on 11/29 and says, "Hang on, I'll be right with you." You see that?
Correct. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, and then the $350,000 payment came in on December 11, 2018, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that made a total of, what, $1.3 million we've decided, right? What was the total amount of the donations after the 12/11/2018 that were made towards Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge to ACLU?
$1.3 million.
All right. Now, if Ms. Heard had just given $350,000 each year, what would the amount have been as of December 2018?
$1,550,000. It would be $350,000, $350,000, $350,000. So that's $1,050,000.
Okay. And so she was effectively $250,000 ahead of that as of December 2018, correct?
Objection.
And as you know, that was Terrence Doherty talking about the pledges made by Amber Heard to his organization, their organization, the ACLU, which does terrific work, but most of that was not received, most of the money. But let me bring Janina Tamian back in to answer your questions, because you, as you know, are staying with us because we have a verdict at 3 p.m. today in the case of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Who will win? Well, I'm not going to ask Janine that question, but I will ask her a question from Everly Worth on YouTube. She asked, or he asked, does the fact that Depp and Heard are actors drastically affect this case? Janine.
Well, I definitely think it did, because again, you know, you don't know what to believe. Are they acting up there? I mean, he's an Oscar-nominated actor. And then also because of the circus that's outside that the jurors had to walk through with their different fan bases. And then additionally, because it became a trial that took place in two places. So it's the trial in the courtroom and then the trial of public opinion that's been like all over every type of social media. It's been on national news. We're covering it. So it really kind of got really, really big because of the players that were involved and because of their celebrity status.
And let me follow up this with you, Janine, to a fabulous question, another fabulous, they're all fabulous questions as we wait for the verdict that will occur at 3 p.m. right here. Don't change us, don't go off any station you're watching that has a Law and Crime Network. It's from Sherry Brayton from Facebook. Can Johnny Depp, if he wins, request Amber Heard pay off the rest of the money to the charities she pledged to?
I mean, I don't think that he can really be getting into that. That was her pledge that she made. He's got he's already paid her off, from my understanding. So I don't think that he can do anything with regard to that. I also think, going back to that, though, that was a really bad part for Amber Heard, because her trying to use the words pledge and donate interchangeably, and the way that she was examined by Camille, I thought really, really was detrimental to her. It seemed like, she's hiding something. There was the clip of her on some UK television show where she's like, I donated all of it. It really came across as a bad look. And I'll tell you what, the ACLU to me came across as a bad look with all the dealings and the writing of the op-ed and the emails that were sent. So I kind of think that, this particular testimony regarding those donations was really, really damning.
Yeah, especially since they're important donations. But Janine, we have more questions for you. We're putting you to work this afternoon as we wait for the verdict in the case of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Who will win if either of them? Only here at the Long Crime Network will you find out if you keep following us. Okay, let me go to the next question. And this is from Imperial Crowns. Question on the appeals process. Whoever wins or not, if appealed, when does the appeal process start? If money is awarded in the verdict, when does that begin, especially if appealed? In other words, when can you collect that if there is an appeal?
So it's going to depend on Virginia's statute, and I'm not exactly sure what the court rules are there. I'm not sure if you know, Linda, but I was not sure on that.
Okay, and I have one more question for you, Janine, okay? How long can the losing party appeal? It's from Courtney Wadsworth, by the way, on YouTube. How long can the losing party appeal after the verdict? And if they appeal, it's kind of similar to the other question, Janine. If they appeal, how long until it goes back to court? Great question.
Again, I mean, again, you sometimes will have attorneys that kind of are assuming that they're going to lose, and they may have an appeal readily drafted. I think you saw that with like Harvey Weinstein. You saw different cases where the attorneys are prepared, so they can file an appeal right away. But again, they need to have grounds to appeal. And then the other thing that's interesting about this case is that, who wants to deal with this all over again? These 6 weeks, I mean, Amber Heard has said that, she just wants her life back. Johnny Depp has said that he just wanted to get his story out and get everything off his back. As much as we've all been entertained by this, these are two people that were once in love and had, a relationship. And I don't think that they want to relive this anymore. I personally don't want to relive it, but I mean, it was a lot of people being entertained by it, but it's a serious matter.
And it's a very serious matter, and families are affected, and a lot of people have been affected. We even saw that emotion when we watched people testify in that courtroom in Virginia. Now, let me just tell you again, we do have a verdict here at the Long Crime Network in the matter of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. It will be announced, the court said, Judge Penny Escarate, at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Stay right here, and you won't miss it, because we will make sure you, the viewer who's been watching us for many, many weeks, have it first. Okay, we're going to look at another clip from the trial to bring you back. It may seem like this happened a long time ago, but Amber Heard actually called an entertainment consultant on her side, another expert, more expert testimony, to testify about her career and how it would have taken off, the trajectory of it, right? And where it could have gone if it were not for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard says his attorney, Adam Waldman, who they said had statements, that Adam Waldman had statements on social media that torpedoed her career and sought out to set her in a track where she could not recover both economically or in the movie industry. So why don't we listen to Catherine Arnold?
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp-Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Where there is an expert for one side, you could guarantee that there would be an expert for another side. So why don't we listen to Johnny Depp's expert, Richard Marks, who testified in response to Ms. Arnold's testimony.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold's opined that but for the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would have earned $45 million in the last 18 months and then the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to address some of the components of that one by one with you, Mr. Marks. Are you familiar with her testimony that Ms. Heard would continue to make films for approximately $4 million each following Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, in Aquaman 2, Amber Heard has already had this huge increase. She worked on Aquaman 2 for $2 million. What Ms. Arnold is saying is, oh, she should have worked on it for $4 million. Which I disagree with, and I think there is reasons to negotiate. They weren't here in this case. So the $4 million I have a disagreement with, but even if it was at $4 million, or if it was at $2 million, the 4 or 5 movies that Ms. Heard might get might be independent movies. They might be standalone studio movies. They might be passion projects. Every actor has a quiver full of quotes, and their highest quote is for the superhero fantasy journey. Their lowest quote might be for the independent passion project, where they'll defer their salary and almost take nothing to work, just SAG minimum. To assume that she'd get 4 or 5 more movies at her last fantasy quote would be to assume that those are also those type of movies, playing another character. And Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard's breakout moment, her Star is Born moment, is Christmas 2018. If that's true, and I don't think it's true, those moments don't normally happen to supporting cast, but if it's true, as a deal maker, you would expect, if you represented producers, production companies, to flock in, to take advantage of this hot star and to sign them up. And we have, from Christmas 2018 to spring 20, where there is none of this activity. The Star is Born phenomena didn't happen. Ms. Heard starred in one series of 8 episodes, and she earned a healthy fee, $200,000 an episode. But that's 5 times less than the $1 million Ms. Arnold is tossing out, supposedly based on Jason Momoa's quote. She doesn't prove it or give us facts. And Jason Momoa is not a comparable actor.
Let me tell you, we have a verdict in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, and the question from Kaylee B, I'm going to answer that to you. She's from YouTube, he's from YouTube. Will you take us live to the courtroom while the verdict is read? You can count on it, Kaylee B. We will absolutely, here at the Law and Crime Network, be live in that courtroom. Our own Stacey Delicott and Anjanette Levy will be there. They will be monitoring what's happening, and we will bring it to you live streaming. So don't change us. Don't turn away from us. We're the Law and Crime Network, and we will be there for you. Okay, so let me introduce one of my new guests who will join Janina Tamia here today. This is Nima Haddadi. He's a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. So Nima, I'm going to put you on the hot seat, okay? These are from our viewers, and they're great questions. Teresita Ong from Facebook asks, does the court charge docket fees? If so, how much is the percentage for the claim if they charge a percentage, or do they charge a set fee for everyone so everyone has access to the court?
I think it's a set fee. More than that, I don't know, but I'm pretty confident they charge set fee.
set fee. And that's hopefully so that everyone could have access to the court. However, if there's a collection charge, then there would be a fee on a percentage basis if the money had to be collected and not paid willingly. Okay, so another question for you, Nima. This is from Brittany Berardi from YouTube. Can they challenge, meaning the parties, can they challenge the juror's decision based on bias? Now, from either side.
Hello Bouzy, oui, oui, ça y est, il y a bien un verdict. Il va être lu dans 40 minutes, à 21h, heure française. Donc, ouais, c'est ce que j'expliquais hier dans le live. Je sais pas si tu te rappelles, je disais qu'une fois qu'il sera rédigé, il va être transmis au juge et on doit attendre 2 heures avant la lecture. Donc, je pense qu'il a été transmis juste après la pause déjeuner. Et voilà, donc quand ils seront revenus à 13h, et là, il va être lu à 15h. Trop cool!
Janine, let me go to you on this because I know you know the answer to this because you've been with me while we were discussing it. Johnny's here in the UK. Miss Hewitt's obviously in the UK. Is Amber in court?
So rumor has it that Amber is going to be in court today. And I think that's also why the judge gave us the notice of how she was going to do the actual verdict. So what she had said was, once we know that there's a verdict, it'll go to the next top of the hour and 1 hour from there, which allows Amber Heard to get back to the courthouse. So we know Johnny's going to watch live from the UK, but I have a feeling that Amber Heard will be in the courthouse.
And let's go back to you, Nima Haddadi. Okay, you can see these are fabulous questions from our viewers. Keep them coming because we're here to answer your questions until the verdict is read in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp case at 3 p.m. The question is from Carson Doxey from YouTube. What happens if the judge doesn't agree with the decision of the jury? And this is really a terrific question because most people don't understand the process or know the process.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this is the jury's decision. Other than if there's any issues with the decision not coming out properly, if there's any misconduct, I think this is the jury's decision to make, which is great for both parties.
Nima, let me just follow up on that. What would be the standard for the judge to overturn a jury verdict? And usually we see it in criminal cases. You know, it seldom happens, but we can see it. So what would be the standard here in a civil case if they had to, if the judge decided she wanted to overturn this jury verdict?
I think it needs to be something that's really, really bad. I don't think there needs to be some type of proof that there was some type of misconduct, which we haven't heard anything about, especially in the short time that the jury has been deliberating. I'm confident that we're not going to have any of that.
All right, and then we have a great question from India. As you know, our viewers on the Long Crime Network are everywhere. They're around the world, they're in the United States, but more importantly, they're focused here at the Long Crime Network watching and waiting for the verdict that's going to be at 3 p.m. today on this channel. So let me ask you, Janine, our viewers is Mir Adil from India, says it's midnight here. Can both parties lose the case? If such happens, can there be a penalty on both? Who should benefit?
So both parties can lose this case. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I mean, I don't think it's likely, but remember, there's Johnny Depp's claim where he's saying that he was defamed, and there's 3 counts on that. And they could come back and say he wasn't defamed. And then there's her rebuttal regarding the Walden comments. And, you know, they can come back and say that that wasn't, you know, defamation. So both of them could lose. I think it's highly, highly unlikely that that's going to happen in this case.
And after they've tried this case for a period of time. But we'll see, okay? We're reading the tea leaves. Nima Haddadi, again, you're the former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney. This is a question from Vince Clortho from YouTube. Do you think either party will say anything to a jury to the jury, not a jury, our jury, via a video put out by their lawyers? And this is a great question because we know that the public relations machines are working overtime here. What say you?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. I think that both parties are going to thank the jury for their time, court staff. We've heard rumors about a Johnny Depp party if he wins. Everything's on the table, but 100%, I think both parties will be thanking the jurors for their service and time.
And Janine, let me come back to you now on these just most fabulous questions from our viewers as we wait for that verdict to be read in court at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time here in the East Coast in Virginia. This is from Maria Reyes of YouTube, Could the judge reject an appeal if they found that the person appealing lied at the first trial?
Well, again, there's got to be grounds for an appeal. So a judge can reject an appeal by finding that there's no grounds for it. And again, so I think a lot of people are thinking that Amber lied on the stand, and there's a lot of this talk on social media, but that's not necessarily going to come into play here. If it was found that this was improper evidence that was put forward and they lied that way, I think that you would have the grounds. But again, I don't think it's as clear cut as everybody on social media thinks it. I think that Amber Heard believes what she says.
All right, and Nima, I have two great questions. I'm going to pose actually both to you in order, but let me just remind our viewers that Johnny Depp had sued the Sun in Britain because they called him a wife beater. And he lost that case, but the
J'ai quand même hâte de voir la tête des avocats dans le tribunal. Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez, mais je sais pas, j'ai hâte de voir leur réaction, quoi. Dans une demi-heure, hein?
Hearsay is allowed. Anjanette Levy has gone through this with our viewers. Not only is hearsay allowed, but the Sun actually does the questioning. It begins like with cross-examination. So it's a much different process. And the case here in the United States was a much different case. Having said that, one of our viewers asks, Ilya Crane on YouTube, if Johnny wins, will the Sun have to print a retraction?
No, I don't think so. I think it's different countries, different laws. I don't think the two have anything to do with each other.
All right, let me follow that up then with a question, and it's on the same issue from Angela Livingstone on YouTube, Nima. Can Johnny Depp challenge the previous court case against the Sun newspaper for calling him a wife beater? Remember, they said he couldn't appeal, but can he now, with this new information, should he win this case, challenge that previous decision in some way in the UK?
No, I don't think he can. I think it was a final decision. I don't think he can go back. I don't think he has any other remedies in terms of appeal. I think he's stuck with that decision, and I think he's okay with that. I think he'll be more than happy if he was to come out with a favorable decision here. He already won the court of public opinion. I think he's going to want to be done with all of this. He walked away a lot better than he was before.
And Jeannie, let me ask you one other question before we take a look back at the trial. This is from the United Arab Emirates. Again, our viewers are everywhere waiting for that verdict here at the Law and Crime Network at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time right here. We will stream it to you live when it happens. But the question is from the United Arab Emirates. It's A.A from YouTube. We don't use the jury system here. So what are the criteria of selecting the panel of the jury?
So what happens is there'll be, so you actually get a letter in the mail. I've never gotten one, but you get a letter in the mail telling you to appear for jury duty. And what happens is you'll go on to different selections, and then the attorneys will conduct voir dire, which is where they're going to ask you questions, and sometimes you actually get questionnaires. And so what they're going to do is flush out anybody who may have a bias, or anyone who can't, who's got an opinion, who knows about the case ahead of time, or who can't listen to the evidence and determine it from the evidence, so that they can't have any preconceived notion. And so what happens is, depending on the jurisdiction, so here we're in Fairfax County, Virginia, it's 7 people. They seat 7 people and 2 alternates, just in case something happens, so we're not starting over this 6-week trial all over again. And that's basically how you get on jury duty.
And that's a good reason not to get out of jury duty either, because you get to do your public service and see all kinds of cases. Well, while we wait for that verdict that's going to occur right here at the Law and Crime Network at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, all right, let's take a little look back, memory lane of the trial. And this is Camille Vasquez. She's become sort of a superstar after her cross-examination of Amber Heard in this trial and her direct examination of Johnny Depp. She, in opening statements, promised the jury that they would get to know Johnny Depp through this trial. Let's see what she told them way back when.
Over the course of this trial, you're going to have an opportunity to get to know Johnny Depp. Not the characters he's portrayed, but the man himself. You will hear from Mr. Depp directly, but you will also hear from his friends, his family, and employees.
Où ils ont un petit problème de son sur les rediffs là.
They have seen him at his best, and they have seen him at his worst. And they will tell you, each of them, that he is a kind soul who has never and would never raise a hand to a woman.
Well, we have gotten to know Johnny Depp, and Amber Heard said the reason why we know him and what we should look for is in that famous kitchen cabinet video where he was slamming the cabinets that she took, you know, the one that was released to TMZ. So why don't we look at that?
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? See that?
No, didn't. You were smashing.
Okay, so did we get to know Johnny Depp? Did the jury get to know Johnny Depp? Well, we'll see in the answers when they read their verdict here on the Law and Crime Network at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yes, there is a verdict in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, and we'll be showing it to you live. We'll be in that courtroom at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, just about 25 minutes from now. All right. But let's go to your questions because they're absolutely fabulous. This one is from Germany. Again, we have viewers everywhere across the world, across the United States. It's from Justified Me on YouTube. What happens if Johnny wins but Amber hasn't got the money to pay him? Nima Haddadi, let me throw that to you.
There's going to be a judgment. It's going to haunt her for all of eternity. I don't think she's going to be able to pay back a very large settlement. So if she buys any property or anything that she does, that judgment will always be hanging over her. It's going to be bad.
Well, let me follow up with that, Janina Tamiam. Can she discharge this in something called bankruptcy? If there were, we're getting ahead of ourselves, assuming there were a verdict and it was a monetary amount, could she discharge it in bankruptcy and get away from it?
I think she could discharge this in bankruptcy. Again, she's not going to be able to pay this and it's going to hang over her head. But the other thing is, she's also, you know, in a situation, there's a petition to have her removed from Aquaman. Her part was cut down way back. I think she shelved at L'Oreal. She doesn't even have the means to make money, as it seems right now, to pay off a judgment. So it's a really, really dire position for her to be in. And, you know, because of that situation, she may have to claim bankruptcy for other reasons.
Okay, Nima Haddadi, let me go to a question from Nancy McKinley on YouTube. And this is an interesting question. Do you think Amber Heard's attorneys will face any backlash to their careers, practices from this trial? Now, before you answer that, let me just say, we've heard that, you know, people send nasty messages, people send threats to everybody participating in this case. That is a no-no. Having been in that position where somebody posted on Twitter once, one of my clients with a bullet hole through her head and fake blood, really, you don't need that. Well, the reason why we have trials is so that people can get to the truth and justice can be served. We don't need that kind of nonsense. But let's talk about this, Nima, because it is a question that perhaps maybe people are concerned about.
Yeah. Can there be backlash? Yes, of course. But at the end of the day, this is a very unique trial. It's out in the public. There's a lot of pressure. It's not the best case for Amber Heard's team. Nonetheless, they're doing their best. It's easy for us all to criticize when we're on the outside, not in. But I think they're doing great. I think at the end, they're all going to walk away unscathed, and I think their careers will benefit from this for sure.
And we have a lot of questions, Janine, but I want to go to one that actually relates to the video we just saw, since it's fresh in everyone's mind, okay? If Amber Heard did not give TMZ the rights to the video, and this is from SLBJPB YouTube, if Amber Heard did not give TMZ the rights to the video, why is she not suing them for copyright infringement?
Well, that's a very good question. She says that she hasn't tipped TMZ off, but maybe she's given this to somebody who did, because they've got to verify. When they get these videos, there's steps that they take before they publish it. Going back to that video, though, as much as it's bad for Johnny Depp because, you know, he's slamming around and he's, you know, drinking wine in the morning, it's also bad for her because she doesn't look like she's afraid. She's taping him. She seems to be goading him. So, you know, I had this conversation with someone the other day. You know, to me, like living with somebody like Johnny Depp who's smashing up the kitchen in the morning and breaking things and kicking the counters, it's an abusive environment. It's a hostile environment. But that's to me. When you look at her, she seems to almost be like laughing about it, goading him, asking him questions, taping him. It doesn't come across as good for her, especially since, you know, the argument is that she was the one who was the aggressor and she was the one who was the abuser, and these were his reactions to the abuse he suffered at her hands.
And Nima, let me follow up with that. An additional question from ones you've answered from Asif Cameron on YouTube. What will happen if Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, depending on who wins, if they win a monetary judgment, fail to pay any defamation monies and other damages awarded? It assumes, number one, that there's going to be an award and somebody will win. But let's assume that for the moment. What will happen if they fail to pay?
I think there could be court sanctions. It depends on what the attorneys want to do. Johnny Depp has said from day one, it's not really about the money for me. I think what he was looking for was court of public opinion, and he won that. I don't think he's going to try to risk that with maybe being petty or going aggressively after her if she can't pay. But who knows? You know, with this case, who knows?
Who knows? Well, we're going to know at 3 o'clock today, Eastern Daylight Time. You'll be watching us at the Law and Crime Network when the jury in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, Amber Heard Johnny Depp case, announces their verdict to the world that has been watching. In the meantime, again, let's take a trip down memory lane. We showed you Camille Vasquez last time. Let's look at a little clip from the trial where Amber Heard's attorney, Elaine Brenderhoff, during the opening statements, promised certain things to the jury, and you'll decide whether she delivered. Let's listen.
Now, there were several people that were supposed to go to Johnny's Island, Bahamas Island, in December for Christmas. He was going to bring his 2 kids. He had invited Amber's parents, who loved Johnny, and unfortunately her father used to drink and do drugs with Johnny a lot. And he was also going to take Rocky, her friend who lived next door in a penthouse, and her fiance, and Rocky's parents. Imagine being able to go to a Bahamas Island for Christmas. What a cool thing to do. But they all were so upset what he did to Amber on December 15, they said, no, we're not going. We're not gonna condone this. We're not going. But he talked Amber into going. He guilted her into going. I'm going to be with my kids. Please come. I'll be better. I'm going to get better. Amber went. And then he ends up assaulting her even there, and sexually assaults her even there. Now, you'll see a video from them of the Bahamas, the place that they stayed in on his island. And the video just conveniently leaves out the wardrobe in the bathroom where he committed the assault. It just goes around and makes it look like it's a one room and his kids were there, and there's no way they could have done that. But you'll hear the testimony and you'll see the pictures.
Okay, trip down memory lane, but let me tell you what's not down memory lane. That is the activity outside the courthouse. You see it happening right there. Our own reporters, Anjanette Levy and Stacey Delicat, who were here this morning, been at the courthouse all day. They will be in the courtroom when that verdict is read. We will be streaming it to you live, and if anything happens outside that courthouse or inside that courthouse, we will tell you about it, because you'll be here watching the Law and Crime Network. 3 p.m. the verdict will be read, but you have to stay with us now, because in trials you never know who you'll see pulling up to that courthouse getting ready for that verdict. But in the meantime, let's go to some of your questions as we're looking at the courthouse there. And this was one that I'll answer. It's from Sierra Cook. Can you please answer this, because a lot of people are curious? Can Amber Heard be charged with perjury for lying under oath, changing her story a number of times? Well, generally in civil cases, prosecutors don't charge people in perjury. There's an exception, for instance, maybe in the federal government when it involves a governmental employee, because they have a lot of things to do with their time, such as shootings and murders and all. If the judge were to make a referral and say there's direct evidence that somebody, for instance, changed evidence or intentionally falsified evidence, that could be a different story. But generally, the likelihood of her being charged with perjury is not very great. Number one, you first have to find out that she lied, and we don't even know. She may win this case. We're going to see at 3 o'clock today. But let me bring my guests back into this. Nima Haddadi, criminal defense attorney, and Janina Tamian, also a trial attorney. Again, we have viewers from around the United States and around the world. This is from Summy Flynn on YouTube from Ireland. Janine, let me go to you on this. Will Amber Heard be able to sue if she loses? And I guess that means sue Johnny Depp for additional damages, sue who? What do you think?
So I'm not really sure what the question is. I mean, are they wondering if she could then bring a different claim against Johnny Depp? I think that, again, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are going to want to put this behind them. I don't think Amber Heard's going to sue with regard to this particular matter ever again. I think that, you know, she's been on the stand. She's had to deal with a lot of really humiliation on the stand. She's had to deal with being trolled on social media, terrible things being said about her child. I don't think that she's going to do that at all if she is not successful.
And Nima, let me go to you with our next question. This is from Johnny Solar on YouTube. And he says, if Johnny Depp hadn't lost the libel case in the UK against The Sun, do you think he still have filed this defamation case against Amber? And when you answer that, Nima, remember that he filed this case somewhere in early 2019 after the article was published in 2018. But can you, basically, would he have continued on with this suit if he hadn't lost his case in The Sun?
Yeah, I think Johnny Depp wanted to get a story out. He wanted to, his career had just taken a nosedive, you know? He wanted to just prove his innocence in the court of public opinion. And that's what he did through this trial. He got to show the real Amber Heard. He got to show the real Johnny Depp. He got to take responsibility for a lot of the mistakes. And I think this is why the trial is turning out the way that it did. I think people like and they admire what he's doing.
And I'll answer the next one. Valerie Torres of YouTube, can we watch the verdict from here? Absolutely. What you're seeing right now is right outside the courthouse in Fairfax, Virginia, live, where Stacey Delicat from the Long Crime Network and Angelina Levy are there. We will bring you anything we see, and you have to watch that. You will be playing this in the background. If anything happened, if the lawyers drive up, you'll be able to see it here first on the Long Crime Network while we wait for that verdict to be announced at 3 p.m. inside the courtroom. So, Janina Tamian, Lindsay Lauter of Facebook, does it look bad that Depp will not be in court for the reading of the verdict? Now, let me just tell you, Janine, and our viewers, that should there be press conferences, whether they be from here or England or anywhere by the Johnny Depp or Amber Heard teams, we will bring them to you live here at the Long Crime Network. So the reading of the verdict is not the end of this. We will stay with it, and we'll see what happens because we know you want to see what happens. But Janine, let me go to you to answer that specific question from Lindsay Lauter.
So I've discussed this before, and I think that it's a really bad look for Johnny Depp not to be at the courthouse for the verdict. But Gene Rossi said something in an earlier segment that, you know, stuck out even more with me. He said, by him not being here for the verdict, it's an insult to the taxpayers of Fairfax, and he was specifically wanting to file his suit here for specific, more favorable defamation rules. And it's also an insult to the jurors who, you know, came and listened, took 6 weeks out of their lives, deliberated, and came back with a verdict. So I think it's a bad look. They're saying that he had previous engagements doing this music tour. However, he's not listed on there, so I don't know if I believe that. And again, I think that he should have, out of respect for the judicial system, out of respect for the judge, the jury, and, you know, Fairfax County, he should have been in court today to hear the verdict.
Wow. Even though the jury is not supposed to be watching, but we all know that, well, we all think that maybe juries, not this one, because this one is very ethical, but some juries may watch. Nima Haddadi, let me just go back to you. This is a first-time chat. Thank you from Twitch, first-time chatter. Andrew Body, thank you for watching the Law and Crime Network, and I know you're going to stay with us as we telecast that verdict live from inside that courtroom at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But the question is this. If this is ruled, in other words, if the jury comes back with a verdict in favor of Depp, what implications are there for future defamation and freedom of speech cases?
I don't think there's much. I don't think that this is a precedent-setting trial. I think what's happening here is the press and everything that it's getting. You have two of them, one of the most famous people on the planet and his wife. We're getting intimate details of the inner workings, and you get to see that even actors and actresses have real life problems, you know. That's the biggest thing
Christelle,
about
bon
this
retour.
case. I don't think
Dans 13
there's going to
minutes,
be any type of
ça va être lu.
precedent or anything of that nature being set.
Well, I want to bring you back, as we still show you on screen for the moment until we get there, the audio of Depp versus Heard arguing that Bahamas trip. That's the one that Elaine Brenderhoff mentioned in her opening statement, where she says there was a sexual assault. Amber Heard says it was sexual assault by Johnny Depp. Why don't we listen to the audio of them that was played in the courtroom?
Punaise, aujourd'hui dans leur rediff là, des récaps, le son il est vraiment pourri. Hein.
What things have you been doing?
Working on this thing, not doing this sort of thing, trying to change last several times.
Hence, screaming when I spilled wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
We do appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That him up, you know.
I'm sorry I son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked kids up.
You didn't my kids up, but it was pretty weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I had one. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's anything for the council. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No,
your clever comebacks. No. You think you're controlling yourself? You think you're controlling yourself?
Your character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm going to walk away now because you're actually making me see even worse. And believing me, I'm not going to be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I've had an Ambien and think, I'm going to just forgive and move on. Trust me. It is gross how you're using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of person, no doubt.
And let me just ask you right now, let me just tell you right now, we do have a verdict in that Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp trial. It will be read at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Our own reporters are on the scene. As a matter of fact, I'm going to actually toss to one of them right now, and that's not just one of them, that's one of the best. The Stacey Delicat, she is on the scene. She's actually going to take over anchoring as that verdict is read, and I will be here to continue to answer your questions through the afternoon. But here, don't move away from the Law and Crime Network. Stacey.
Linda, thank you for that kind introduction. Couldn't do it without you back there helping us out with all of your great insight. Time is 2:49 Eastern Time. We're about 11 minutes away from when the judge said the verdict would be read. We know this is a judge who keeps things on time. She sticks to schedule, so you can expect very likely sometime in the next 10 minutes that live picture is going to go up in the courtroom. The judge is going to call the jury in. She is going to ask the foreperson, how did they find find on the various counts here, and then we will find out whether there will be any judgments, so on and so forth. But let me set the scene for you outside the courthouse here. If we can put up our shot from outside the front of the court, obviously a huge amount of media. Everyone is set up and ready to go. We've got the podium outside the courthouse. As soon as the verdict comes in and everyone starts to stream out, we'll be getting interviews live on the air. But we've also seen a lot of the fans, a lot of the spectators who are here for the duration of the trial. Well, they've all been watching our coverage. They've all been watching all of the. They knew in the 1 o'clock hour when we said we had reached a verdict, they heard, they got in their cars and they headed over here. And so what we're seeing outside the courthouse is more fans showing up, Johnny Depp fans with signs, perhaps some Amber Heard signs as well. There are people who brought lawn chairs that are set up outside waiting to watch the action, and you can see, as I said now, that crowd growing outside. Ann Jeanette has gone inside the court to get inside the courtroom to be in position for when the verdict's read. Of course, she's going to have all of the reaction from inside. And what I can also tell you, I snuck up there just a few minutes ago before coming back out here, and it was starting to get pretty crowded up there. This was not the scene today that we had seen the last 6 weeks when people were getting here in the middle of the night to line up for bracelets. No, there were bracelets, these blue bracelets, which you need to get into the courtroom. They were available as late as 8:30, 9 o'clock. So you can imagine some people were able to come later in the day, snag these wristbands, which gets them access to the courtroom or the overflow room inside. I can tell you a lot of the people that I saw were not members of the media. They were just fans, spectators, interested people. There was like a mother up there with a young child going in to get a seat in the courtroom. So it's going to be a packed courtroom for sure when the verdict comes in just a few minutes. What else can I tell you out here? Well, again, Amber Heard is expected to be here. In fact, one of our producers is standing by to give us an update as to when her car arrives. It should be very soon if it hasn't already arrived, because we are getting close to 3 o'clock. The big question is, Johnny Depp going to be here? No. Ann Jeanette Levy confirmed earlier this afternoon with Johnny Depp's team that he will not be returning from the UK. As you know, as we've been telling you, he flew out there over the weekend after closings wrapped up on Friday. He surprised fans at the Jeff Beck concert in England on Sunday night, and then did another show on Monday night and last night in London at the Royal Albert Hall, much to fans' delights. Kate Moss was even in the audience last night. According to the British tabloids, he invited her to come to the show, and they were even seen spending some time together backstage before she was photographed leaving the theater. Kate Moss, of course, one of the high-profile witnesses to testify in this trial in its last week. You can even perhaps hear in the background helicopters right now. There are helicopters up above, local news helicopters getting the pictures of the crowds gathering outside of
Bon, là, elle est en train d'expliquer qu'il y a la presse qui est là. Oh là là, tout le monde arrive là. Ça y est.
Earlier, we saw both legal teams inside. Just about 10 minutes ago, I saw part of Depp's security team go inside. These are people who have been in the courtroom every day as this trial has gone on. They are all taking their places inside right now. Waiting for this to get underway. I mean, Linda, you've watched this closely the whole time, just as close as anyone. And am I right that, you know, right around 3 o'clock?
Non, Johnny, il est pas là, il est en Grande-Bretagne.
She is absolutely a purist. She wants the schedule. She has probably told the jurors that they're coming right out of 3 to get their belongings ready. And yes, we will have that verdict right here at the Longtime Network, Stacey. Absolutely.
So here's a good question that came in from someone's goat, love that name, on YouTube. She said, are we ever going to see the jury, or are they never going to be shown for their protection? Linda, we wouldn't see the jury. Tell our viewers.
Yes, we don't get to see juries in the United States of America. We kind of protect their identity in the courtroom. And I'm looking at the courtroom right now, Stacey. I'm looking at the picture of the attorneys all seated. I think that's Amber Heard in the courtroom. I really can't tell. But yes, the judges also entered an order and said that jurors' names will not be released.
Ouais, il est en Angleterre, Johnny. Ça y est, ils sont en train de prendre place, ça y est.
Can't identify themselves. They could actually have their own press conference. They can talk to the media. They can self-identify. It's just that the state of Virginia will not release their names unless there's some reason to do so earlier, before 1 year.
Oui, elle est là, Amber. Mais je vois pas Johnny, alors à moins que ce soit lui derrière la journaliste, mais... Non, il avait fait un concert.
It's a little chaotic with the helicopters going above. Okay, Nima Rahmani is still with us. We had an interesting question earlier.
Ouais, non, il est pas là, Johnny.
To
Ouais.
remind viewers of, because we have so many more people tuning in now, which is, are there any restrictions on the jurors after this case is done, after they deliver their verdict and the judgment? Can they write a book? Can they sell their notes? Someone
Allez, ça y est, ça va bientôt être lu. Alors attendez, je reprends mes notes. Rien que je loupe là. Aïe, aïe, aïe.
There are no restrictions on that. The only thing they can't do is with the notes. They will not get their note backs, okay? They will not get their notes back. Those get stayed by the court and they get destroyed. Now they can redo their notes so they went home every night and write what they remembered. And therefore,
Punaise, ça y est, on est au bout d'un procès de 6 semaines là. Vous entendez bien là mon micro, vous entendez bien la vidéo, vous me le dites hein, si c'est assez fort pour vous.
Okay, so, you know, and some very well might. This is a very high-profile case where there has been a lot of interest. I mean, right now, we've got about 1.5 million of you tuning into our YouTube channel. So thank you for sticking with Law and Crime for this and for these key moments. Again, you're looking at a live picture until 3 o'clock when we expect to see the judge come in and call the jury in. We know there are a bunch of questions. There were a bunch of points on the special verdict form.
Alors, pour la lecture du verdict, donc nous savons qu'il y a des questions auxquelles il faut répondre. Donc il y a un formulaire spécial concernant Johnny. Et il y en a aussi un pour Amber. Donc c'est ce que je vous disais, il va y avoir le verdict.
Then they don't answer the other questions. They go right to number 2. And if they don't find that, the likelihood is they won't find for him.
Donc ça va aller assez rapidement hein, quand même.
So it's going to be under 10 minutes, Stacey.
Okay, that's good to know. And just a reminder of viewers, what we expect to happen here, if this just takes 10 to 15 minutes, the jurors, once they're led back in the jury room, they'll later be dismissed, but we expect the legal teams for both sides will come out and give some remarks, other players in this as well. Unclear whether anyone will hear anything from Amber Heard immediately after this. And by the way, if you look on the screen, she is seated there in the courtroom awaiting the verdict with the rest of us. An interesting question that we got from Haley Howell on Facebook. Has the judge already heard the verdict, or will she be hearing it for the first time when we do as well? Janine, do you want to take that one? Okay, Janine has left us. We thank her for her time. Linda,
allez, la juge elle est prête. Ça y est.
Stacey, I'm sorry. I thought Nima was going to field that one, but I'll field it. Yes, the judge.
Nima, please take it, Nima. Guys, I'm out here in our studio A. It's hot. It's humid. I can't see all of you in the monitor. So, Nima, please, will the jury hear? Will the judge rather be hearing the verdict for the first time when we do?
The judge is going to get to see it.
Ah, le chat là, ils disent priez pour Johnny, priez pour Johnny.
And then at that point, yeah. So the judge will know right before we vote.
Okay, so this is all kind of
dans 40 secondes, on commence.
Off the cuff here, and the judge will be finding out, you know, barely any time before the rest of us. Sarah Wilson on YouTube asked, are they going to show the courtroom when it's being read? Yes, Sarah, that's what you're seeing now on your screen is a live picture of the courtroom. You see the attorneys there, you see Johnny Depp's attorneys there, you see Amber's attorneys, and you see Amber herself. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in, we have new people logging on every minute as we get closer and closer, literally 1 minute away from 3 o'clock. Johnny Depp, we have been told by sources close to him, obviously is not going to be here. He's not there now. He is still in the UK after doing a series of surprise performances with the UK. We'll be watching the verdict from there. We'll see whether he issues any kind of comment, video statement. We just don't know what we'll hear from him, but we do expect we will hear from his.
Vous inquiétez pas, de toute façon, même si la vidéo elle bug un peu, ils vont faire que parler. Il n'y aura pas d'image, donc je vous retraduirai. Oui, ça va, Tupac, et toi? Ça y est, la juge est là, il se rasseye. Allez, on est parti. Get ready. Est-ce qu'il est bien 3 heures? Oui, il est 3 heures. Est-ce que le jury est prêt? Oui, tout le monde est bien présent. Ok, donc c'est parti. Je ne tolérerai pas qu'il y ait des interruptions. pendant la lecture du verdict. Ouais, ça bug parce qu'il y a beaucoup de personnes sur l'OCRI, mais je pense que ça bug là. Il y a 2 millions de personnes qui sont en train de visionner là. Sur toutes les chaînes, ça bug. Mais le plus important, je vous dis, c'est pas forcément l'image, c'est le son. Donc je vais vous retraduire ce qui va se dire. Pour l'instant, il n'y a rien de spécial, tout le monde se rassoit. Donc Amber est là, hein, elle se retourne, je pense, pour regarder si Johnny vient, mais non, il n'est pas là.
If I could have the attorney's approach for a moment.
Punaise, ils ont un son vraiment pourri. Hein. Alors, est-ce que les avocats peuvent avancer? Ils arrivent. Bah, au moins, on va voir la réaction d'Amber Heard en direct. Hein. Alors, est-ce qu'on entend quelque chose? Ça bug, mais ça bug sur leur plateforme. À fond, ça bug. Alors, attendez, j'actualise. Ça y est.
When you find for a defamatory statement or more, you need to fill out the compensatory damages. It has to be at least $1 for compensatory
Allez,
damages
c'est parti.
and up to whatever you feel the damages should be.
I need to...
Back to the deliberation room and do that for me, okay?
Alors là, ils sont en train de parler de... Mais leur son, il marche super pas. Voilà, donc si vous avez considéré qu'il y avait diffamation, vous allez devoir nous annoncer le montant des dommages. Donc c'est la chaîne Locrime hein, qui bug. Hein. Regardez, ouais. On revient au... Bon, alors là, apparemment, les jurés doivent prendre un instant pour décider du montant des dommages à verser. Mais là, pour moi, ça veut dire qu'ils ont statué, alors. Qu'ils ont statué pour Johnny, alors. Parce que la juge, elle a dit, si vous avez statué sur votre verdict, vous devez me donner le montant des dommages et intérêts. Et du coup, ils ont pas rempli la partie, donc là, ils doivent remplir la partie du montant des dommages. Donc, alors attendez, s'ils doivent remplir le montant des dommages, pour moi, c'est prouvé que Johnny... qu'il y a bien eu diffamation, quoi, donc ça donne raison à Johnny, hein, pour moi. Enfin, c'est que mon avis, hein, mais si elle demande de remplir le montant, c'est que forcément, c'est qu'il y a... gain de cause pour Johnny, hein. Alors, ça peut être $1 symbolique, mais il n'empêche que même si c'est $1, ça veut dire qu'ils disent que c'est Johnny qui a raison. Hein. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez là?
If there's a verdict, say, against Amber Heard, and there's a judgment awarded for Johnny Depp, and Amber Heard doesn't have that money, whether it's $50 million, whether it's $20 million, whether it's $10 million. What happens if she doesn't have that money, Linda?
Well, you know, we have that in many civil cases where the person that gets the verdict, they don't have, the defendant doesn't have the money, right? You can pursue her. It could be a claim that follows her around for the rest of her life. With it gets docketed, it gets logged. She could discharge it in bankruptcy, assuming it's against her. We're making a lot of assumptions. Maybe it's against him and it's $1. Who knows? But the likelihood is that with a $1 verdict, the jury may just want to be sending a message for whoever wins. And again, we're assuming it's Johnny Depp, but it also could be Amber Heard because she was seeking damages. Maybe they found for her, but not giving her damages. We just don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know. I mean, this should be relatively quick, I would think, right? For them, if they've already decided on this and it was just an oversight that they didn't put anything in or didn't know that they had to write something. So, you know, they hopefully will be back in a few minutes. As we've been telling our viewers, and more are turning in. The verdict has not been read yet. Just to bring everyone up to speed, here's what happened. Right at 3 o'clock on the dot, the judge, she is very punctual. She came into the courtroom. Everyone stood up. She brought in the jury. There was a little sidebar between the attorneys up and front.
Ah là là.
And they said, oh,
Donc là, on attend. On est en direct de la salle de l'audience. La juge a ouvert la séance, sauf qu'elle s'est rendue compte sur le papier du verdict que les jurés n'ont pas rempli le montant des dommages à verser. On ne sait pas si c'est pour Amber ou si c'est pour Johnny Depp, mais bon.
He's playing music with Jeff Beck. He will be watching the verdict from the UK. So who knows? Maybe he's watching our coverage. If so, Johnny, call us. We want to do an interview with you as soon as this is all over. Linda, any final predictions here as we wait for word?
Well, it's very interesting with this possible $1 worth of damages. Now, but I have a question here, Stacey. I wonder if the teams know who the verdict was for, because remember, the judge brought them to the bench. They were looking through the verdict form. She obviously had to tell them that there was a verdict in favor of someone, but has to send them back for damages. We can't see the courtroom, so we can't see the body language.
Alors dans les audios, alors on entend les hélicoptères et tout. Hein. Je pense que là il y a la presse, il y a tout le monde qui est là. Surtout qu'il y a Amber Heard qui est là.
And if they did perhaps see that, I mean, would that be an issue? Would there be any sort of violation of rules or any ethics issues if they saw it before it was read out publicly in court?
Absolutely. Quite frankly, they have a right to see it and to tell their clients. You know, so no, there's no violation. They have to know when the jury has filled out the forms, and they have to know is there a problem, because the judge has to tell them what she is going to do so they can either lodge an objection or not lodge an objection. And again, could they have just forgotten to fill it out? They may not have known that you just give $1 compensatory damages. Maybe it wasn't in the instructions. Quite frankly, I don't remember seeing it, but we should have one of our legal, eagle, fabulous people here that go through everything with a fine-tooth comb again to see whether there was an instruction about whether or not you had to award a compensatory damage of $1 if somebody wins.
Let me set the scene for those who are just tuning in. You're looking at a picture live outside the Fairfax County Courthouse here, where you see the crowds are growing. If you can hear in the audio behind me, there are helicopters circling up and above, local news helicopters taking pictures of the crowds. It was just, I think, gosh, I'm losing track already, but around 1:30 when we got word that a verdict was going to be read at 3 o'clock. At that point, it was basically just media hanging out outside, trying to keep cool. As soon as we found out the verdict was coming, well, quickly, all the media assembled in their spots, and we started to see more and more cars pull up, into the parking lot, more fans come outside. Obviously, more people go inside the courtroom. You have to have one of these special wristbands in order to be in the courtroom or the overflow room. And now we see a much bigger crowd, which is probably going to continue to grow over the next few minutes. It's possible, since we now know that Johnny Depp is not coming, that some of the fans who were hoping to catch a glimpse after the verdict was read, they decided to sit it out because they know he's not here. Again, Amber Heard is there inside of the courtroom with her legal team.
Il y a rien pour l'instant, la journaliste elle parle.
Make any kind of statement afterwards. As you can see in that picture outside the courtroom, there is a live picture. There is a podium rather set up with all the microphones. So as soon as the verdict's read and the legal teams come out and the other key players come out, we are going to be getting.
Ouais, vous inquiétez pas, s'il y a des décalages, il se passe rien du tout pour l'instant. Écoutez le son de ma voix, de toute façon, je vais vous le dire. Là, je vous dis juste, on voit plus l'intérieur du tribunal. On est à l'extérieur avec les journalistes, ils sont en train d'expliquer que là, ils sont en train de re-rentrer parce qu'ils doivent déterminer le montant des dommages à verser. On ne sait pas si ça concerne Johnny, on ne sait pas si ça concerne Amber. Mais en tout cas, il y a des dommages qui vont être versés puisque les jurys doivent remplir la case. Ça va mieux l'image, là, j'ai réglé. J'ai actualisé. Il y a des gros bugs sur la chaîne Law and Crime, de toute façon. Hein. Il y a des gros bugs. Il y a presque 3 millions de viewers. Je pense que c'est leur plateforme qui déconne.
What was the vibe? What's going on? Well, I think the vibe was, you know, everybody, we're told that we're not allowed to talk to anybody in there, which, you know, we're news people, so, and we're just human beings, so that's really difficult, so we got kind of shushed. But it was interesting because it was kind of heavy, like Amber Heard walked in, she kind of greeted her attorneys, wearing a black dress. Her hair kind of pulled back loosely. This is different from a lot of the times we've seen her come in with the braids. I couldn't see whether she smiled or anything like that, but she came in. Obviously, we know Johnny Depp had previously scheduled concerts with Jeff Beck in London, so he's not here. Right. He's watching, we're told, from the UK. So they came in, the jury walked in, they took their seats. They kind of just
ah ouais, alors attends, je vais essayer d'actualiser mon écran alors. Hop. Ça va mieux?
I think I can safely say if they didn't assign damages,